Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Monique Toussaint. I am the designated federal officer for the Presidential Advisory Commission on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity for Black Americans, and I'm officially calling this meeting to order. To do that, we have to account for the commissioners that are present, either in person or on the phone or absent. Commissioner Malcolm Kenyatta, Chair.
Present.
Commissioner Leslie Baskerville. Commissioner Marla Blunt Carter.
Present.
Commissioner Stacy Brown Pilfit. She's online. Commissioner Valicia Cade. Sorry.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Vincent Evans.
Present.
Commissioner Michael Holmes.
Present.
Commissioner Frederick Ingram.
Present.
Commissioner Lonnie Johnson.
Present.
Commissioner Chad Lassiter.
I am present.
Commissioner Adina Williams-Lawson.
Present.
Commissioner Williams Billy Mitchell.
Present.
Commissioner Clarence Nesbitt Jr.,
Present.
Commissioner Denise Louise Peace.
Present.
Commissioner Rebecca Becky Pringle.
Present.
Commissioner Marissa Richmond.
Present.
Commissioner Bernice G. Scott. Commissioner Richard Mouse Smith. Commissioner Joe Tate.
Present.
Commissioner Kenny Thompson Jr.
Present.
Commissioner Benny Pratt Wiley.
Present.
Thank you. All commissioners are accounted for. I will now bring up Alexis Holmes, the Executive Director for the White House Initiative on Advancing Educational Excellence, Equity, and Economic Opportunity for Black Americans.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning. Thank you. Love the energy, and it's a beautiful day, and it's an even more beautiful room. Thank you so much, and more importantly, thank you for saying yes as we begin. So here we are. Again, my name is Alexis Holmes, and I'm Executive Director for the White House Initiative on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity for Black Americans. And by way of a little bit of history, just to begin our day here, the White House Initiative on Black Americans was actually launched under then President Barack Obama, and now under the leadership of President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, the White House Initiative on Black Americans has been expanded to encompass education, equity, as well as economic opportunity. And we are very excited for your nominations. We're excited for your passion, your service, and your leadership. The composition of our commission from the past, because of the expansion, we have an amazing group around this table here. We have education leaders, we have academics, business, science, technology, the premier thought leaders in this country. And we are so grateful, and we're so much looking forward to your work and to your recommendations. I wanted to begin with a quote that is included in the executive order that covers our office. And I hope that you will continue to meditate and allow this quote to drive us to the day and to drive our work. And that is this: Black Americans have helped to build, strengthen, and lead our nation towards becoming a more perfect union. And I'm so excited to see the building, the strengthening, and the leadership that will be coming from this table. As members of our Presidential Advisory Commission, your charge is around priorities of educational equity and economic opportunity. And I know, I'm not hoping, I know that today will be a day of celebration and contemplation, and tomorrow we get to work. So with that, I welcome you and I thank you in advance. And I'd like to take a moment to introduce your chair, Representative Malcolm Kenyatta.
Now I'm going to conduct the rest of my remarks from this table, but I wanted to get up here and to be able to see this entire room and this group. I am humbled to be with you this morning. You all represent the best of the best, and I am grateful that as a commission, we are going to learn from one another. We're going to benefit from your expertise and from your ideas. And at the end of this, we're going to be able to look back at some things that we can see, touch, and feel that made life better for Black people in America. I'm going to say that again. By the time we wrap up this commission, we want to be able to go back and look, see, touch, and feel things that we've been able to do that made life better for Black Americans. And when I look around this room, and when I look at these incredible commissioners, the good news for us is you've already been doing that. The good news for us is that you have shown throughout your life and your work a commitment to making life better for Black people in this country. We all understand the immensity of the structural challenges that we face and that we're butting up against. And as we do this work, which I'm going to delve into in a little bit more here in just one second, I want you to keep one word in your mind: actionable. Actionable. When I talk about things that we can see, touch, and feel, I want us to make sure that we provide this president, this vice president, with actionable ideas that can be implemented, that people can see a difference in their lives. And so that's a part of what I want us to really be focusing on. But the second part of that, this is, in this room, like you all get this, but Black folks exist in the future. This is a bit of an aside, but it will never cease to amaze me. The people who could see a show like Game of Thrones, and they can imagine a dragon, they can imagine a woman birthing an egg, but you put a Black person in there, they say, "What you mean? Wait, whoa, now you've messed it up." I make that point because as we think about actionable things that we can do, I also want us to be very forward-looking, forward-thinking, to ask the question, what is the state of Black America in the next 10, 20, 30 years? And how do we use this commission as an opportunity to lay a groundwork for that? Throughout the next 2 days, we are going to hear from some incredible experts, thinkers, leaders in labor, education, business, so forth and so on. And what I hope you take from these sessions are really some best practices that you might hear shared that we need to recommend. You may have some additional questions for some of these experts. And you may just be inspired to go off in a whole other different direction and create some connections and put some dots together that maybe we weren't initially thinking about. And so I'm really grateful for some of these folks who are around the circle here, who will be up here in a second, sharing some of their expertise. But I want to thank you again for taking on this task. I want to thank you again for being here. And for the folks who I called at 7:30 this morning and asked you to do some more work, I want to thank you for saying yes. And so now I'm going to sit down and we're going to dig into the rest of the agenda. In your packet, you should have received a copy of the executive order which established the initiative on advancing educational equity, excellence, and economic opportunity for Black Americans. And on the third to final page in section 3, here is laid out the work of the commission. We are not going to, because I know that you all can read just fine, we're not going to read through the entire thing, but I want you to read over that again, because it might have been a little bit from when you got initially appointed to now. You might not have taken a look at it, but I want you to look at that again. That outlines our charge and our mission. And the way that we are going to streamline and do this work, and this is something that we will talk more about at lunch, because I do want an opportunity to hear from our incredible panelists who are here. And I'm going to shorten the section of the agenda on the discussion of the executive order, because we will have some more time to do that. Because what I want to do is to leave a little bit of buffer room for you all to be able to ask questions of the panelists. But here's the top part that you should think about when you think about our goals and our work. We are going to be utilizing a work group structure, and this will be shared with you in a document this afternoon. But I have established, along with the executive director, 4 working groups. And these working groups will be the areas in which we filter up the best ideas on how we're going to make life better for Black Americans all across this country. Each work group will be chaired by 2 co-chairs, who I will mention in a second. And those co-chairs, along with 3 additional commissioners, will form these individual work groups. Those work groups will be tasked with producing a white paper or a brown paper of recommendations that will ultimately be folded into the final report that we will present to Secretary Cardona and then ultimately to President Biden and Vice President Harris. Those work groups are folded into four buckets. The first is going to be civil rights in the education system. I'm sure I don't have to explain to this group, but be it book bans or trans sports bans or unequal discipline in our schools, there are a lot of challenges as it relates to preserving civil rights and equal justice. Leading this work group will be Commissioner Chad Lassiter and Commissioner Marissa Richmond. And so thank you both for taking on this task. The second work group will be about expanding and securing the Black middle class. As the President says so often, we have to build the middle class from the bottom up and from the middle out. And what that means, to my mind, is we have to eradicate poverty as we know it. We have to make it as easy as possible for Black folks to buy a home, to be stable in their communities. And leading that work will be Commissioner Kenny Thompson and Denise Peace. Thank you so much. The third work group we have is on post-secondary and career success for Black Americans. Again, this group, you understand that the inaffordability as it relates to our higher ed institutions has been a problem, and certainly that problem has been exacerbated. This administration has been focused on how they can reduce the impact of the staggering student loan debt that has trapped so many young Black Americans from being able to access the holistic nature of their dreams. And we know what the Supreme Court did in response to the President's work on this issue. But what I love about this administration and this President is that if somebody closes the door, we know that we can be looking for a window. If somebody closes the window, we got to see if we can jiggle that handle on the back door. And so we have a lot of work to do in this regard. But in the same frame, we have to reimagine what it looks like for Black folks to experience career success and not just trap it to getting a 4-year degree. If I knew what I had known as a 17-year-old when I went to college, that I could be in a trade making $50, $60 an hour with good benefits and no college debt, I might have made some different choices. So we're gonna have on a later panel one of the most incredible leaders in organized labor, Sam Staton Jr. We'll hear from him a little bit later, and one of the leaders on diversifying the trades and labor and so many other things. But as a part of this, as we're thinking about college affordability, we're also thinking about career pathways. Leading that work group is going to be Ms. Becky Pringle and Representative Billy Mitchell, and thank you all so much for doing that. And then finally, we're going to be focusing on Black genius and innovation. there is and I'll make sure this gets shared around, but a lot of great thinking and research around this concept of lost Einsteins, of incredible thinkers, doers, leaders, who we have trapped somewhere in a school that's not providing them with the education to go on and pursue their dreams, or in a community that has structural issues of violence and poverty and other things that has made it more difficult for people to access opportunity. That group is going to be led by Stacy Brown-Philpott, who is with us virtually, and also Frederick Ingram, who is with us here in person. Thank you both for doing that. And then finally, there's going to be a final work group chaired by myself along with the co-chairs about Black futures, 2038 and beyond. In 2038, there'll be 175 years since the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. And I want us to be thinking about what is the state of Black people by that time? What are things that we can be looking to with that as a marker, not the only important marker, but as a marker and as a grounding place? What do these next years look like? What do we need to do in the 4 buckets that I outlined to make sure that when we look at the state of Black America, we can say the answer is that it's strong, that it is strong, economically, educationally, and so forth. And so we will have an opportunity to dig more into this, to go into some very detailed questions about what this looks like, about the concept of the work group. But if you can do some quick math, we have 4 groups, we have 20 commissioners. That means it's going to be, with 2 co-chairs, that there are going to be 5 commissioners in each of the work groups. And I'm going to leave it up to the commissioners based off of your interests on which work group you want to be a part of. But obviously there are 3 spots in each group. I believe with these commissioners that this will be a little bit easier than picking a speaker and some of the other work. And I think we can get to work and do this rather easily. I think it'll also be a great time during lunch and other breaks that we have to pull aside the work group co-chairs to get a sense of their vision from 7:30 this morning until right now, or for Marissa from 15 minutes ago when I asked her to do this. But I'm really excited of what is going to come out of this. And to make sure that we're streamlining this work in a way where we have very actionable things for this administration to do. Again, I do want to hold for deep and substantive questions, but if anybody has very quick question that you just can't hold, we certainly can recognize you. Commissioner Mitchell.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, as co-chair of the Post-Secondary Education Committee, I'd like with the first pick to select Dr. Lawston, who's president of St. Philip College in San Antonio, to be assigned to that committee. Is right here.
I will leave that to you and the indomitable Dr. Lawson. I think that sounds like a great idea to me.
I will graciously accept.
There we go. All right, now that's going to be the only draft that we do today. We're not going to have nobody pick last for the team. But thank you, Commissioner Mitchell, and thank you, Commissioner Lawston, for being willing to do that. And I really want to make sure that we're going to have a break coming up soon, that commissioners and that we all get together and figure out how best we want to do this. And hopefully by the end of the day, we'll have a good sense of what these working groups are going to look like, because as Alexis said, tomorrow when we're at the Department of Ed, we really are going to have to get to work. And we're going to have about 2 hours or so, an hour and 45 minutes or so, for work groups to get together and to begin to sketch out what this work is going to look like. And the final note that I would make quickly is, and Alexis will talk about this later in the day, but the initiative has been leading with the first installation was it 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, leading what is called the Power Up series. Again, I will have her go through that, but we're going to be traveling all across this country, talking to Black people, meeting them where they are, sharing the opportunities and programs that are available for them to access. Because I will tell you, that's been one of the challenges of this administration. A lot of great things have been done, but if you can't connect the dots for people, then we're still missing the mark in terms of what we need to accomplish. And so that's part of what the Power Up series is about. But also the Power Up series is also about hearing from people in the field in real substantive ways. And just like we've broken out these work groups, the Power Up series, have different focuses as we go to different parts of the country. And so all commissioners are obviously welcome to any of these things as we sketch them out more fully, but certainly we will be leaning on the different work groups when there are topics that are applicable and that overlap for your feedback on speakers, on issues that we should be bubbling up, et cetera, et cetera. So let's stop there. I'm gonna bang this once to say I did. And then let's call up, if we could, our first panel. We have two panels this morning before we get to lunch. To best utilize our time, I would ask the moderators of the panels who have some questions for any of the panelists to do maybe a round and a half of questions for the panelists, and then open it up as well for the commissioners to get in on the conversations. Does that make sense for everybody? All right, perfect. So if we could, I would like to introduce we'll have Deetra Trent come up and give some remarks and introduce the first panel. Ms. Trent, if you are with us. Oh, you're right behind me. That's what I was looking for you.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's wonderful to be here with you today. And I am Deetra Trent. I am the Executive Director of the White House Initiative on HBCUs. Just wondering, how many alums do we have in the room? I just want to see a show of hands. Always wonderful to be amidst my family, our family. And also, I don't want to assume. I am going to assume in this audience, for obvious reasons, that we know the history of HBCUs. But I will just mention that we too were established by executive order by this president. We are in our 43rd year. The first president to sign an executive order for HBCUs was Jimmy Carter, and each president has signed the executive order ever since then. I just want to mention a couple of things. As it relates to the initiatives across the board, there are about 5 initiatives within the Department of Education, including African Americans, Black Americans, HBCUs, tribal colleges, Hispanic institutions, and ANAPESIAs, and we also have an initiative on faith. We all work very, very closely together. But I will tell you that my initiative and I and Alexis work the closest together. We consider ourselves one, and there's very, very little light between HBCUs and the Black Americans. As an example, I see Leslie Baskerville is on your committee. We meet with her quarterly. She keeps me straight, if you guys can believe that. It's great to see Dr. Lawston, who is one of our HBCU presidents. And then also I see you have one of your first panelists is Javed Siddiqui from the Hunt Institute, and we also work very, very closely with them. So it's just great. And also, I'm sorry, also Ivory Tolson, who is my predecessor. So just great to be here and just to let you all know how closely we work together and continue to work together. I want to also, and I apologize, I should have started with this, I do bring greetings on behalf of my chairs, Dr. Tony Allen, the president of Delaware State, and Dr. Glenda Glover, who is the vice chair and president of Tennessee State University. They regret that they can't be here, but do send their greetings. I will say, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what our President's Board of Advisors is doing now. We have been meeting now for about, since May of 2022. We've had about 7 meetings. It's set up very much like what Chair Kenyatta just mentioned. We have 4 subcommittees, and they have been working diligently over the last year and a half, and just in September, they presented their first report to the President. I will also just mention that their committees, and there will be some overlap, was preservation and growth, and so what we were looking at that is how do we make sure we continue to preserve our HBCUs. As many of you know, there was, at the very beginning, right after the Civil War, when most of our HBCUs were created, there was close to 180 HBCUs. It's now We're now at 102 accredited. We want to make sure that we are preserving our HBCUs. They have played such an incredible role in the history of this country and moving the Black middle class forward, and it's actually creating the Black middle class in this country. And so we want to make sure that we are paying particular attention to some of our smaller colleges, but also making sure that none of them, no others are closing. And then the next subcommittee is career pathways and financial support. We want to make sure that we're broadening our financial support, particularly for low resource students. This administration has been incredible as it relates to HBCUs. They have been huge supporters of HBCUs. They have increased the Pell Grant. It is the highest ever. And the president has plans to double the Pell Grant by 2030. And this is significant for HBCUs because over 70% of our students are Pell eligible. And so this is an administration who really walks the walk and talks the talk when it comes to equity and making sure that we have access to good quality education for our students. Another committee they are doing is research. They have a research committee in which they've made recommendations to the president around research. How do we strengthen research at our HBCUs? I will tell you also that this administration has been really keen on elevating HBCU research. This year, the president created a new program that would enhance capacity at our HBCUs for research. This is not only, this administration is, as I mentioned, is great for HBCUs. They are the best administration ever for HBCUs. But they also realize that it is critical that we have all voices at the table as we're looking at some of the challenges that face our nation. Whether it's COVID or whether it's some of the challenges, some of the other healthcare challenges, some of the other challenges that we have in our nation, it is incredibly important that we have HBCUs at the table when we're looking at research and how do we come to some kinds of solutions for these problems. And so a part of what while this administration is supportive, and while they understand the importance of righting the wrongs for many, many years, the wrongs of many, many years, they also understand that this is critical to the competitiveness and innovation of our country. If we want to continue to outcompete and out-innovate, we have to have our HBCUs at the table. And so this is an administration that is really leaning in on research, particularly at our HBCUs. And then infrastructure. You all know we've been around since 1837. 1837 was when Cheney was established. That was 28 years before the end of slavery. It was at a time when it was literally illegal to educate Black people. And so, but I say all of that to say, and then the majority of them were established after the Civil War. So our buildings are old, and we have a lot to do in terms of research. And so those are the four buckets, infrastructure, research, student support, and preservation and growth that our PBA, or President Board of Advisors, is looking to tackle and has made some recommendations at this point. I want to say also, I'm just going to close out with this. I do regret that I have to leave. I have to be out of here very shortly, but under this administration, HBCUs have seen many, many firsts. For the first time ever in the history of this country, there is a university-affiliated research center that is held at Howard University. There's 7, 8 HBCUs that are participating in this research. This is critical. There are only 16 in the country. This makes the 16th one. This one was designated and designed specifically for HBCUs because, again, the Department of Defense, particularly the Air Force, has said this is all about national security for them. And so to have HBCUs at the table is critical as it relates to our research and our going forward. And then for the first time ever in the history of this country, we have a University Center for Transportation. Before then, we didn't have very many HBCUs participating in that. We have one HBCU, Prairie View, in Texas, who's leading that. But we also have 12 others who are going to be a part of our regional affiliations. And so that's something that's very critical, again, because this administration has pushed the equity agenda, because this administration really appreciates and understands the value of our HBCUs, we are seeing a lot of opportunity here. And then finally, the final thing I just want to mention is there, we are 43 of our HBCUs receive Connecting Minority Communities grants, which to the tune of $134 million, and this is really to expand broadband on our campuses as well as the communities that we serve. So while we've seen a lot of progress, we still have a lot of work to do. One of the initiatives that Alexis and I are working on is on a teacher shortage initiative and teacher pipeline initiative. We are working closely and very hard to figure out how do we position our HBCUs to be the pipeline for education for our next generation of educators. There's a lot of research out there now that shows that teachers who are educated on HBCU campuses are far more successful in a classroom than those who are not. And that's regardless of whether you are white or black or Asian or whoever. It is the place that you were educated. And so this administration is really pushing hard to make sure that our HBCUs are well positioned to really fill that pipeline going forward. And so with that, I think I'm gonna stop talking because I assume that this is an audience who knows our HBCUs. I do appreciate this opportunity to speak to you, and I look very much forward to working with you all in the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Executive Director. I want to call up now our first panel on educational diversity, educator diversity and equitable K-12 academics for Black students. Thank you. Wherever you want to be. Okay, not wherever you want to be, at the podium.
I saw there was 4 chairs and 5 people. I did the math. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your partnership. Thank you for the invitation to be here. My name is Javed Siddiqui. I work at the Hunt Institute. The Hunt Institute is named after a 4-term Democratic governor from North Carolina, Jim Hunt. We work with elected leaders all over the country on both sides of the aisle. We have a program designed for future state leaders, national leaders maybe, and grateful that Representative Malcolm Kenyatta is one of our Hunt Cain Fellows. And thank you for leading this initiative here, and I'm grateful for the invitation. One of the projects we're working on is named 1 Million Teachers of Color. Governor Cooper, a few years ago now, it's been a few years, asked the Institute, Governor Cooper, North Carolina governor, asked the Institute he wanted to do something around educator diversity, around teacher diversity specifically in the state of North Carolina. So as we looked into this, the data in North Carolina and in the regional states, we started seeing a glaring gap. The student membership vice the teacher membership. And then we started looking a little bit more broadly, and we realized that this is a national epidemic. So we knew we couldn't do this alone, so I'm going to list off our partners in this work now. One of them is on the stage with us. We're grateful for these participating organizations. We are in partnership now with TNTP is co-leading this effort with us, and our steering committee partners are Ed Trust, Men of Color and Education Leadership, Latinos for Education, Center for Black Educator Development, Sharif, New Leaders, and Teach Plus. So this is a national campaign that is sort of in the infancy stages. We say it's 1 million teachers of color because, in fact, we need about 900-some thousand, but 1 million sounded better. We felt like it'd get more headlines. And we've broken it up by state. And this is not a Republican or Democratic, black or white issue. This is a real issue for young people. And so let me look at the state of California. When we think about California, we think maybe it's the most diverse, maybe the most progressive, most liberal. But California has the biggest portion of this problem. 139,000 teachers of color are needed in the state of California to ensure their classrooms are reflective of the communities that they're serving. So we know if this is happening in California, we know what's happening in other spaces and places like the South. And I'm sorry Deidre had to step out, but we know HBCUs are a critical partner in this work, and we're excited. In fact, in North Carolina, 44% of all graduates, college graduates, black college graduates come from our North Carolina HBCUs. So we know HBCUs are going to be a partner in this work, and we're excited about the emerging relationships we're building. So while students of color in this country represent 54% of the entire student population, only 20% of our teachers identify as people of color. 40% of schools in America do not have a single teacher of color. If that data is shocking in this room, imagine the work we have to do. So we have to build capacity, and that's why I think one of the actionable items that you all have is building awareness. Because when we go into schools with elected leaders, black and white, they're not thinking about this in a way that they need to. And as a closing thought, before I open up questions for our panel, teachers and leaders of color, they don't only benefit black students. They benefit, and research is very clear, in fact, they benefit white students. 13% of black young people, if they have one black teacher, 13% more likely to go to college. If a black student has 2 black teachers, by 3rd grade, they're 32% more likely to enroll in college. Now, I grew up, my dad taught at Virginia State University, HBC, for 43 years. I grew up on campus. The school proximal to the campus, I didn't realize it was an issue because I had 12 black teachers. I didn't have any Hispanic teachers, I had 12 black teachers as I recounted through this work that we're doing. But I didn't realize how big of a national problem this is. So I'm going to invite our panel to help us grapple with this issue. And folks, I'm going to start here and we'll work our way to the end. Can you please just share your name, a little brief background, brief meaning, let's model it after the way Representative Kenyatta acknowledged, a little bit about your organization and the work you are doing that is relational to the conversation of educational equity for black students.
Good morning, everyone. So great to be here. My name is Ivory Tolson. I'm a professor of counseling and psychology in the School of Education at Howard University, and I'm the National Director of Education, Innovation, and Research for the NAACP, also the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Negro Education. Some of the work that I've done involves helping schools and school districts to understand how to use their data in a way that isn't weaponized against the students, but helps us to achieve the objective of helping students to reach their highest potential. I'm the author of a book called No BS, BS for Bad Stats. The subtitle is Black People Need People Who Believe in Black People Enough Not to Believe Every Bad Thing They Hear About Black People. It all does fit on the title, on the cover. But it helps us to understand how sometimes we misuse statistics, but more importantly, how we can better use data in a way that places black students and black learners at the center of it and really helps them to achieve their objectives.
Good morning. I don't know if it's on. It's on. My name is Peggy Brookins. I'm president and CEO of the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. I'm a retired STEM teacher. I taught for 38 years in Florida and started an engineering school there. In my current position, the National Board is an organization whose mission is to diversify this profession, but at the same time, push toward accomplished teaching for every child in this country. And we do that through a certification process and thinking about what Ivory has just said to us and all the stats that you've just heard. We as an organization only have 4% of teachers in this country who have this certification. We're working closely right now with the Department of Ed. We've worked with this administration. It's nice to be back in this room. I sat on a commission in the Obama administration thinking about educational excellence for African Americans. And the work that we currently do with the department, it's called, it's a seed grant, a $14 million grant that focuses on taking teachers of color from the margins to the center, giving them access and opportunity to accomplish teaching and letting them know that this process is for them, the impact that it can have on their students, their communities, and on themselves. I hold the certification myself. My certification is in mathematics. It is what I've taught my entire life. And to think about the impact that we have on students who are in fields of engineering particularly, and what we did was train them to be engineers, but we didn't care if they were engineers. They had choices. And I think working with corporations who are in your communities, working with philanthropy, working with anybody who has an idea about how do we keep our own communities economically strong, and we don't have a brain drain coming out. So the National Board, we are all over the country. We work in all 50 states. We work with teachers to get the certification for them and to incentivize them to get it, and then policy to keep that in place.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharif El-Mekki, West Philadelphia, born and raised. Y'all know the rest. You know, from there, I eventually became a teacher, and I was a teacher and a principal for 26 years. But that wasn't my original thought. I did not think about becoming a teacher until a veteran black man educator in the school district of Philadelphia said that, you know what, I see how you want to support your community, and he convinced me that the purest form of activism was teaching black children well. And that is what has continued to fuel me now, 30 years later. I left the principalship to help rebuild a national black teacher pipeline. To rebuild this black teacher pipeline, we look at it as policy and advocacy. These are our partners that you've already heard from. Professional learning, we believe that the mindset and skill and will necessary to be effective educators is paramount, and that mindset has to be constantly reflected upon and receiving feedback from, particularly from students. Part of that professional learning would be our black male educator convenings, for example, which Dr. Tolson and Ms. Brookins have been consistent participants in, which is the largest convening of black men educators. And black men represent about 1.3% of educators in America. 1.3%, so less than 2%. And yet, for college graduates, that is one of their career interests for black men, particularly black men who attend the HBCUs. So that importance, you know, of that as well. And then the third part, probably the biggest part of our work, are pathways. We engage high school students. Despite what they may experience as students, getting them to see what are black teaching traditions, what have been the traditional relationships between teaching and learning in black communities, and how they can have a part of that by leading their own classrooms. And so this pathway program, whether it's a teacher academy, where you think, you know, Voc Ed or CTE for teachers, where they're practicing and being inspired by teaching first, second, and third graders. As a part of it, paid apprenticeships outside of school, but then also Future Black Teachers of Excellence Fund, which provides support for them to matriculate through college, as well as once they get to their 5th year of teaching, a retention bonus. Just continue to support, because we believe you can't recruit without being connected and deeply knowledgeable about the social, economic, and political conditions that black youth grow in. So that is our work at the Center for Black Educator Development.
Hey, y'all. All right. So unfortunately, I don't have a cutesy song nor a television show from where I'm from, but from Lexington, Kentucky. I'm Dr. Courtney Adogan-Ticey. I proudly serve in this administration as a senior advisor in our Office of Elementary and Secondary Education, and I moonlight as an adjunct at Johns Hopkins. I'm sharing that because it was very important to me, even in my time in this administration, to continue to teach, to stay close to practitioners, so that I could hear directly from them and so that I could learn from them. So part of the perspective that I hope to share here today is, yes, one as a practitioner, as a researcher, as a teacher, and certainly one as an appointee. I'm proud of the work that we've done within this administration and within our Office of Elementary and Secondary Education. Have to highlight this, y'all, because we are so proud of it, but this year, this past fiscal year, we actually awarded nearly 8,000 grant awards that totaled about $27 billion. And one of my colleagues says, Dr. Jones back there, he'll say, that's a big B, billions. And I share that because that is in support of the 7 million plus Black students that are serviced by and supported by our public education system. So what we see and what I think about are not just the top lines in terms of the dollar amounts, but what that means for Title I funding, what it means for our McKinney-Vento homeless students, children and youth, what it means for foster care students, what it also means for the expansion of our gifted and talented programs, which about $16.5 million went towards the expansion of access and identification of traditionally underrepresented students. It means a lot. And so my hope in the work that I do and what I center and what we've been focusing on is really to ensure equitable access to well-rounded, comprehensive educational opportunities in inclusive environments. And I say that because we will likely talk a lot about academic recovery, which is incredibly important. And as we are recovering and we are thinking about additional literacy and math courses and things of that nature, and maybe even the rote skills, I hope and pray and will actively work towards us remembering the importance of arts education, financial literacy, American history and civics, and how key that is to our students, seeing themselves, seeing their innate greatness, and how they will develop and become who we hope they will be. So excited to be here. Looking forward to the rest of the questions.
Great, thank you. I have two questions I'm going to ask of the panel. I'm going to ask two of you to respond to each of the questions, and I'll direct you accordingly. But we run a national poll. We've been doing it for 3 years, and we just got our most recent data. We've learned from this national poll. We're polling Black, white, Hispanic, Democrats, Republicans, men, women, all over the country. There is no concern amongst any of those polled around banned books. That's not even a thing they're worried about. They're not worried about whether AP or Black history ought to be taught in schools. In fact, they're worried about mental health for their students and also their teachers. They're worried about bullying in schools and also cyberbullying. They're worried about a diverse workforce. They actually want to see a reflective workforce. Teacher pay was the biggest thing, as you would imagine, that came up, things that mattered to parents in regards to what's happening in their schools. So this next question, I'm going to ask Peggy, you, and then Sharif, if you two could respond. What culturally competent best practices or models have you found to be effective for empowering Black students to advance academically?
I'd say our standards, to start off with. When we think about the National Board Standards, and there are 5 core propositions, and the first one is teachers are committed to their students and their learning. And that means that we build relationships before any learning can take place. And when you think about having someone walk into that door and feel a sense of belonging and know that everyone in that room believes in you and believes in your ability and what you bring into that room, and this is not a deficit that you bring into the room that I have to fix. It is you are bringing something to me that I don't know, and I'm giving you something you don't know. When we look at our standards and we think about and what has been infused in our standards over, we were in existence since 1987, is fairness, equity, and diversity. We are right now in the process of doing a standards revision, which is done every 10 years, and we're including it and making it much more explicit: diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And I say, that belonging piece because when we're even before the epidemic and before COVID hit, what we were seeing in students about their stress levels, the expectations that were put on them in schools, and then you had students who didn't have opportunities and were wondering about, where do I go, what do I do, how do I, get access? So the biggest thing we do is think about making teachers be the best they can be at the job that they do every day, but also supporting their mental health at the same time. And the standards will do that. We do that by having 75 networks around the country who do support for those teachers, the sharing of what's new, what best practices are out there. We're working heavily right now in the state of California on those teachers. We're doing work in Kentucky on a pilot that we're working early entry. The work that we're doing in Mississippi, Texas, Maryland, North Carolina is our biggest state for teachers who are going through the process. Governor Cooper has been excellent to us as far as the incentives to drive teachers to do this process. And I say that because I am going to be back in a classroom in 2 weeks teaching a lesson because I have to maintain my own certification. And I think about the difference between before being board certified and after being board certified, and how I saw my students, how I saw myself, how I saw my job, and how I saw my obligation. And we want every teacher in this country to have access to that. And the grant that we're working on right now focuses primarily on teachers of color around this country in 10 districts who are underserved districts, so that those students and those teachers have access to something that has actionable impact every single day.
Thank you.
I 100% agree with the standards. I'm a huge fan of National Board and the work, and knowing that more teachers of color can have that that level of expertise leading classrooms, but all teachers as well. So a big barrier that we've seen is when we ask educator preparatory programs around the country, a single question, particularly if they have Black, Brown, Indigenous students: how do you help develop and support the positive racial identity of a Black child? That is not in most educator prep programming. That is not how people are being developed to lead classrooms full of Black youth. Contrary to that, if their level of cultural proficiency, and you think of that as a continuum with cultural proficiency on one level and cultural destructiveness on another level, how many hours are students in a culturally destructive environment? Whether it's the curricula or words or policies, how is that reinforced and undermine a healthy child? Because so often educators, unfortunately, and others will look at communities and say, this is where that child was broken, when they were pretty healthy when they came to us. It was 13 years of culturally destructive environment that actually undermined their sense of self-worth, their sense of identity. And we see this from places like even Yale did a study. They said, Black youth start experiencing their teachers' racism as early as 3 years old. That's preschool. And so this is their study. We already knew this as parents, grandparents, families who are trying to navigate the systems and like, all right, you're all right for this classroom in this year, but next year I got to move you to another whole school. Just though we're doing this constantly. But they did this study. And so if 3-year-olds at preschool, it doesn't get better when they're 6 or 8. And certainly doesn't get better when they're 13 or 18. And so as they're checking out, is it really that they're checked out at education, or is it a level of self-preservation? And so we have to recognize like how we're developing our educators, whether it's from the school board, school leaders, or a leader of a classroom. We have to really be conscious about how they're being developed, how they continue to be supported, and what's the feedback loop for them to reflect on. Like just reflecting on your own without feedback is like a kid doing mathematics homework incorrectly all year. No, what is the feedback that is like so they can have course correction? So this level of support, development, but also understanding what is cultural proficiency and how does it look when I'm leading the classroom? How does it look when I'm lesson planning? How does it look when I'm designing and supporting a culture in my classroom and school?
Thank you, Sharif. So this idea of 1 million teachers of color by 2030 is sort of an implied idea that we're not going to lose a current teacher of color in the pipeline, which we know is not our reality. So what we know about this, and this is sort of teeing up the next questions, is there's also this sort of underpinning of our goal, which is 30,000 school leaders of color. So that's how many school leaders we need to ensure our buildings are reflective of the communities they're serving. We know teachers don't leave schools, they leave leaders. We know leaders of color have a higher retention rate of teachers of color. So these things are sort of, they go hand in hand. We have to attack both of them at the same time. There's this idea, Secretary King, John King, calls it the invisible tax, that we ask our teachers and our leaders of color to do more but are paid the same. And that might be, hey, I have this young black boy who's causing disruptions in this white teacher's classroom. I'd like to reassign him to your classroom because you're a black male. If there's 1%, obviously it's only 1%, or you're a black female, or you're a teacher of color, so you're more likely to be able to handle this child. But we're paid the same. So we remove a disciplinary problem from one class and put it on another teacher. Or we ask a Spanish-speaking teacher to leave their classroom to go translate for a family, and yet they're paid the same. So those invisible tax, something this next question we'll get to, and suspension rates, expulsion rates. We know black students, when they are in a classroom of black teachers or have a black leader or a leader of color even, suspension rates are down. Therefore, we are keeping them in school and learning environments. So this next question, we'll start with you, Courtney, and Ivory will wrap up. What are some of the challenges facing black students and also black educators?
Okay. Whew. A little deep breath, a sigh. I do want to just take the time to highlight two things that come top of mind. And then one thing that I think is the expected answer. So oftentimes when we talk about the top challenges, especially for black students, we automatically go to assessment scores. I'm not going there. I am going to the mental health crisis that you've already signaled, that for both our educators and students, and chronic absenteeism that is both for our educators and students. So oftentimes we think about absenteeism being just a thing that happens for students, but it is happening for our teachers, and it is very prevalent for our black students. Our OESE, our department, publishes annual data on chronic absenteeism, and we recently released the numbers a couple weeks ago. And one of the key data points is that 41% of black students in the nation have missed at least 10% or more of school, which means that's 1 month of school. 1 month or more. Why do I highlight this? Because attendance is a precondition for any other thing that we want to do or hope for our kids. We want them to be in the school building. It's not a novel idea. And the same thing goes with our teachers. It's not a novel idea that we want them in the classroom supporting students instead of a substitute teacher or sometimes just the person who's available in the building. And so when I think about a key challenge, it's really, it's the mental health piece, and again, having learning environments that both teachers and educators want to be in. So I'm not just talking about problems here, y'all. I want to go to a couple things that the administration is doing, and I think you probably are aware of, but I think it's important to highlight. This $2 billion historic investment by way of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act which I hope everyone is aware of because it's so critically important to what is happening in support of our students and our student and educator mental health. So this funding is going to, well, $1 billion has gone out to states for them to conduct their own sub-grantee competitions where they've designated high-need LEAs. Those high-need LEAs, essentially, they've decided that they can be anything from LEAs that may, or excuse me, districts who may have attendance challenges to districts that may have high poverty rates to any other number of things. It also includes $1 billion that goes towards increasing the number of mental health service professionals and school-based mental health professionals. So what does that mean for our teachers? It alleviates some of the pressure on them so that they can be educators and not educators, counselors, and as a way of ensuring that the funding gets to the students and districts who need it the most, we've been very intentional in our policy and guidance saying that this pot of funding, the $2 billion, should go towards culturally sustaining practices, which in the last question we heard about the importance, but I just want to highlight how important it is not just in pedagogy, but also in the ways in which we practice healthcare and our clinicians do so. So to answer your question, there are a couple challenges, but there are some historic investments that I think will pay off hugely.
So the number one challenge is racism. Implicit racism, explicit racism, interpersonal racism, and systemic racism. And I always say we have to check racism first. A lot of times we talk around racism, and we'll notice these disparities. We'll notice that black kids aren't functioning the way that we expect them to. We look at these achievement gaps. But anytime you look at any of these observations, ask yourself, would we see this if we did not have racism in this country? Would this disparity exist in the absence of racism? And the vast majority of the time, 99.9% of the time, the answer is no. So when we see people denying systemic racism, because systemic racism is probably the most insidious form of racism that impacts our black students and our black teachers the most. Systemic racism can create an environment where you can have a black principal and majority black teachers in the school, and we still have disparate outcomes. We still have students being suspended at a disproportionate rate. The systemic racism that's being denied by all of these anti-critical race theory laws is what we need to really fix. So when I think about a commission like this, why a commission like this is so important, is because you all have been appointed by a president that is not denying it, that has acknowledged that it exists. You all are a collection of people who have talked and advocated and are working with some of the most powerful organizations. So we really do have an opportunity to address this. My work with the NAACP is so important because we get to hear about all of the cases all across the country, not just the systemic racism, but a lot of instances where students are being targeted. So racism is the #1 issue. Another pressing problem, especially right now, is politicizing education. It's politicians who are serving the public, but for some reason they are anti-public education. It's politicians who think they know more about what children need to be taught than teachers who have gone to school for that, and principals and administrators who want to do the right thing. So drowning out the noise in politics and really helping to elevate the voices of Black educators who are there and they know what they need to do to succeed. They know what their students need. They have the compassion for it, but yet they are being they are being controlled by these forces that want to maintain the status quo. So that's another thing that I think is very challenging. I'll wrap up with sharing a little bit of the research that I did with my Breaking Barriers report. So there were four things that are four factors that were important for Black students to be able to have the best learning environment. Personal and emotional factors, so that gets into the mental health and wellness. But one of the illuminating aspects of that section when I did these surveys, when we talked about it, or when we talked to Black children in terms that are too technical, we really didn't get the best responses. But when we drilled it down to things like, are you happy? Are you happy in this learning environment? Do you think that people care about you here? Are your teachers supportive? These are things that really helped us to understand whether or not Black students were getting what they needed. Family factors are very important. Making sure that we engage parents in the way that they need to be engaged, and understanding that parents are busy, and that parents with less education than the teachers may need something different than the parent that's talking to you about pedagogy. But they still care for their child the same and still want the best for their children. So we have to accommodate all types of parents, parents where English isn't their first language, all of these types of things. The social and emotional factors, making sure that students have adequate ways to express themselves through music, art, culture. And finally, the school-related factors, making sure that every teacher really cares about students, making sure that we're not pushing students out. A lot of chronic absenteeism starts with students being sent home because they're not wearing a belt, and other factors like that. So these are things that we need to look at.
Thank you, Ivory. Ivory mentioned racism. Let me give you an example of one of the things we're advocating for, or in systemic racism, because we've, in a white male Republican governor asked a question around this. Do we think only Black teachers can teach Black students? Well, that's not what we're advocating for. We're saying we need a more representative workforce. Licensure. When we went to integrate, we didn't have an issue of Black teacher shortage years ago. When we went to integrate, this is a form of systemic racism, racism we don't think about. Not only do, when I say we, that's not just white people. We don't think about. States require a licensure exam. Research tells us, it's very clear, passing your licensure exam is not indicative of you being a good or a bad teacher. In fact, there's no bearing. But systemic racism, when we look at the data, Black and Hispanic teachers, but mainly Black teachers, are disproportionately affected. So they graduate from educator prep programs, but they can't get a license to teach. So we have to, those are the types of things that this commission could look at. And so, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you to see if there's questions from your members.
Yeah, if you have questions, please just indicate. We'll start here with Richard Smith. I would just ask, we have a break at 1:20 to 1:35. I don't know how long the panelists can stay. I'm willing to utilize some of that break if folks feel like this is a generative conversation that we want to stick with. If we want to be seeing some heads nod, okay. So we'll like maybe go a little bit through the break, but let's, if we can, just keep the questions as short as possible so we can hear from them. Commissioner Smith.
Dr. Ty, I'm the state president of the NAACP for Delaware, and myself and Victor Good, we went to court. We went to court on behalf of mental parents and kids, autistic kids, and special need kids. The funding wasn't there, and the white teachers didn't know how to deal with Black kids. In 1978, when they desegregated, they got rid of 80% of the Black teachers in Delaware, and it became a white school district. Then the charter schools came, and they took the good kids and left all the bad kids. So we decided to go to court 2 years ago. And what we asked for is equal funding for special need, mentally ill, autistic kids. We won the case. And we won the case a little different than most people won from the state. We won how to get funding was to look at the assessment of the houses and stuff and get the money off, raise tax, and assessment would come to these poor kids and poor mothers and stuff. We started out, we asked for $500 million. We wound up with $100 million. Where we at today is the next fight we have is the drugs that they gave to the kids in 1978 and the disability to pour the kids because they had temperature disorder and the whites didn't understand it and put them on these different pills, and 5 generations later, we have kids that's out of control. I blame the government, the United States government. I blame the teachers and the white teachers came into the school, the principals and stuff, and the school board. What I'm saying is that if you don't take that parent and generations of kids, and when you go work on that child in school, they all got to be working together. And our program do that now, but we ain't got enough funding, young lady. But our program in Delaware basically say if a child had a problem, they got avenue to go to, may it be a nonprofit, may it be a community center, whatever. We need that kind of help for special need and kids like that. And I hope that you guys look at it, because if we don't get those kids straightened out, we're going to have a lost generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Before you respond, I would love to just get another commissioner's question in. You can respond sort of to both. Commissioner Holmes.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, we're focusing on the systemic issues around education. I think that's the major problem. What we're seeing is that, and I want your thoughts on what are you guys thinking about in terms of an appeal for young black kids to want to be educated? We're seeing so many kids that have no desire to go to school, to be educated. And those are the kids that sort of languish in the communities, and it just makes such a, for us, it creates such an issue around moving any young person further in life through this development of, adulthood or whatever. So I'm just interested in hearing what your thoughts are around, how do you appeal to young people, particularly young black kids, to even want to be educated?
Let me advise, Ivory, definitely your name was called, so I'm going to have you respond first, but maybe one other response. And let's try and keep our responses to 1 or 2 minutes so we can take more questions.
All right, I'll be very brief. I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing, and we'll follow up. I want to connect you with Dr. Ashley White, who's on my team, who's a national expert on disability education. But on the teacher pipeline, I do want to clear up some myths and misconceptions. You're correct in that the percent of black male teachers is less than 2%, somewhere between 1.1 and 1.8%. Now, with that number, you would be surprised that there are credentialed black males who are being rejected to some schools. When we think about diversifying the teacher, and they're out there. I've talked to them. I've talked to black males with credentials that are having difficulty getting placed. Mind-blowing. So when we think about how do we, and another thing I want to add, and I talk about this in my book, No BS, when you look at black males who have at least a 4-year degree, teaching is the #1 profession. There are about 200,000 black male teachers nationwide. There is no other profession that has that many people in it, black males. So it's not that we're not interested. That's not the biggest part of the problem. When we talk about diversifying, a lot of times we like to work up. I say we work backwards. Like I hear about programs saying we need to start telling them why it's important to be a teacher when they are in elementary school. Yeah, maybe. But where I would start are the ones who have finished college, have their credentials, and are having trouble getting jobs. They're out there. That's where you start. The next would be the ones who graduated from college with an education degree, but is having trouble getting certified in their state. It's a lot of them. The next would be the ones that are in college right now. They want to major in education, but the government has told their college that education majors have to meet certain benchmarks, and they're having difficulty meeting those benchmarks. And you have people who want to go into music education because they want to teach band in high school, but they have to pass these math classes and things like that. They don't even want to teach math. So they decide, well, I guess I won't go into education. I'll just get a music degree and try to find something else, maybe teach college. So there's a lot of things that we can do to diversify the teacher workforce without promoting a narrative that is because of lack of interest. When I look at the numbers, it's not because of a lack of interest, it's because of a lack of access.
To that, because I think it's really important. One, my personal narrative, once I decided to become a teacher, I went through an alternative certification route. Later, I would find that had I been interested in becoming a teacher while I was in college, I would have been ineligible because my GPA was too low. So here was a kid who wasn't even really interested in college, but I ended up going because it was like kind of family expectation. And I was in a PWI. I didn't get to Cheney University till grad school. And my GPA was too low to have become a teacher, which means that my whole career I would have not had access to. And I think about the thousands of students I impacted as a teacher and a principal, and that's a shame. And then also, to build on Dr. Tolson's point, the amount of black men, when I was a principal for 16 years, who were adjacent to classrooms and adjacent to schools, who would be very interested in leading their own classrooms, was tremendous. And then the last piece I'll say, and these are with the black youth that we work with, they're actually interested, extremely interested. Last summer alone, I'm not even talking about year-round, last summer alone we had almost 200 black youth who said, yes, I'm interested in teaching. We just put a report out with Teach Plus, and it's about high school students of color who are interested in teaching. And they're sharing, here are the things that will keep me on this path, but here are the things that make me pause. And one of the things that these high school youth, again, these are kids who are already interested in teaching, kids of color, they said one of the things that gives me the biggest pause is how black teachers are treated. So they're watching. So all these policies, anti-CRT, you know the folks who, I don't know what CRT is, but it's everything I don't like. Right? And they're seeing how black teachers have to navigate the spaces. And so things like this are definitely, I hope the commission looks at, what actually do you need to have expertise? Because we're not saying like, oh, you shouldn't have expertise on anything when you're teaching. What do you need expertise on? And what don't you need? Because not only does the certification show that it's not necessarily relevant to your effectiveness of a teacher, but I've met professors who, they say, yeah, I teach this math, and this math is not on your certification exam, but I teach it because I think you need to know it. Nothing to do with the actual work.
Courtney mentioned AP and gifted enrollment. Let me just tell you that leaders of color, their students of color, are more likely to be enrolled in college-bound dual AP, IB curricula. The invisible tax that I mentioned earlier, black teachers are disproportionately assigned to those advanced courses. And so when students don't see themselves in those courses, it makes those courses less attractive. Therefore, we are actually disincentivizing young people of color to enroll in college-going dual AB, IB type of courses. So that's the invisible tax. They tend to be enrolled in classes where we have a large percentage young, and typically, and my belief is, if we can do something to solve the young black boy crisis, we will, the rising boats kind of analogy. Black teachers are typically assigned to classes with overwhelming percentage of students of color. Now go solve this because it feels like a behavioral problem, but we're not addressing the root cause. So, Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you. So we have 4 commissioners, and Commissioner Cape, I see you, but we will have to hold you to the next time if that's okay. So we have 4 commissioners. What I'd like to do, because we're already in the break, we got to keep us on time. So we have all 4 commissioners very briefly make some comments and then allow you to make some final comments. And we're going to figure out a way to do this as black folks in 8 minutes. All right? Here we go. So I have Commissioner Blunt-Carter, followed by Commissioner Peace, followed by Commissioner Ingram, and then closed out by Commissioner Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, panel, and all of you for being here. My question, well, first I just want to make a statement that I'm grateful that you brought up mental health. As a professor of social work, I think that that is very important. I think that that is the #1 thing, based on all that we're doing, and that there is a need for individuals to understand the value of social work. So that's why I'm here today. But my question is about the cultural bias that is a part of the praxis exam, and what I think is a true barrier to getting people into this profession of education is that they cannot pass the test because of the lack of fairness, and it's not valid as to measuring their ability to do the work. So are any of you looking at that? I appreciate you bringing that up. I think that the licensure exam, not only in education, but in social work, is keeping a lot of very competent and effective individuals from doing work that does impact our community. So are you doing any work around looking at the cultural bias in the exams that keep us out?
All right, hold that thought. Commissioner Ingram. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I have 2 questions. One is specifically for Ms. Brookings about the National Board. Is there anything that we're looking at? And I'm from Florida, and I remember when Florida, so you all can chuckle, and we will get it back together in Florida in a second. Is there anything specifically towards black teachers that you are doing to incentivize us coming back to the National Board for certifications? And so I'd like to know whatever it is, we're in full support at the AFT, but we want to be able to broadband that in some way. And I don't know that there's anything specific to black male, black female teachers. My other question is I want to use Dr. Tolson's report on breaking barriers just as a predicate. You labeled 4 factors, if I remember correctly: personal, emotional, family, parents, school factors, and socioeconomic factors. I would submit to you that political factors is an issue also. For this commission, if we could prioritize that, how would you recommend we focus on it? It's so easy to go to the school factors and say we got a bad teacher, bad principal, bad school, but I submit that there are a lot of other things. And in your expertise, how would you recommend we prioritize that and try to attack that as a commission?
Dr. Brookings, just hold these, okay? You got it in your mind. Commissioner Peace.
Thank you very much, and I want to echo all of my fellow commissioners, because I am a product of 2 parents who were educators. My mother was early childhood, and my father was a college community professor in electronics and a college dean. That was our input, that's how we got into the middle class. If we don't incentivize the role of teachers, we are going to lose the middle class, because now everyone wants to be in another field because that pays more. that pays more. We haven't really looked at the worth of teachers in their compensation also. And I think that we have to show our young people a way of getting into the educational field and show them how that betters their lives. My first, and I'm going to be quick, Mr. Chairman, my first teacher was in kindergarten, was an African-American woman. An African-American woman. I think it made me a stronger African-American woman. I mean, I had my relatives, but she taught me. She was my star, and I think that that was very important. And I just wanted to thank all of you for what you do for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mitchell, we're 11:27, all right? I have the tough job to keep telling you all that.
Thank you so very much. You know, I think that this is great. I'm so appreciative that you're making this so substantive here. I'm so inspired by what has happened just so far. But I will tell you, you know, being a former teacher myself before going to law school, and I'm almost embarrassed to say in front of this crowd, I saw a guy one day with a car that I knew I couldn't afford. I asked him what he did, and it immediately made me want to go to law school and leave teaching. But the fact of the matter is, I go to schools to talk to students, and it's amazing to me in the urban areas in particular. I see these kids coming to school with potato chips, Coca-Cola, and those kinds of things, and I know that must have an effect on the education process. I talk to the parents, and you know what? It becomes clear to me that the parents are doing the absolute best they know how. You know, my grandmother used to say it this way: when you know better, you do better. Mm-hmm. And it's clear that some of these parents just don't know any better. I give you a classic example. I heard a statistic the other day that a black male who attends one semester of college is 300% less likely to go to jail. Just one semester. And you know, someone told me that the two most important jobs that we will have as human beings, that there's relatively little formal education is how to be a spouse and how to be a parent. And I was wondering, do we have any concerted efforts to reach the real core of some of these issues? You know, William Mitchell Jr. wouldn't allow, you know, I had a racist teacher, I could tell you some stories, but William Mitchell my father, okay, that may be racist, but you're going to do your homework, you're going to make sure you do what you need to do, despite the racism.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, we have 30 seconds each to offer a synthesizing statement. And Peggy, since your name was called, we'll start with you, and then we'll work with Ivory.
So we'll say yes to the Florida issue. Mainly, it's a local issue for many of them. I've done a lot of work with AFT, NEA. What NEA is doing in conjunction with the National Board is a Jump Start program. So you'll see that all over Florida to get access to National Board certification. And then the unions are also negotiating an incentive. Florida used to have one of the best incentives in the country. Now that has been trumped by Maryland. If you become board certified in Maryland and teach in an underprivileged school, as they label them, you get a $17,000 raise just to do that, because we know the impact of board certification. We are seeing that happen in other states around the country. Texas has just started. South Carolina put the incentive back in. North Carolina obviously has it. California has put in an incentive. Illinois has put, so they're falling like dominoes because they know the impact and the research. And we are still have strong networks in Florida. We're waiting for a new governor, and we can reverse that trend.
30-second reminder to you, Sharif.
Yeah, I would say she didn't mention Pennsylvania, so we should, connect.
No,
I mean for
like
the incentive.
Georgia,
for the incentive piece for our representative. Really quickly, I would just say, I would appeal to this commission to really consider and prioritize, making it go from important to a priority, rebuilding the National Black Teacher Pipeline, a pipeline that's sustainable, that's highly effective, and that is protected. That's what I would say, because a strong, robust Black teacher pipeline isn't just good for that school and district. It is good for our city, our states, and our country.
Okay. So I'd just say, quite frankly, chronic absenteeism, as I talked about, and mental health in some ways could seem microscopic in comparison to a number of other things. But I think it's a real opportunity to be outcomes driven. There is no silver bullet, but that is actually one data point, a metric that can be moved, daily school attendance. And we know how much that is tied to so many other things that we've talked about. The food crisis, access to services, access to mental health, access to teachers, the learning environment. And so I guess my plea as a practitioner, as someone, a data scientist, is that we may choose a couple of things, like we're not trying to boil the ocean, or maybe we are, but we may choose a couple of things that we can move the needle on, and you can do so in real time.
So I appreciate my brother Frederick's question. I'm not going to answer it, though, because I'm not prepared to. I think they're interconnected, so I'm inclined to say all of them. But we can talk a little bit more about that. But what I want to close with is that for probably the last 30 years, we've been operating under the dogma of the school reform movement. We've been doing things like saying we need to close the achievement gap. We've been saying things like we need to create higher standards of success. And there's things that, maybe some positive things that came out of the school reform movement. But as I talk across the country, everyone seems over it, and everyone's looking for the next era. So what I would ask the commission to grapple with is, what does post-reform look like? What is the next major era of education that's beyond reform, where we're not talking about standardization, but we're talking more about equity, where we're not comparing students to other students, we're comparing students to themselves. Where we're not talking about standards of practice, we're talking about standards of principle. So there's a lot of things I think we could do, and with the technology that exists right now, the way that data is so ubiquitous, I think we have some opportunities to really think beyond reimagine education in a way that can really improve outcomes for black students.
I just want to quickly say, be visionary and think long term, because we're not preparing kids or communities for what's happening right now. We're preparing them for what your Economic Development Council is preparing for 50 years from now.
Thank you, Peg. I actually was going to close on that. So I'll double click on your be visionary. States are going to be looking to you all, to the reports, the findings, and folks like us will be lifting up your work as best practices to encourage state leaders to think about adopting this. So teacher pay, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that. If you don't put it in there, it goes to your commissioner's point about incentivizing people. Certainly we want to incentivize people of color, and specifically black men, to go into the profession. It has to be a livable wage waiting for them. The licensure, we are looking at, there's some talks of portfolios. I think Ivory made a point about the band teacher having to take past physics, college physics. Those things are past practices. Those are higher ed, and I would be cautious how you attack higher education, but the curriculum should be revisited so it aligns to the actual needs of the workforce and the conditions on the ground. But it has been a pleasure to be here. I'm sorry the chair had to step out. I guess I'm going to turn it back to Alexis, but please join me in a nice round of applause. Nice round of applause for your great panel this morning. Sorry, Alexis.
And for our panelists, we have Chase from the Office of the Secretary, who just want to give you certificates of appreciation for sharing your wisdom and your feedback with us today. Thank you again. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you got to get a picture. You got to do that. Yep. No. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. The two commissioners say something, you got to do it. Commissioners, thank you so much for your attention and for your incredible questions. I know folks are shuffling around, but if we could, we're going to turn to Gregory Johnson, Special Assistant to the President and Deputy Director for the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Gregory is in Atlanta and is actually joining us virtually. Here he is.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Maybe a thumbs up. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. All right. I'll be on standby. All right. Good morning, everyone. Okay, great. Y'all can hear me. All right. Well, thank you all again for all of your outstanding efforts over the years and your commitment to this commission. Apologize, I can't be there in person. I'm actually in Atlanta alongside over 2,000 city level and community level leaders that are working to address gun violence in Black and Brown communities at the city's United. I got a DJ back there. Give it a second. Okay, testing. Okay, y'all can hear me okay? All right, great. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Greg Jackson, the Special Assistant to the President and Deputy Director for the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. It is a huge pleasure to talk with you all. And again, I'm just so excited about the work and partnership that we'll be able to build and develop together to address this crisis. Just a little bit about me. I've been in the political space for around 15 years, but I've really come to the gun violence space, not by choice, but by circumstance. In April of 2013, I was shot and the bullet hit 2 arteries and nearly cost me my life. And I'll never forget that feeling of sitting in the hospital room, meeting my trauma surgeon and being told that I only had about 26 minutes left to live and being rushed into surgery, not knowing if I would ever make it. And when I came out, thankfully, I turned on the TV, and I'll never forget the second thing, that I turned to CNN and I heard elected officials and politicians and leaders across the country saying that they couldn't do anything and it wasn't the right time on this issue. Because I was shot 3 days after the failed Senate vote to pass universal background checks in America. And so, y'all can't hear me still? Okay. I'm gonna hold until if someone could just text me when y'all got me. Let me know you can hear me. Shoot me a text, or I can just dial back in again. Okay, 1 second. All right. I appreciate Mr. Interpreter, sir. We in this struggle together. Okay, I think they're coming back to us, so we'll be on standby. Thank you.
Turn it over to the former executive director, David Johns.
I appreciate that, and you good brother. I'll pick up where you ended to say thank you as well. Is Monique in the room? So personal point of privilege, I want everybody to love on Monique. One of the best things I did was hire Monique, and I don't know that this initiative would have survived the previous administration if it were not for her. So hear me when I say thank you. And then to Alexis and the staff, I know the space you're in, you know you have my full support, whatever you need from me, thank you for that. And then Becky Pringle, I want to thank you for your service, continued service on this commission, and then you, Peggy, for the service on the previous initiative as well. And to others, look forward to continuing to strengthen friendships with those of you I know and those who I don't. Let's figure out ways to continue to shift things so that we can all get free. So I'm going to bottom line it. I'm acknowledging the importance of this initiative and this advisory committee. We got a limited amount of time to make a significant impact, and an impact particularly concerning the economic opportunities that we are required to have access to in order to thrive. And all of this work must be accomplished with significant challenges. There's a lot going on at every side of this city. We don't have to talk about the details, and throughout the world. And so I really want to talk about how it is that you can offer to them specific, direct deliverables, acknowledging all of these constraints. So 2 questions, and then we'll open it up. I've got more if we need to probe. One is thinking about how each of you come to the work and the opportunity before the commission members and staff. What does thriving, our freedom, our liberation look like for our community, and how can they help us get there? Why don't each of you start with that one? I'll go with another one, then we'll open it up.
All right, so first of all, thank you, Dr. Johns, for being here, and thank you all for inviting me. Thriving looks like that everyone can have full, from my perspective, my name is Nikita Pearson, I represent the FDIC, that everyone has equal opportunity to take full advantage of the banking system. That means that you have access to buy a home, that you have access, if you would like, to start a business, and that you have access to build wealth, and that you have access to build generational wealth and transfer that to those in your family. That is what thriving looks like to me and success for Black America.
Let's probe before we pass the mic. What's the one thing that we don't know about accessing all of that they can tell everybody through their work?
One thing that I think that you don't know about that is that there are many opportunities. For example, looking for bankable moments. Bankable moments meaning that the most unbanked households are actually Black and Hispanic households. If you know someone who has money under a mattress or somewhere else, let them know that the safest place that you can put your money is in an FDIC insured bank. And all the things that are of value to you, your life, your home, your car, you have insurance on that. And the FDIC provides insurance for your deposits at a bank. And if you put your money in an FDIC insured bank, that is the first step into building access, because you then have deposits. And those deposits establish a framework where you enter into ability to be able to buy a home, because you then have a financial history. And then if you have a home, then you start having assets where you can then be able to maybe start a business. And that's one of the little things that if you start with a bankable moment, it can then start a pathway to economic prosperity that you didn't even think about. That one bank deposit, and the safest place for your money is an FDIC insured bank.
Shout out to Queen Aretha.
My name is Sam Staton Jr., International Vice President with the Laborers International Union of North America. My vision of access, especially for our educational students is opportunity for the trades, opportunity to be in politics if they chose to. It's been my experience with the school system that we had trade schools, but when I went to school, we had classes, wood shop, plumbing, electrical shop, which was an opportunity for every child that wasn't going to college. When they took that away, you basically took those young men and women straight to the street from high school because there's no opportunity. Since I've been in construction for over 50 years, it's been my desire to try to break that cycle. We built a $45 million training school right on Broad Street in Philadelphia for that specific reason, to bring education to where the students are. And we must, I have to say something proud, that we just elect our 100th black mayor, which happened to be a female in the city of Philadelphia. And I think she's going to do it right. She's going to make it right. I think she's dedicated and committed to education for young men and women and adults.
Hello, everyone. I'm Crystal Brumfield, the Associate Administrator for the Office of Government-Wide Policy at GSA. In that role, I'm designated as the Chief Acquisition Officer. So to answer the question about thriving, thriving looks like small businesses. Thriving looks like entrepreneurship. And the reason why that's my answer is because at an agency that's responsible for spending over $85 billion annually, and as a Chief Acquisition Officer, our direct policy and how the government spends all of its money, which is annually over $500 billion, I see that there's economic opportunity for our community. And so teaching young people and having examples of small business owners, medium-sized business owners, ultimately hoping to have large business owners in the form of entrepreneurs where we can hire in our own communities, where we have an ecosystem where the money stays in our communities, and where we can pay taxes in our communities is a sign of stability. It's a sign of where we can actually build and increase our net worth within our own community. So that is where I see opportunities, is within the federal marketplace, where we're spending billions of dollars every year because we have to. We have to continue to keep the government to work. And so we are an agency that is responsible for all of the government fleet. That's 230,000 cars, trucks, vans, vehicles, planes, aircraft, you name it, drones. That's all of the rentable square footage in neighborhoods all across the country. That's your Social Security office, your IRS office, your USDA office, your FBI office, all across the country. That's economic stability. That's economic engine and how we invigorate our economy. And our communities, our small businesses have to be a part of that conversation and involved in that stimulation. So that's where I see success and also opportunity.
So before Lewis taps in, can you say a little bit more about that? This is the moment where I'm going to ask you to be the plug directly. How can they encourage people to access the billions of dollars that you just talked about, or otherwise connect to the resources that we know exist in the federal government that too often we don't have access to? What should they do tomorrow?
Sure. So the government, the way that you get involved in the federal marketplace is pretty simple. You have a company that's registered, whatever LLC, that's your company. You go into the government website, which is sam.gov. There is where you would enter your information to receive information about opportunities that your business can compete for, whether that be a company that services in IT, or you're providing the software. Whatever it is, the government is buying it, from staplers all the way to stationery and to charging stations. And so you would register on sam.gov. The SBA also has certification programs such as Small Disadvantaged Business Program, Woman-Owned Small Business Program, Service Disabled Small Business Program, and also Hub Zone programs. Most of us have probably also heard of the 8A program. Those are programs to help you get your foot into the door of government contracting. Every agency, in addition to that, has an Office of Small Disadvantaged Business Utilization. That's an office that's supposed to be dedicated simply to informing, educating, and providing opportunities for businesses to get into the federal marketplace. And so you would have whatever agency your folks are interested in doing business with, whether it's DHS or FEMA or IRS, there is an office there to help you get into the door. My agency also has that office. So those are the entry points. SAM.gov, you can find out information there. You can find out how government is spending the money. Where is the money, right? Where does the money reside? Well, that's usaspending.gov. Also, acquisition.gov. Those are areas where you can go directly to see where the opportunities are, where you can sign up for that information and go to the agency and work with the agency to see what opportunities they have available and how do you get a part of that marketplace. And that over $500 billion in government spend every single year. We have to spend it.
I appreciate that. And some of y'all coffee ain't kicked in because she talked about where the money reside, and some of y'all missed that cultural moment. I appreciate you catching it in the bag. Go ahead, Brother Lewis, same question.
What does it mean to thrive? There's a promise made around life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Breaking it down, can we get a job? Can we get a loan? Can we raise families? Can we educate our children? This is the challenge that we face today in the economic apartheid, which is the third chapter of oppression in the United States of America. Let me tell you how the story ends. We're going to win. A labor shortage brought us to this country as slaves. A labor shortage that began in 1916 led to the Great Migration, which was really a strong foothold for the creation of the black middle class as we moved from agrarian to manufacturing. Within 50 years, Brown v. Topeka, Kansas, which overturned, by the way, Plessy versus Ferguson of 1897. So this shenanigans in the Supreme Court, that's going to be all right. We're now in our third labor shortage. And for the educators who were here earlier, I argue that the people they're talking about that oppress us are doing exactly what they've always done. And yet we've managed to thrive so that we can sit here in this room. And that wasn't done by complaining about them. We started off in pit schools. Secondly, the marketplace and Mother Nature are doing what DEI cannot do. It's very simple. But our real issue now is the disconnect between the black middle class and poor black people. The people that I represent from OIC of America, by the way, President and CEO of OIC of America, founded by Leon Sullivan, graduate of Morehouse College and professional Army officer for 10 years. I have a very distinct point of view. This is a fight. And part of thriving is not just about how much money we make or where we live or what we have access to. It's also understanding where we are in the struggle. I feel very strongly that we have an opportunity to thrive if we can focus our efforts on creating institutions that reach into those communities, tell people that we care, and show them a way out. It has been done before, it can be done again. Finally, thriving, preparing our young people for the future. STEM is more than just a thing. Nobody's dad has owned it for 100 years. In the same way that our young boys are taught that the only way out is going to the NFL or the NBA, we can get them at 5 right now and raise our next generation of scientists and engineers and doctors. But we got to commit to that. But thriving is more than about money. It's about a mindset. We Shall Overcome was not begging, it was a fight song.
Yeah, I wanted to let that sit for a second. I was also physically processing it. Last night, the National Black Justice Coalition, which I have the honor of leading now, hosted a screening of a film, Rustin, that tells the story of our brother, Bayard Rustin, who similarly would argue that, one, we don't win unless we appreciate linked fate, and the importance that all of us have dignity and access to safety and all of the things that you've all described. And he would also say that there's so much more work for us to do to lean into intersectionality, right? So I want to stay where you are and connect these dots in my two worlds, which is to ask the question, how does this body lean into intersectionality, specifically acknowledging that 56% of Black LGBTQ+ and same-gender loving people report discrimination has affected their ability to retain employment. 53% of Black LGBTQ+ and SGL people report having a household income of less than $40,000 a year, nearly double the poverty line. And to connect to the previous panel, what we know is that Black youth generally are suffering from a mental health crisis, but our babies who identify as queer, trans, or gender expansive, or who more often are assumed to be members of our beautifully diverse community, face significant rates of suicidal ideation, completion, and mental health challenges. And so as we talk about the important work we do and the disconnect that exists between those of us who have access to privilege and don't, I want to make an explicit line between those of us who are often not thought of when rooms like this are constructed. So what can we do to ensure that we connect this dot so that we all win? Whoever wants to take it.
I just started. I know at our organization we don't look at color, we don't look at gender. It's about getting the job done and about the need. Being a builder and part of the Philadelphia building trades, you have the skill, you have the education, you can get the job. And we understand their culture. I have in my family, people will have different genders and different decisions, but we still love them. We still take care of them. It's all about the job. It's all about being a human being. God had blessed us and brought us up to be like. And what your preference is shouldn't be an issue about what you gain and what you turn out to be. I'm so proud of this brother right here, Malcolm, because I know some of the territory he went through, and he happened to be representative of my area where my union hall is. And I'm so proud of him because he went from here to there, and he didn't let anything get in his way. And I think in our time, we have to take what we want. We sit back too long and let stuff happen to us, and we have power. I look at Philadelphia as one of the key places where I was born and how we fought hard for our first Black mayor. And he won, and we're the only building trade person that was with him. The rest of the building trades were with another guy. It happened to be a white guy. But we were so proud of the fact that he's running and he was a mayor. And we took him to the building trades meeting. And me and my dad was sitting down, and when he went up to the mic to speak, and I'd say the room was packed just like this with more. And me and my dad and one other person was the only 3 Black people in the whole room. And what Wilson said to them was, I want your support, but I don't think I need it. And when he said that, if you looked around the room and seen the faces that turned red, because they said, how the audacity he come in our house and tell us he don't need us, so he's gonna win anyway. But guess what, he did win. He did win. And we done had 3 other Black mayors beside him. And we constantly trying to build the city of Philadelphia, the school system, the working component, and again, we don't look at gender. We look at the mere fact that people need jobs and opportunity to survive, to raise their children, which is more important than anything.
First of all, Dr. Johns, one of the things I realized in March of 2023, after being a banking regulator for over 25 years and being now the director of the Office of Minority Inclusion, Women Inclusion at my agency, when my daughter came out to me in March, I thought I knew everything about inclusion, and I thought I knew everything about the financial impact in this area. And I recognized that I didn't know anything. And so I started relearning. And in that process, one of the important things that I recognized is that not discriminating is the floor. Having representation is the carpet on the floor. But really having belonging is a house of success when it comes to addressing the issues that you've laid out. And so one of the actionable steps that I would recommend is that the council would, or commissioners would really work to identify opportunities for educational institutions to work with financial regulatory agencies to build interest in financial services careers, potentially with federal regulators, because one, working with a federal regulator will provide opportunities with individuals to build family-sustaining incomes for all families. In addition to that, it provides an opportunity to have impact on policy making that impacts ability to make policy decisions as it relates to those that impact the banking system. So that's the actionable step that I can make as someone who's been in banking for over 25 years and who loves someone who identifies in this community.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think Louis, you might have wanted to get on this, but I want to say thank you for that and for loving on your baby. I'm glad she has you. And I want to offer up a term for those who might not have heard it. Nikita used the term "coming out." For me,
sorry.
no, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I appreciate that you have demonstrated that you love your baby and you've learned. So don't apologize for anything. But the term "coming out" is like nails on a chalkboard for me because there's this expectation that queer people do it and most straight people can't answer the question when you knew what you knew. So a term that we use at NBJC is inviting in. What her baby did when she demonstrated that she was compassionate, that she cared, that she could increase her competence, was she shared a part of her life that she otherwise didn't have access to, right? And I also heard, right, when our brother Sam spoke, he started by naming love, right? Not just as hyperbole, but as a way to do this work. I know this, Becky has demonstrated this, right? And this is all connected to me because we were able to produce the first ever White House Summit for Black LGBTQIA+ youth. It happened the weekend of the Pulse nightclub massacre, right? This is to say that our babies are often facing challenges on the way to and from school, on the way to and from the bank that would break the average adult. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Watch Malcolm's film, Don't Wait Your Turn. So we have an opportunity to work in partnership with folks to increase competence and compassion. You'll hear from them later, but Mel, will you stand up for a second? Mel's on a panel later, but I'm honored to be in the arena with Mel. They lead GLSEN, an organization that does a lot of what we're talking about for our students. So know that we're just not saying that this is important. There are people and resources and support to make this all happen for you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So I've lived a great portion of my life in Minnesota. When I got there, I called my grandmother and said, "My dear, I found out where white people go when they die." It's overwhelming. And to see how our LGBTQ community was treated by the white community, the LGBTQ community, was an eye-opener for me. This is on top of the fact that people I grew up with and who helped me and people I love and watched them go through life. But now as a leader, I have to understand and demonstrate to others and demand from them that when we are in charge, we're in charge of everybody's well-being, period. And if you're trying to get something done and you exclude this community, then you're excluding everybody that loves them, all their friends, their family, their associates. We cannot afford this isolation. So when they talk about inclusiveness, I talk about necessity. I was surprised when I got the invitation, and thank you very much. And as I did the research, I wish that leaders like Kenyatta existed when I was coming up so that the little boys around me and the little girls could see that there was a space for them and they didn't have to be in the closet. We got to be beyond that, point blank. And that's a litmus test that anybody that walks in the room must pass without blinking. I do want to go back to one thing. I sit on the board of a banking system. An actionable item, OCC come down on CRA. All right? You can see banking lending patterns in towns based on zip codes, period. Now, you want to take something back? That's why I'm in the room. I'm on the compliance committee. That, when we apply for a loan, even though we make more money than the person sitting across the table from us, and we don't get the loan because an underwriter that's invisible or nobody marketed to our community, and in this instance, I was advocating for a Hispanic community in Nebraska, that's real. It's not about us wanting a house or a loan, et cetera. It's about the lending patterns and the comfort that the government allows these banking institutions to enjoy when they don't live up to it. That's an actionable item. So two things. A, it's the job of every leader to take care of the people under their charge without regard. Two, enforce the rules. Be vigorous about it. There's one place you can come down. There are three factors of production: land, labor, and capital. Once all the land's been stolen, we got our own labor. Can we get some of the capital?
I love that. Yes, please.
So thank you for raising it, and thank you for your service on the bank board. I'll actually add a fact to it and then add some more actionable items. So the first thing is that if you've noticed and go out and check on our actions, our social media channels, the FDIC, OCC, and the Federal Reserve announced the new Community Reinvestment Act that was released this week. I can't remember the weeks now. I've been working a lot. But that new act was released this week, so the new announcements came with new edits, revisions to address the ability to support low and moderate income households. That's the first thing. I will add two actionable items to it. The reason that I really emphasize the impact of having and generating interest in careers with federal regulatory agencies, we have something called bank examiners. I'm a commissioned bank examiner. One of the things that bank examiners do, if you're on the consumer protection side, fair lending examinations, those are individuals who look at redlining. Individuals who perform CRA, Community Reinvestment Act performance evaluations, those are bank examiners. So if you want to have representative groups who are people who perform those works, you need people who are interested in those careers and go into those careers. I will let you know, if you look at the federal workforce and people who are in banking regulatory agencies, generally speaking, women and minorities are participate less than expected in the bank examiner workforce. So actionable item, help generate interest in those careers. Second thing I would recommend, actually you are generally speaking one of the very few people who are on bank boards who are people of color. Generally speaking, women and minorities are people who are not well represented on bank boards. One actionable item that I would give to the commission is to identify thriving business leaders and help connect them with leaders on financial bank boards. People who can get them on bank boards, help make those connections. Where are the forums where we can put these people together and help them get them on bank boards? The FDIC does not tell banks who to put on their boards, but you can help identify forums, put those connections together, and get them onto bank boards. The reason that is important is because individuals who are on bank boards, and my friend here, fellow panelists can attest to this, bank boards can have influence on how banks service their customers and provide for their communities. It's critically important.
So how we get to the Capitol. Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to you to facilitate questions, and then I'll direct them so we can increase efficiency.
I see hands. We're gonna do, if we can, what we did last time, and I see you, Commissioner Lassiter. But I'm actually gonna start with the first question. I saw you, Commissioner Evans. I see you, Commissioner Pease. It was really important that we have Mr. Staten here, not just because I think he's one of the most important labor leaders of the 21st century, but because just a year, I think, ago at this point, in Philadelphia, because of his leadership, we now have the first ever African-American leading the Philadelphia building trades, which is a very big deal. But to that point, Mr. Staten has been involved with diversifying the trades. And when I think about the money from the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, from the Recovery Act, there's so many dollars going in to rebuild our infrastructure, to deal with critical issues like the lack of broadband, so forth and so on. And unabashedly, I want black folks, as much as possible, building those things. And so, Sam, I'm curious for this commission, what else should we be doing to help spur black people getting into the trades, particularly in this critical inflection point?
I think one of the most important things is that we have to get these trades back in these schools for our 9th to 12th graders, so there'll be opportunity. Statistics have shown that the dropout rate is really high, and about the 9th and 10th grade, teachers already know who's going to college and who's not going to college. So when a person gets to the 12th grade and graduate, where does he go? He come out, no job, for one, no training. And this is why the trades are so important, because it gives another opportunity. And I think if children know in elementary and high school that there's an extension to growth after high school, you'll get more attending school. Because they now know I'm not going to college, but I can use my hands. And once I use my hands, they can't take it from me once I learn a skill. Because now, like myself, I could do a little plumbing, I could do a little electrical work, and it's all because I've been in the field. So it's important. If you talk about changing the lives of the young people, you talk about making the opportunity be there for them past high school, where you don't get them in the street with the drugs and the killing and the shooting. There's more opportunities. So for us, it's a proud moment. And when he spoke about the building trades, it wasn't an easy task to do that. I had to go around and jockey in votes because they were in the majority. But our person was the smartest out of all of them, so we tried to make sure that happened and it worked. And I just want to share something because it's funny how they are. It was one individual went around and telling other people, yo, we got to do something, because it can't be one of them. You know who the one of them they were talking about? There's only 4 of us. And 2 of them came back and told us what they said. But we already had votes. We know it was going to happen. And for us, it was an important message to send, because since 1940, this is the first time we had a black running the building trades in Philadelphia. We're so proud of it because we are getting stuff moved. We are including high schools and getting kids involved in the pre-apprenticeship program that we have on board, because we see the central need for our young people, especially our young black adults, especially male and females. And when we talk about black males in schools, I was sitting back there just thinking about, I had a math teacher named Mr. Staten too. He just spelled his name with a O instead of an E. And I had to be acting up in class. And back then you had coat rooms. He took me in the coat room, and you had rulers this long back then. They wasn't just 12-inch rulers, they were like 14, 16-inch rulers. And he told me to put my palm out. And he told me, he said, you can't cry, because if you cry, they're going to hear you outside in the class. And he spanked them hands, and I had to just grunt because I had to keep that pain. But that's what teachers was about back then. It was extended family. There wasn't no such thing as abuse, because the teacher was like a parent. We done got so sophisticated today where teachers can't say nothing to the child. Here's the mother or the father coming in and interfering, and where you go from there. So we got to really, if you want to do some positive things, let's get some males back in here to deal with the males in these schools, because that's where most of our issues and our problems are.
Commissioner Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Broomfield, I wanted to ask you a question. We're talking about black economic prosperity here. A generation of black people and black business owners came about because of access to federal contracting and what the government could provide them where they otherwise could not get it. And so I want to specifically ask you, because GSA controls a lot of money in this government, we've seen the attack on affirmative action. We see how that's now being applied, or some believe it applies, to federal contracting, and the idea that race should not be, race-conscious programs should not exist. One, how are you all fortifying your programs at GSA because of the amount of money that you all spend on this in this federal government? And then two, do you have recommendations specific for this commissioner about our recommendations about how we can fortify in a whole of government approach? Because I think that is where the next fight is going to be, right? All race-conscious programs are going to be tested.
Hold those two. We're going to take a couple more and stack them in their anticipation.
Commissioner
Somebody else might
Lassiter.
have a question for you.
So just a comment. One, I want to just publicly thank David for all the work that he does. I wear a couple of emergent identities. I'm a professor of race relations at the University of Penn. I'm the executive director of the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. In that position, I'm Governor Shapiro's and Chairman Kenyatta's go-to guy for civil rights. Stan Straughter, I'm his mentee. Good to see you, Stan. I'm Stella Lassiter's husband. But I want to just encourage all of us as commissioners. Each of your states should have a Human Relations Commission. To David's question, actionable items, you can make sure that individuals who are discriminated against in commercial property and public accommodations and education, employment, fair housing, because of LGBTQ+ status, that they file a complaint with your commission. That's the first thing that you should do. State Rep Kenyatta knows that on the Pennsylvania level, we passed historical LGBTQ+ regulations at the PHRC. Embedded in that is that people should not be discriminated against because of their crown, because of their hair. So I just wanted to put that out just for all of us to recognize that people should be able to live and work freely regardless of how they identify, and that there's a lot of discrimination in that space. There's a lot of xenophobia, there's a lot of transphobia. And so in concluding, we know that there's a surge of white nationalism, we know that there's a prevalence of white supremacy, but we cannot negate the population of LGBTQ+ who are among us in this room, who are among us every single day, who oftentimes have to hide their identity for fear of retaliation.
Yeah, that's right. A couple more questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Key.
Yes, first and foremost, let me just thank the moderator, Dr. Johns, and the entire panel for coming today to lend us their expertise. And I want to get back to this conversation around intersectionality. But as it pertains to K-12 education and the workforce development piece, I believe that K-12 is the hub for economic development, and it's also the hub for creating environments for belongingness, right? Because we want to go beyond inclusion. So as we embark on the road of reimagining K-12 education, it's my personal belief that various industry leaders and trade union leaders should be at that table, right? As we begin to craft out what learning looks like for our students. What role does work-based learning play, and how does that relate to our career pathways? So what role do you believe particularly mentorship plays in strengthening those pipelines? Because we know in education there is a correlation to young people who have viable relationships with people, right? And you talked about getting more black men involved in schools, but there is, you know, when I look at the superintendency and I think about the role and the fact that only 1.4% of superintendents in our nation are African-American women. And we know that the road to the superintendency is often a huge correlation to mentorship. So I believe as a part of our economic development and workforce development piece, how can industry leaders, union leaders get involved at the K-12 level to exposing our young people as we recreate what education looks like? We shouldn't have to feel tattered to brick and mortar. We have institutions like High Tech High. We know that manufacturing is more technology informed. So what role does mentorship play, in your opinion, to strengthening those pipelines to get more of our kids in the trades?
And thank you all for I know that you can handle like remembering this
I have
and
no,
all this stuff.
it's fine.
So we have one more Commissioner Peace, and then we're here, and then you're between us and lunch. Okay.
No pressure.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be kind of quick, because, you know, it's ironic that early in my career, I was bank regulator at the New York State Department of Banking, and I retired from GSA as a regional administrator. So I know how much how much those two intersections helps get us into the middle class and the upper class. That's right. But I want to ask you the question to really think into for the next generation, as our chairman has posed us to think to 2026. If you had your druthers, what regulations would we need to overturn, change, and amend? And what opportunities that we need to put into GSA to make sure that everyone has an equal opportunity to get to that, what will be trillions of dollars in 2026? Because I think that we're at the precipice now. People are trying to take things back. When they try to take things back, you really have to think forward. That's right. So I want to just, in a few minutes, just charge you with that.
Why don't we start there, Nikita? Will you respond to what the regulatory priorities should be, and then also share your contact info so people can follow up and continue the discussion?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you for that question. So I'm not an attorney, I'm an accountant, so I'll leave the lawmaking to the lawmakers, but I will say that one of the prime opportunities that I think people could take advantage of that will take us to the next level for the future, and it actually ties to the concept related to GSA and the question about of entrepreneurs. So there's the minority and women-owned businesses and the contracting opportunities, but when a bank fails, the FDIC, if we do not sell the bank's assets to another bank, we may sell bank loans and other assets to individuals or companies, right? Those loan sales can be billions of dollars. We have an opportunity to prepare minority and women-owned investors to be able to bid for those opportunities. But you have to be prepared to be eligible to bid for those opportunities. Last week, we hosted a technical assistance event to prepare individuals to be able to bid for those opportunities. That's an opportunity to take individuals from middle class to upper class. And that's something that I would say, we don't know when banks will fail, and there's no guarantee a bank will fail. We don't know when we will sell assets, but you are talking sometimes very large dollar amounts, and being prepared for whenever that will happen creates a very large opportunity.
And quickly, how can they contact you to get on the list for those events and resources?
So my email address is npearson@fdic.gov. If you go to the FDIC's website, you can find me right there.
Yeah, give her a round of applause for that. Sam, why don't you take our commissioner's questions that were a combination of the role of work-based learning, career pathways as we think about K-12 opportunities as well as mentorship, and then share your contact info as well?
Yes, the mentorship starts at home with the mothers and the fathers. And from there, it goes into the schools. And this is why the male teacher was so important to the male students, because there was communication, there was relationships, parents knowing parents, where we had opportunities that you walked to school, because the school was right around the corner. We walked to the markets. When you talk about communities, the money went around like this all the time, because we had all the necessities. So for us, if we can get our young people to have faith back into learning and ability to to get the proper skills and training. The mentorship would come at our training schools, at our job sites, because as somebody said, we do make pretty good money. And we have really, really good benefits that if folks chose not to go to college, this is not a bad field at all to come into. But it takes work. And I think we have to put our mindset, and what we're asking the panel here to do and the commissioners is think about the trades in the school and what value they will have bringing these trades back into the schools and what amount of young people you would save. When you think about the dropouts, when you think the people that graduate but don't have no alternatives but to find jobs, which I think would be humongous among our educators.
And how can people contact you?
At sstaton, jr at laborers, LABORERS 332.com.
Give them a round of applause. Crystal. Will you take our commissioner's question around fortifying GSA programs? What are your recommendations for ways to fortify programs? And then similarly, if you want to respond to the regulatory priorities as well.
Sure. I'll say that I started out as a student trainee bank examiner, but I decided to go to law school. And so when the 8A program was attacked this year, we were knocked back, but we weren't knocked down. And so the message of this administration, the message of the GSA, the administrator, has been crystal clear, is that we're going to keep going forward, right? And so one of the ways that we exhibited that is that we started this administration with GSA goal of awarding at least 5% to small disadvantaged businesses. Today, we're almost at 22% as a goal, right? And so our message to our contracting workforce is that we're not looking backwards, we're looking ahead, and that 8As and other small socioeconomic disadvantaged businesses are a priority, and we're not letting up. Yesterday, Director of OMB, Shalonda Young, issued a memorandum that said that our goal is increasing government-wide 1% next year. So we went from 12% to 13%, with the goal that the president announced 2 years ago of 15% by 2025. And so we're going full steam ahead towards achieving that goal of awarding contracts to small disadvantaged businesses, which includes Black businesses. The other answer to the question is, we look at the equation is, we're looking at on the business side of things. One thing I encourage you to do, in addition to encouraging entrepreneurship and teaching entrepreneurship to our students, is also help them understand the opportunities as a federal government employee, being a government contractor, or government contracting officer, excuse me. Because it's one thing to evaluate the loan documents or to evaluate the bid proposal. It's another thing for the person to be on the other side looking like you, right? Having the similar experience as you. And so we have a workforce, I have to train about 20,000 people every year about how to prepare for the changes in the acquisition manual. And so with that, we know that all of these people are aging. They're eligible for retirement in the next year. So we need to backfill those positions. Those are opportunities for careers in federal government that we're looking for our students to fill. And so we need contracting officers. We need people who can help us in technology and cybersecurity. Jackson State has a new curriculum on supply chain risk management. We need our young people to look towards the future careers that the government is going to need.
How can people contact you?
Crystal.brumfield@gsa.gov. That's krystal.brumfield@gsa.gov.
Give Crystal a round of applause. Louis, take us home. Will you tap in as well on our commissioner's question around work-based learning, career pathways, mentorship, and if you have any regulatory priorities as well?
Certainly. I think that one of the most profound things done in this country began in 1837 with the founding of Chain, and my alma mater in 1867. And no one could understand that it would produce, those schools would produce the leaders of today. We have a similar opportunity with CTE now, and as Sam calls it, the vocational trades. I think the actionable thing for us to do is to join us in our creation of the Sullivan Training Network, which meets poor people where they are in the community and gets them the skills to get into this forward-looking game that they talked about. Why is that important? I know how the story ends. The pushback we're feeling right now is because of the colorization of the United States of America. It is inevitable. And the institutions that we build today will determine what happens in the next 50 years as our children and grandchildren ascend to these halls and these offices. But it does begin with working the skilled trades. The apartheid has been brutal. It causes mental illness issues, and on and on and on and on. And by the way, I'm a small business owner, and the paperwork is for real, all right? It is for real, volumes. And I'm good, because I'm a college grad. I can do it. But for the little boys that I know that's buying their first truck out there and trying to get into the game, it's daunting. So to the degree that we can streamline the processes, and everybody worried about whether or not they'll fail. Banks fail, all right? So what's the guy with a $50,000 loan, all right? You got to throw enough of them at the wall, and some of them are going to stick. And then they become the mentors. I sold my business last week to a boy that's 15 years younger than me. Why? Because he'll be able to pass it on to somebody 15 years younger than him down the line. And it's important for the children to see us as the people signing the paycheck on the right-hand corner rather than just standing behind the counter saying, can I help you? That's true mentorship when Sam and those guys are leading the union and not just swinging hammers or running nail guns.
How can people reach out to you to continue this conversation?
LJ King at oicofamerica.org.
Give Lewis a round of applause. I will end where I began, which is that if you missed most of what I said, I hope you hear my heart when I say thank you. I know this is service, and it is an important service. So for the moments where people don't say thank you, tuck this away. I mean it sincerely. To the point of mentorship, I want to highlight the Workforce Investment Act, recently reauthorized as WIOA, provides federal resources for a lot of the connections that we've been talking about, specifically as it relates to the tables that are funded by state labor departments that go to local workforce investment systems to have the kinds of conversations we're all talking about. So educators are informed by the workforce opportunities in an area and work in partnership with folks who can train them to be leaders in whatever that looks like for them. So make sure that we are exposing and taking advantage of all of those resources. Then the last things are, when I left this seat previously, I went back to Columbia to complete my dissertation. And I collected data on Black LGBTQIA+ students, in part because the largest educational data sets don't contemplate our babies as whole people. And there are three things that I found that I want to share with you all as you continue to do your work. One is underscoring again the importance of addressing the mental health crisis that is affecting our community. So many of the babies in my study said that they were traumatized and victimized well before they had access to mental health services or supports, if they were lucky enough to have them. So imagine being a kindergartner and having your classmates call you a faggot and you not know what to do with that until you get to high school. And then you get to high school and you may have the opportunity to develop a rapport with a counselor who then is no longer there at a certain point when you need them most. If we don't address this crisis, so much of what we're talking about in terms of building on the foundation is gonna fall like quicksand. That's one. The second is respect matters. So I started in jokes because you invoked Aunt Aretha, who we know died with money in her cushions. The other thing that Aretha said is that respect matters. This is especially true for Black, trans, and gender-expansive youth. I use gender-expansive in the place of where we traditionally say non-binary or non-conforming because that still reinforces the binary we're trying to get away from. So gender-expansive is the term I'm using. For those students in particular, knowing that teachers respected them and seeing signs of affirmation and respect mattered more than anything else. Should be no surprise to us. Our babies know that I don't really care what you want to tell me unless I know that you care for me. Respect matters. And then the last thing is just a personal point of privilege. I wasn't surprised by this, but every participant in my study celebrated the role that Black women play. And so I want to honor what was said earlier about our sister being in Pennsylvania. I want to say thank you to the Black women in this space because you often hold the gap for our babies when they can't hold it for themselves. And our babies are clear that y'all need support too. And so I want to lean into some of the lessons learned from the Obama administration and leaning into Boys and Men of Color work, which is that often Black girls, especially in K-12 settings, are facing challenges that we miss because they are assumed to be strong. Right? In the Obama administration, and Ivory was really helpful with this, most people got the data point that for every one Black male suspended or expelled K-12, the rate was 3 times higher for Black boys. But too many of us stopped and didn't ask the question about what about our girls? Most of us haven't even asked the question about our gender expansive youth. But for Black girls at that point in time, it was 6 times higher. 6 times higher. And so what I want to say is that we should not be expecting or celebrating Black women and girls, and when I say that I mean trans and cis, to be strong. We should be finding ways to support them. Finding ways to support them. So mental health, respect, and unconditional love. Again, what I know based on all of the ancestors when James Baldwin and Aunt Tony were arguing, the solution they came back to in terms of moving through seemingly intractable problems was love. That was also the answer that our babies asked when we said, what do you need in order to thrive? Know that you don't have to do this alone, but you got to do it. And we on a clock, so let's get it done.
We are, well, it's Thursday, but let's have a little church if we can. So at this point, I want to give another round of applause to the panel, and then Chase is also going to provide these certificates. Thank you, Chase. And then we'll get a quick picture in 1 second. But at this point, we're going to take a brief recess of the official meeting. Deja from the White House team is going to come here in 1 second and talk about what the lunch options are, and we will go around and Monique, say what you're trying to say, because I'm gonna mess this up. Yep, exactly. Lunch for the commissioners. Yeah, just for the commissioners. So this wasn't my decision. But we're going to do that in 1 second. But if we can, we'll take a brief recess, pause the Zoom public portion of the meeting, go to lunch, and then we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. But thank you all so much for your attention so far. And I will turn it over to our Executive Director.
Okay, good afternoon once again. A bit of a housekeeping. Has anyone seen a blue-covered iPad? Just want to put that out in the room, if you have. Okay. Well, good afternoon once again. Just wanted to recognize some special guests and critical friends here joining us. As we started out the morning, I wanted to thank all of our team from Department of Ed, from the White House Initiative on Black Americans, and I wanted to thank everyone here at the White House for all of their support, and I mean for real. So yes, please. And so joining us momentarily, we have a few representatives from the White House Office on Public Engagement. And when you talk about critical and significant partners, they are critical and significant partners to this work. And so joining us today is we have Erica Lowe, OPE's newest Chief of Staff. And then we also have their newest liaison. We have Faven Solomon, who's been quite the partner. And then joining us momentarily, we will have the director of the Office of Public Engagement, Mayor Stephen Benjamin himself. So with that, Erica, did you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I know that you have been inundated with words, so I will keep mine brief. I just want to say hello. My name is Erica Lowe. I'm Special Assistant to the President and Chief of Staff for Public Engagement. We have worked closely with Alexis and many of you here from very early on to make sure that we are getting the word out to the community, particularly the Black community. People who have been here long before me. Hello, Mouse, the infamous Mouse. It is a pleasure to see you. Clap it up. Obviously, Mr. Kenyatta, a friend to many people in this building. Vince Evans, who was in the trenches with me and has gone on to greener pastures at the CBC. So there's too many to name. I know Delaware is in the house, so shout out to Delaware. But really, I just want to say, and the mayor's going to come shortly, and he'll say more, but the Office of Public Engagement is a friend. We're the front door to the White House, and we're going to be working closely with each of you. You all are the ambassadors to this administration. OPE is going to be going on the road soon. We'd love to get insight from you on where the mayor, where our staffers should be going to take the message of the Biden-Harris administration. Also, we're constantly having engagements here at the White House. So if you, friends, stakeholders, have folks that we should be opening the doors to, please let us know. Obviously, we had events like Fall Garden Tours, Halloween on Monday. We have an AI rollout and so much else happening here in the White House. So we're really looking to you to let us know or make sure that we're talking to the right people and engaging with the public in the way that the office was intended. So thank you all. I will give Alexis my contact. I hope you're getting my emails already. If you're not, you will be. You're gonna get sick of me, I promise you. But thank you for being here.
So I'll reiterate, if you've seen a blue iPad, we're still looking for the blue iPad, the aforementioned iPad. But while we wait for the mayor, I am going to invite up an incredibly special guest, and I am only going to read a bit of his bio, because I would we'd have to create another session to get through the ambassador's bio. But the next voice you're going to hear from is, I want to welcome and introduce to the commissioners somebody who really needs no introduction. But Ambassador Michael Lawson is the former ambassador in the Obama administration, where he served notably. He'll come up and talk. No, no, please. Is the mayor here? Okay, okay. Okay, all right. So this was just like to get your appetite wet for Ambassador Lawson. But we're going to bring him up, with some musical accoutrement before he comes up to speak. And so if hearts and minds are clear and we're ready, we're going to hear some music. Now, I don't know what they are singing, but if they are hearing me, I was hoping that they was going to sing the Black National Anthem. Because we should have opened with that, and that was on me. But moving forward, we're going to find out who among the commissioners has the best voice, and that will be your task moving forward. But if we are ready, I think we're going to hear from these incredible performers from Duke Ellington High School, who will be with us now. Okay. All right, they're coming now. All right, Duke Ellington High School. We will never forget this iPad. The iPad has been found. And here we go. Duke Ellington High School.
Lift every voice and sing.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty.
Lift every voice and sing.
Let our rejoicing laughter is the listening sky. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea.
Lift every voice and sing.
Sing a
Lift
song.
every voice and sing.
Sing a
Lift every voice and sing a
song.
facing the rising sun.
Of our new day begun, let us march on till victory is won.
dig a path through the blood of the slaughtered, out of the gloomy past. So now we stand at last, where the white gleam of the bright star is cast. God of our wearies, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us thus far on the way. Thou who hast won the night, let us into the light. Keep us forever in the path we Lest our feet stray from the places our God where we met Thee. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget Thee. Shadow beneath Thy eye, may we forever stand, true to our God, true to our native land.
Oh, there's a man standing on the corner. He has no home, he has no food, and his blue skies are gone. Can you hear him crying now?
There's a girl searching for her father and a friend, praying that the storm someday will end. But instead of walking away, open up your heart and say, I am here. You don't have to worry, I can see your tears. I'll be there in a hurry when you call. Friends are there to catch you when you fall. Here's my shoulder, you listen to his mother.
Praying that someday the sun will shine again.
And the pain will end. I am here. You don't have to worry. I can see your tears. I'll be there in a hurry when you call. Friends are there to catch you when you fall. Here's my shoulder, you can lean on me. Tell me, how can I love God when I've never seen his face? Yes, see you dying, and I turn and walk away. So hold my hand. Let me take you to a friend of mine. He's waiting just to ease your troubled mind. Instead of walking away, open up your heart and say, I am here. You don't have to worry. I can see your tears when you call. Friends will be there to catch you when you fall. Here's my shoulder, you can lean on me. Yeah, here's my shoulder, you can lean on me. Yeah, here's my shoulder, you can lean on me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for, thank you. I don't know about y'all, but I just needed a minute. Just love them. And, you know, that's a reminder of our why. And so with that, as we can stay as close to the schedule as we can, we have joining us our Director of the White House Office of Public Engagement, Mayor Benjamin.
Mr. Chairman. Alexis, thank you so much. Thank you so much, and thank you for your incredible leadership, Mr. Chairman. Many of you know that my roots are in South Carolina, down in God's country, and but my roots means that I also understand, you know, who I am and whose I am, and we always make sure we pay respect to those who lay the foundation that we stand on every single day. We know that we went to school, we studied hard, we did all the things we were supposed to do, but we also know that people marched, cried, and died, and kicked down doors for us to have the opportunities to do the things, the great things that we're doing on behalf of the people that we serve. And Bernice G. Scott is one of those people in my community. So I gotta get me some sugar. And she might tell my mom if I didn't do it either. So, so it's important. Alexis, Representative Malcolm, just to all of our dear friends, I got so many in this room who I've looked up to over the years. It's an honor to be here on behalf of the President. I feel like I'm standing like at people's back. I'm gonna step out in the middle. On behalf of the President and Vice President, and to really thank you for the incredible work that y'all are doing. Which mic? Right here? All right. For the incredible work that you're doing, this amazing, exciting inaugural effort that I think probably represents more than anything else the commitment that the President and the Vice President made on day one of this administration. Not only to build a government that looked like this country, but also to spend some time thinking about how we restore and repair some of the challenging aspects of our country's history, but more importantly, how do we invest going forward? You've been lectured to, I'm sure, so many times already today, and you got a whole lot more lecturing to be done, a whole lot of monologue versus dialogue, but the historic investments that are being made under this administration, trillions of dollars. Many of you have moved money and resources into our communities for so many years, but this is a singular opportunity, Representative, a singular opportunity to help shape the trajectory of this republic, this democracy, this experiment for years to come, and the leadership that this room will provide in making sure that the direction is fully informed as to how much change we can do. People who are used to looking and thinking macro, but who also have to operate micro. You all will sit with some of the brightest minds in the country, if not the world, side by side with each of you on a regular basis. But you're also in the post office, you're in church, you're in the grocery store, you're getting advice and counsel from the people who need to feel the impact of these investments every single day. And that's why I'm so excited to be in the Office of Public Engagement. I served 12 years as a mayor of Columbia, South Carolina. Most of my interaction up here was with the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, that so many of you interact with every single day. I'd never worked with the Office of Public Engagement in the past. For those of you, and I know Erica came by here earlier, my dutiful and amazingly talented Chief of Staff came by earlier, but our job is to represent civil society. We don't work with elected officials. We don't work with Congress. We work with everyone else out there who makes the world go round. We work with business and labor. We work with the faith community. We work with our African-American constituencies, our Latino, our Asian American brothers and sisters, our LGBT, veterans, young folk, old folk, everyone in between. Just making sure that we're doing the thing that my grandmother would tell me to do. God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You're supposed to listen twice as much as you talk. And it's easy to go out and talk about the things that are going well, but it's not always easy to be out front and getting the constructive criticism that you need to make sure you do better. And that's what we do. That's what the President told me he wanted me to do. He didn't offer me a job, by the way. He told me I was taking a job. But that's what he told me he wanted this office to do. And we've been fortunate enough to be blessed with an amazing staff and team of super achievers like Faven Solomon, who's been working on this event with us, that are helping us make this real. We can't do this without real engagement, without leadership, without direction, without solid advice and counsel. I'm so excited that the Commission's off and running, and looking forward to your guidance over the next several years, at least 5 more years, right? At least 5. Also, I got to remember I'm on this side of the house now. I got to watch the Hatch Act, but thank you for what you do. I hope you know that those in the Office of Public Engagement will always be here to support your efforts. I look forward to spending more time, Mr. Chairman. Look forward to spending more time, and thank you, Madam Scott. You're in charge of Vince. I see they were smart to put you next to him, so you keep him straight. He and I have a meeting tomorrow, so we're going to spend some time together. I've been teasing Vince the last couple of days. But thank you all for what you do. I know so many of the faces and names in this room. I hope that you all know that the public sector, private sector, and more importantly, we have all servants in here, that you've been an inspiration to me, and let's go do some good things together. God bless you. Thank you. All right.
So I want to thank Mayor Benjamin again in Office of OPE. You know, as Alexis has said, rightly so, we can't do this work without their guidance and support, and we're so grateful to have committed, dedicated partners that don't just come up here when we're all together and say nice things, but when nobody's in rooms like this are speaking up for our commission, and we'll be making sure that our recommendations, to the extent possible, are implemented, actionable, things we can see, touch, and feel. And so we could not do this without having, as I said before, some of the best, brightest minds come speak with us, share their expertise, and I have the real privilege of introducing somebody who checks all those boxes. Ambassador Lawson earned his BA in Economics and Political Science in 1975 from Loyola University in Los Angeles, California, and then got his law degree from Harvard Law School, and then went on to be a staff attorney with the U.S. Pension Corporation in the 80s, before he went over to Skadden Arps, and that's like real white shoe, okay? That's as white shoe as it gets. They made the white shoes. And he was there for many, many, many years. But when he got the call from President Obama to serve in a different role, thankfully for all of us, he said yes, and was confirmed to be the U.S. Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the Council of the International Civil Aviation Organization, based in Montreal. He served in that role through the end of the administration, and also served as vice chair of the Performing Arts Center for the LA Performing Arts Center for years. I really could go on and on and on, but I would say his most important credential, other than what he's doing now, is he gets to be married to Maddie McFadden Lawson, which I think is probably the best credential you can have. And so with no further ado, Maddie's husband.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And I do respond to that, that's just my badge. I'm Maddie's husband. This has been a wonderful morning, a wonderful morning. What you didn't say in that was what I'm currently doing, which is after I left the administration, there's an organization, a grassroots organization that you guys all know about, and it's the Urban League. The Los Angeles Urban League was on its last legs. It was literally 8 figures in the red. People weren't ready to touch it. And I basically said, we can't let it fail. A lot of people in this room probably know the name John Mack. He had run the organization for about 30 years. He turned it over to some other people between me and him, and it was a disaster. I came back in order to bring it back to life. We did that, but it wasn't easy. But it was, even with the statements that were made earlier, this was the most important position that I've held. Because it required us to do the work for the people that you are all sitting here, thinking about how we make this happen. And what I really want to talk about is how a grassroots organization like the Los Angeles Urban League can help you do what you are doing. Because it's critical that once you're able to right this ship, and it's not going to be easy, and it's going to take some time. It doesn't work until you get to the grassroots and you are able to touch the people that you're trying to move to the next level. I took over the organization about a year before the pandemic hit, and in Los Angeles, the people that got hurt the worst were the Black and brown folks in our community whose parents were essential workers and couldn't be home with them. And even if they were home with them, the Wi-Fi wasn't working. So, and even if the Wi-Fi was working, you really didn't have the right equipment because the essential workers weren't getting paid what they should have been getting paid in order to do the work that had to be done while they were contracting COVID and passing it on. So we had to make that a focus of what we needed to do. But what we had to do couldn't be done just in that time frame, because all of those kids were losing ground every single day. And they're still losing ground every single day. So I asked my team and said, what can we do to salvage this? And in the list that I had, you guys have already put it on paper, and so I don't have to talk about that aspect of it. But there's a grassroots position, a grassroots element that I know the people in this room want to see happen, but is up to organizations like the Los Angeles Urban League and the NAACP who are in the grassroots that can make it happen. So one of the things that we are trying to put in place is something we call Saturday School. All the work you're going to be putting in now to get the right teachers, to get the right to get the right monies into our system and so on and so forth, it doesn't work if we don't make up the loss that they have experienced over these last few years. You're not going to catch up just on 5 days. And so we are rallying the troops around our city to get folks to help the parents and the kids on a Saturday, a day that they would normally go out and play some basketball, some football, some baseball, or what have you. But one thought came into my head. I said, we've been struggling on the academic side for a while. There's some folks that haven't been struggling with our kids, getting them into the kinds of activities that they want them to be in, and that's sports. You have our kids sitting out there practicing their three-point shots all day long, throwing that football all day long, running track all day long. And who's benefiting? The NFL, the NBA, and all of these football teams and other kinds of teams that are promising our kids that they'll be billionaires if they keep doing this. And the percentage of folks that actually get there is minuscule. So one of the things that we're trying to do is actually make reading fun, make arithmetic fun, make algebra fun. But there's another aspect of it too that has always bothered me. And it's the way in which we have been taught. Now, I'm old enough to have grown up in Arkansas, Little Rock, before Brown versus Board of Education. So we all had black teachers. And we all were told, we were learning what our kids are not learning in school. We were learning algebra. But more than just learning algebra, we were learning the history of algebra. We were learning, because you can't learn geometry without hearing about Greek culture. You have to learn algebra, and they don't tell you where it came from. Y'all know this. And that's intentional. Because if we know our history, we know where all of this came from, we know that our lives began way before 1492. That Africans had went across, thank you, went across the Atlantic Ocean at least 200 years before Columbus staggered onto North America. But that's not taught. Because what you are doing here is so critical. And the teaching of the history of our community is so very critical in all of this. And that's what I love about what you were doing and how you were doing it. But don't forget the organizations that are on the front lines, because we are the ones that have to touch not just the young kids, but the parents of the young kids. Because I remember when my sons were playing basketball, and I was like cheering them on. But I also said, if those grades don't get up, you're not going to play. My son said, what's the connection? I said, you're not going to be an NBA player. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. But that's what we have to instill in our children, and that's what you were doing. When I came in here, I heard so much about the HBCUs. Now, I wasn't learning it for the first time. I was born in Little Rock, Arkansas. My parents taught at Philander Smith College. My sister went to Fisk. And when my sons got to, when they graduated college, and they said, you know, where can we go? I said, well, the only place I'm going to pay for is Morehouse. So both of them are Morehouse men. And when I went to, and when I got to Harvard, what really impressed me were the number of African Americans who came out of the HBCUs to Harvard. And I can't say enough about the camaraderie that we had and continue to have because of that. I want to thank you for what you were doing. I want you to know that we on the ground roots are here to help. But this is so important and so critical And I want to thank you for all the work that you're doing and what you were going to do. Thank you for allowing me to come in and speak. I am thrilled to listen to what you're doing. I am excited about what is happening. Thank you so very much, so very much.
Thank you again, Ambassador. So what we are going to do, so you all get a sense of the rest of the afternoon, you were not shocked that we're a little bit behind schedule. And so right now we're going to transition to our next panel. And commissioners, I'm sorry to let you know, so we can get through this panel as quickly as possible, we are going to, and I have questions for this next panel, especially because we're talking about data and some other things, and so I know there are a lot that these next panelists want to share, and I want us to have an opportunity to just engage with what they share. But I will say, on all of the individuals who are here, this will not be their last time engaging with this commission, and I've just voluntold all these folks that, that they're going to be at something else that we do, and hopefully we have an opportunity to get out west. I know we will, to see some of the grassroots work happening in Los Angeles with the Urban League and so many others. And so for our next panelists, would you come, please, and let's get ready for our next panel.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Good afternoon. I'm pleased to bring you greetings. My name is Amber Green. I'm the Special Assistant to the President for Racial and Economic Justice with the Domestic Policy Council. We'll be joined shortly, I believe, by my boss, Neera Tandon, who's finishing up a meeting with the President. So as soon as she comes in, I may just pause really quickly to allow her to give some brief remarks. So I'm really thrilled to be able to moderate this afternoon's panel on using data to address race, bias, and discrimination in educational and economic advancement for Black Americans. This work directly supports our whole-of-government approach to equity. The President made equity and racial justice a day one. President, okay, thank you. As I was saying, the President made equity and racial justice a day one priority for this administration. Literally on day one, he signed the first executive order to advance racial equity and support for underserved communities. This historic mandate charged the entire federal government to tackle the challenges that we face here in America, the generations of discrimination, exclusion, and disinvestment that have caused harm for communities throughout this country. I have the privilege of leading the implementation of the President's executive orders on racial equity, and that executive order explicitly names, how do we meet and advance the needs of underserved communities, including African Americans. Because of that, EO agencies have taken steps to strengthen protections in civil rights, housing, healthcare, the justice system, credit and lending services, education and nutrition programs, and more. We know that the fight for equity is not a day one project. It's a generational commitment. As the President has said, this work gets to the heart of our success as a nation. And that's why in February 2023, the President signed a second executive order furthering our commitment to that work. And using data to ensure and inform what we do is really critically important. So I'm really pleased to welcome our panel today and would love to hear a little bit about them. I'm going to ask each person to introduce themselves. I'll start first. I think this is, we have not met yet, so this is Jamila, right? Yes. Jamila, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. I am both excited and humbled to be here. I am Jamila Smith. I work at the U.S. Department of Education. Specifically, I serve in the Office of Elementary and Secondary Education as their Director for Innovation and Early Learning Programs.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melanie Willingham-Jaggers. I use they and she pronouns. I'm the executive director of GLSEN. At GLSEN, we work to make sure that K through 12 education is safe and affirming for LGBTQ plus young people. We know that in order for young people to be successful in schools, that racial, gender, and disability justice have to be core outcomes of our education system. So we do that. We bring the gay to education and the education to the gay. Good to be with you all today.
Good afternoon, everyone. So first, I want to say thank you so much for that beautiful choir. I feel like I need to wake up every morning and play that to start my day, because I'm going to ride off of that into the weekend. I needed that more than I realized I needed that, so thank you. I'm Kelly Burton, and I am the CEO of Black Innovation Alliance. We are a national coalition of organizations that support Black entrepreneurs, tech founders, and creative technologists. There are currently 116 organizations that are part of BIA. We are in the process of onboarding another 50. And these are Black-led incubators, accelerators, entrepreneur centers, venture studios. And today, those 116 organizations support about 400,000 Black entrepreneurs, and so I am excited to be here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grady Wilburn. I'm a research statistician in the Institute for Educational Sciences. We are kind of the data arm, if you will, of the Department of Education. We are nonpartisan, non-political, where we just collect education statistics that allow us to understand the achievement, the outcomes, and the educational environment of our K through 12 students. And I'm very happy to be here, and thank you for inviting me.
Great, thank you so much. So we will jump right into the panel because I know we are a little bit pressed for time, and I want to make sure that we give enough opportunity for everyone to share. So I'd like to pose the first question to the panelists here. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about how can we accurately, and I'm listening for myself too in my role, because I think there's a lot of information that you have that can help to benefit our entire approach to equity. So the first question that I have is, how can we accurately assess the current state of educational and economic disparities faced by Black Americans using data? And what key indicators should we use to focus and measure progress? Would you like to start?
Certainly. I was actually going to look to my colleague Grady, and I told him I was going to do this previously. I want to start with indicators. Coming from the early learning space, I would definitely encourage you all to look more closely at the 3- and 4-year-olds who are in school. Like, what percentage of 3- and 4-year-olds are currently in school? It can be private school, preschool, nursing school, nursery schools, but thinking more closely about what foundational educational opportunities are we providing to students, to children, and what's the number of students who are currently in 3- and 4-year-olds are in school. I'm also looking at our 5-year-olds for kindergarten. What percentage of them are currently enrolled in school as well, and looking at where there may be disparities. We know, unfortunately, in our country, we still have deserts where there are properly staffed as well as properly qualified early child care centers for children. So finding ways of being able to get some of those resources to our harder to reach areas, mostly in rural areas. So I definitely would start by looking more closely at the percentage of 3- and 4-year-olds in school as well as 5-year-olds.
Excellent point. Thank you so much. Would you like to, or would you?
Oh, sure. So we have many surveys within the Institute of Educational Sciences where we collect outcome data as well as educational environment data. And so, for example, we have the National Assessment of Educational Progress, which looks at 4th graders and 8th graders and 12th graders and how they're doing in math and reading. And it's the only assessment where you can look at one state and compare it to another state, right? Because we know individual state has their own individual state test, but that's not necessarily comparable to their neighboring state or any other state. And so what the NAEP assessment allows you to do is to look at performance across the states and in many large districts to see where students are. And I think that helps you see where you need to meet the students at. Another important part of that data collection is we have questionnaire data where we ask students about their experiences. We ask teachers and we ask principals about their experiences. And you can see how those experiences may relate with outcomes. And so what I would do is use us. I know Chairman Malcolm said you guys are going to see us. The Commissioner, Peggy Carr, who wanted to be here but is out of the country, made sure that I will communicate to you all that we are at your disposal. And so if you ask the questions, we can help provide the data. But I think the first place I would look at is outcomes, the environmental factors of our students, and see how those may relate to performance to get to those grassroots organizations where we can make some actual impact.
Great. Thank you so much.
So at Black Innovation Alliance, the big disparity metric that we are tracking to is the 228-year racial wealth gap. So today, and the gap continues to widen, and it's expected that it will take Black families 228 years to catch up to the household wealth of white families. And when we talk about wealth creation, we tend to talk about a lot of strategies in one bucket, but there is one method of wealth creation that supersedes them all, and that is entrepreneurship. It's not home ownership, it's not the wage, it's not cryptocurrency, right? It's entrepreneurship. So I would say if there are indicators or metrics that we really need to be leaning into, those indicators are around entrepreneurship.
Thank you so much. And Melanie, would you like to add?
Sure. So at GLSEN, we have been running the National School Climate Survey since 1999. It is the largest data set of self-reported data on the experiences of LGBTQ young people in secondary school. What they tell us is that they don't feel safe. What they tell us is that they are subject to harassment, abuse, the absence of support by both their peers, also their educators, also the policies that hold the school together. And so what we understand is that when you put supports in front of young people, they succeed. And when you put barriers in front of young people, they have a higher propensity to fail. And what we've been doing for LGBTQ plus young people in our school system is putting barriers in front of them, right? And so what is core to educational attainment and success, what is core to keeping young people in schools, and what's core to better life outcomes is making sure that they are supported in their K-12 experience.
Okay, thank you so much. So we just got our first round of questions. We're going to come right back because, as I mentioned before, the head of the Domestic Policy Council, Neera Tandon, is here. She's the Assistant President, and she's going to give some brief remarks. It's totally fine.
And really, thank you for your participation, and really thank you to everyone here. I really just wanted to come by and say a few words, which is how important we see this work is, and really, really welcome your advice and counsel and ideas and strategies across these issues. I can rattle off some of our accomplishments in what we've been able to do on student debt, on Title I funding, on funding our schools. But really, the work of this council is to help accelerate and really ensure that resources are going to where we need them, and that we are getting your best ideas of how we address the fundamental inequities we've seen. And so this is an open invitation. Amber leads this work as well as our education team, and we are thinking aggressively about education from birth all the way to adulthood, and really trying to think through what strategies in elementary school, what strategies in pre-K, in childcare, at Head Start, strategies in middle school, high school, college, and beyond can help us reduce the equity gaps we've seen, the achievement gaps we've seen, and do it in a way that really builds success for others to learn from. We do know there are successful programs here and there. How do we scale up? And how do we learn from you? We've had a fantastic partnership with the NEA, and I'm so glad Becky is part of this effort. Yes. I'm so sorry. President Pringle is part of this effort. We have great leaders in this room. It's great to see my friend Malcolm, who's been a leader on so many issues, so many leaders across the board. But really, at the Domestic Policy Council, I feel very privileged to work on the President's domestic policy agenda. But as he will say, the most important aspect of our agenda is ensuring that we are addressing true opportunity, true equity across the board. We've invested a fair amount of dollars in a whole range of areas, and we also want to think creatively about how we get those resources and opportunities to people. So how do we think afresh about career technical education in a way that is bringing in communities of color in a pipeline to these jobs that are being created in climate, in infrastructure, in the CHIPS Act. So this is a unique moment. We have a historic moment with a lot of resources on the table, and we will feel like this moment is lost if it doesn't build an economy that is bringing in all of our communities, and frankly, communities that have been left out and left behind and been on the sidelines. So that is ongoing work. We welcome your ideas across programs, not just at the Department of Education, but at Commerce, elsewhere. We really see this as an invitation to get your wisdom and counsel for us to have an innovative agenda that is truly meeting this moment, pulling every lever we can. So I'm so sorry to interrupt. The president's schedule got moved around today, so his schedule is more important than mine. My schedule got moved around, so I really appreciate your forbearance in letting me come speak sort of in the middle. But I did want to come by and say how grateful we are, not for the work that you have all done up to here, but the work that we will all do and we hope to do together to use the federal government, leverage its resources to truly address the needs of Black students and ensure that we have a future that makes sure every single child has true opportunity to succeed. That's something we've talked a lot about, never actually done, and we're going to try and get it done. Thank you. I'll see you guys a little bit later. I'll come by later at the day.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, awesome. Thank you, Nira. All right. Thank you all so much. So on that note, I guess I'll turn to the second question that I had here. And the second question is, in what ways can data be effectively utilized to shape policies that combat racial bias in education and employment? And can you provide examples of some successful policy implementation efforts that are driven by data? So we'll start first with Melanie. Oh, no, sorry. If I mess up your name one more time, I'm so sorry. Jamila. My apologies, Jamila.
So one, I truly appreciate the question. And I think that this is a very unique opportunity to actually dig into the question and explore further kind of what a variety, like not just the administration under Secretary Cardona has done in terms of data and racial bias, but also hearing from some of the other panelists as well. I think it's free to say or fair to say that all students deserve a learning environment where it is free, it is inclusive, it is fair, and they are removed from unjust practices. We also know that currently there are presently still some unjust exclusionary discipline practices that are at play in some of our educational systems, and working to undo some of that. All students deserve to feel safe, included, welcome in all the learning environments that we have. So one of the things that I know the department has recently released, I believe March of this year, were some principles. I just have to take a look at my cards to make sure I get the name correct. Guiding principles for creating safe, inclusive, supportive, and fair school climates. Typically, many of our documents speak directly to state-level policymakers or local-level policymakers. I think the interesting part of this document itself is that it speaks to practitioners, wanting to put tools, actionable tools, directly into the hands of teachers, building leaders, administrators, so they're able to help undo some of the harm from previous generations, previous years that have been done, to ensure that going forward, we're able to get it right.
Question to you, Jamila. What do you think states should be doing more in terms of collecting that data so that you all have the tools and information that you need?
No, another great question. I think there are a number of resources on the department's website. I know we also put out several Dear Colleague letters periodically just to curate some of these resources. So We all know that if we build it, they don't necessarily come. So just making sure that we're curating these resources in the proper way to get into the hands of state leaders. I would encourage them to also look at our What Works Clearinghouse, which is our evidence-based sort of library of educational research that's actually under IES, but can be a very helpful vessel to find some of those tools that either speaks to state policymakers, local policymakers, or to teachers and practitioners directly.
And Melanie, would you like to answer the same question?
Sure. Here's what I would like to offer. And I'm actually going to lean away from the data in future questions. So I'm going to give the data to you now. Here's what I would say, which is that at GLSEN, our national school climate survey is done biennially and has been done since 1999. What we've also done is do student of color breakout reports, and so we have particular information around Black LGBTQ student experience in U.S. schools. What you can do is go to maps.glisten.org. We call that our GLSEN Navigator. It gives you all kinds of data at the very local level and also at the national level. We also have state snapshots based on our national school climate survey data, right, that tell you out of a scorecard of +7, how are LGBTQ plus students and how are Black and brown LGBTQ plus students faring in a particular state. The worst state has a score of -7, so not great, right? So my point here is that you can only manage what you measure, and so I want to say thank you to the Biden-Harris administration. I want to say thank you to the Department of Education under Secretary Cardona for taking seriously the matters of counting our kids. I also want to take seriously and say appreciation to the Domestic Policy Council, who is thinking very critically about what data we are gathering, right? How are we capturing young people's sexual orientation, gender identity, how they use pronouns, how their identity shifts over time. They're taking very seriously the collection of that data to both support students in this moment, but also protect them in case, right, that data can fall into the hands of those who might seek to target them versus support them. And so I think that data is super important. It's the language of systems, and so we use it in order to transform our systems, and we've got to be very careful, understanding that what we are counting today, how it can be used today, but also how it can be weaponized tomorrow.
Absolutely, that's a very important point in terms of the weaponization of our information. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Burton to ask you a question about entrepreneurship, because you mentioned about the racial wealth gap. What role does data play in supporting Black entrepreneurs and small businesses? And how do you think data-driven initiatives foster economic growth and financial stability within Black communities, especially when we think about underprivileged areas? And I'll throw in a side note, since we got to go back to data, we're just talking about how AI can also influence how businesses are responding to this moment.
That is one loaded question. Oh, the pressure. So at Black Innovation Alliance, our work is really about creating the sort of ecosystem that is necessary for Black innovators and entrepreneurs to thrive. There are 4 pillars: research, advocacy, capacity building, and narrative change. And last week, we launched the BLADE Blueprint, and BLADE stands for Black Liberation and the Digital Economy. Black Liberation and the Digital Economy. As far as we know, the BLADE Blueprint is the very first study on digital entrepreneurship, period. Our study in particular focuses on Black digital entrepreneurs, and we surveyed 893 of them. I encourage you to go to our website and check it out, because it will be the most uplifting report you have read on Black people in a very long time. When we read the results, we were literally blown away, because the folks that we surveyed were more likely to achieve profitability, not compared to other Black businesses, compared to all small businesses. I'm gonna say it again. Black digital businesses were more likely to be profitable when compared to all small businesses. They were also more sustainable. They lasted longer. They're more resilient. They are more likely to drive positive net worth, to create comfortable lifestyles, right? So it's evidence to validate what we believe to be true, which is that digital is a leveler, because it removes the barriers that Black folks experience in traditional business spaces, right? So you don't necessarily have to pay the overhead associated with an office. No one knows you're Black unless you tell them. And as one of our speakers at the conference last week said, no one can pour gasoline or kerosene on your digital business and burn it down. So this is really exciting for us because this is a new frontier. I think so many of the questions that we've been asking have been the wrong questions. And we have to understand and appreciate that what drove wealth for boomers and Generation X is not driving wealth for millennial and Gen Z. When we looked at the demographics from our study, 88% of digital entrepreneurs are millennial and Gen Z. Like 10% Gen X and 2% were boomers. So this is the frontier. Digital is the frontier. Today, the digital economy represents 10% of our GDP. That's just the beginning. If we can get Black folks to be early adopters across digital domains, that is our key to closing the racial wealth gap.
Thank you.
She's my cousin. No, she's not my cousin. Maybe my cousin.
I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Roman and ask you a separate question. As technology, actually a different question, how can communities be empowered through data literacy to understand, interpret, and utilize data effectively so that they can advocate for their rights and demand change in the education space? And I know that you're in the statistics space. So how does that translate into some of the real work that people here can be thinking about?
Great question. I think anytime a policy is enacted, it has to, or I think it gains legs if it's on top of data that validates the perspective. Our job at NCS is not only to collect these data, but to make sure that they're understandable by the general public and that it meets the need of the general public. For example, we were hearing that there's issues in equity, but there wasn't a very good survey, at least nationally, that would measure these indicators of equity. And so the National Academies for Science and Engineering Medicine came up with these indicators, and then National Center for Education Statistics came behind those indicators and organized the different surveys that we have that fits those different indicators for equity. And the benefit of that is that you can see these indicators, you can see the data that we have, that we can talk through those indicators, but you can also see those holes, those areas where the data isn't collected. And so our job is to make sure we're communicating, you know, the good points. Look, we have this dashboard, it's easily accessible, but we know that we collect data and nobody is hearing it or nobody is reading it, or they're hearing it and reading it but aren't able to understand it, then we're not meeting our mission. And our mission is irrelevant if we're not able to communicate and disseminate those data in a way that allows those, you know, grassroots organizations to use it and be actionable on it.
So we have about 10 more minutes left for the panel, and we wanted to make sure that we can open it up to the commissioners to see if there are specific questions that we have, because I know that we've been speaking a lot, and as the mayor said, we're using our ears to listen, but I'm sure you want to use your voice some too.
So commissioners, just so you understand, what we've done is subtract some time from the roundtable that you see on your schedule, and we'll try to increase the roundtable for tomorrow so we can talk more about our working groups. That's what that time was set aside for. But I do think because we're talking about data, and Melanie said my favorite thing, you cannot manage what you don't measure. And so what we'd like to have is 2 questions. So if you were one of the commissioners, your question got to be really good, no pressure. We're gonna have two questions. Do we have any?
Yes, Brittany Scott. We hear about data all the time, and I'm about the oldest thing in this room. And they've been talking about data and it's good to have it. But I'm from a rural South Carolina, and when I talk to people, I mean, I stay active, voting and everything else. But when I stay active and talk to people about data and what happened, people a little bit older than I am didn't have the opportunity to go into retirement and Social Security. They were field workers. And the husband died young. I'm sorry, men, y'all do die young. They die young. And so what happened is the wife there with the kids, and they end up with $700 and $800 a month for Social Security, SSI, a little higher. Then I've been in home with it 4 and 5 generations of not in education, a high school education. So when I tell them about the data, what we got and how many people this and that, how do we resolve that? how can we actually fix that? How can we actually get into it? I did 2 or 3, and that took about 2 years to get in a home, get grandma, great-grandma, help them, help the grandmama, help the daughter, then help the kids. It's a long, slow process, and we understand that. So I'm hoping that I can come back with some solutions to help me or help us to understand that even with federal monies, you have to hire somebody to do the grant. And I find out with federal money, we need to eliminate some of that language in there so that people can get it easier.
Got it. Thank you for that question. So it sounds, if I may paraphrase that question in terms of trying to understand how do we build capacity within neighborhoods that may not have the resources to understand all of the information that we've talked through today, but also to really use that data to solve real-life problems when it comes to people living in poverty, when it comes to building generational wealth. How do we bridge that gap? So
and hang on to that. I know you can. And then one other. Commissioner Pringle.
Are you going to take all the questions at once?
Yeah,
just these two. Oh, just these two. Okay. So, yes, it's especially when we talk about education, measuring what matters is going to help us move past what Dr. Tolson talked about earlier this morning. Go into this post-reform era, which we absolutely need to do, especially when we're talking about Black students. So when you think about the data that we currently gather, where do you see the gap when we're talking about students and measuring that whole student so that for us in education, it can inform our professional practice. For policymakers, it can inform where those resources need to go to close not just academic gaps, so this kind of leading question, but the social and emotional learning gaps as well. The environment, the impact of all of the social systems on whether our students come to school ready to learn every day. When you think about data, what are the gaps that exist now, particularly to measure the talents and the outcomes, talents of and outcomes of our Black students? Where do you see those gaps, and what are you thinking about in terms of changing the kind of data we collect and how we collect it?
Thank you. All right, so why don't we take the first question and we'll sort of split. So we'll do 2 for the first question and 2 for the second one. So for the first question, I'm going to turn it over to Jamila to see if you can answer the part about capacity building, because I know that there's a lot of things that Ed is doing. And you want to take the second part of that question? Dr. Burton?
I got to roll around, maybe roll it all up.
Okay, all right. So
I'm going to do my best and make it real brief.
Start with Jamila.
So one thing, I know that the department loves to do roundtables. The secretary and many of our educational leaders have a number of roundtables where they're reaching out to leaders in the community to hear more specifically about what these educational practices look like at the local level, at the state level. Once they roll out from ed, what is the implementation? But even backtracking to before we set the policies in motion, getting comments, getting input from those who will be impacted by said policy to make sure that we're getting it right at the outset. And I kind of want to roll up my comments as well. In terms of how do we expand kind of access, engagement, connection, I would also say engaging with those community partners, like who are the trusted community partners? It's not always the Department of Education that has the reach to touch every individual in the community. So if it's the urban leagues, if it's the NAACPs, if it's the D9 Panhellenic organizations, faith-based organizations, finding ways of engaging with those groups to ensure that they're able to carry the message back into the community to find where the folks are who can apply for the grants, who can serve as grant writers and tack on some of our local, more lower resourced organizations that may not have the aptitude to have grant writers to apply for some of the grants. And so those are some of the ways I'm thinking about perhaps tackling the issues that were discussed.
Over to you, Melanie.
I've got to roll up.
Okay, all right. We just go down the line.
So I'll say really quickly, I think part of the reason that our community is resistant to data is because it's always bad news. Would you want to show up when people are just going to tell you all the ways you are underperforming in every area of life? I wouldn't come to that neither. The virtual event that we had last week on this Blade Research was live and direct. It was crunk. People were excited because they felt seen. They felt seen. And so to your point about young people, one of the reasons we decided to do this study is because we found that when you ask young people what they want to be influencers and content creators. And a lot of folks of our generation, we poo-poo that, like that's not a real job, but folks are making real money. Real money. So we wanted to get ahead of that. And so I think some of the questions and some of the data that we need to start collecting and the programs we need to start developing and devising are programs that really help these young people lean into the future of the digital economy, which is content creation, professional services, e-commerce, right? This 10% of GDP is going to continue to climb every year. And wouldn't it be great if our kids had the competitive advantage? Because in our schools, they are getting education and training on digital entrepreneurship when they are 10, 11, 12, 13. So now that hobby and that fun that they're having in with their phone and on their laptop in their room is a business. Business is not going to look the way that it looked when I came up. And we really have to appreciate that. There's a huge generational divide. And a lot of the people who have the power don't necessarily understand what this young generation needs and the opportunities that they face.
Wonderful. So here's what I would offer at the very top line as a way to wrap up. Black people are the cornerstone of democracy in this country. I'm gonna say it again. Is that black people are and have always been the cornerstone of democratic possibility in this country. And education is the cornerstone of democracy. My President Pringle, we say the same thing. I know that that's one of your talking points. And democracy is born anew every generation, and education is its midwife, right? And so when we think about what is needed, when we think about what it means to set families up 5 generations for success, or to take the burden off of the sandwich generation or the panini generation, those who are taking care of those who are older and those who are younger, we have to understand that education plays a cornerstone role in that, in our democracy, in our opportunities, in the possibilities across generations. What I'd also offer is that what we have to ensure is that learning communities are 2 things, that they are liberated zones. They are free from harm and full of the supports that every learner needs, right? And that they also that education is also a process that is liberatory, that it frees us so that we see the possibility in ourselves, in each other, in this thing we are doing together that we're calling the American Project. And so when we talk about economic opportunity, when we talk about what are we counting so that we can make a measured difference in children's lives, we have to make sure that every kid not only has access to education, not only that education is equal across all 16,000 of our school districts, we have to ensure that they are learning what they need to learn to be competitive, to be participatory in the economies, right, of our globe, but also in creating and expanding our democratic future. And I would offer that those of us who are and who represent and who support young people who are most marginalized, right, what we see from where we sit is that Black students and Indigenous students are the most excluded and the most persecuted for their gender identity and sexuality in our school system. They are the most punished, the most criminalized, the most pushed out, the most harassed, the most assaulted. And so when we are thinking about the democratic cornerstone of this country, as Black people, and our children are the ones who are coming up through this system, and we've heard super eloquent folks earlier in earlier panels talk about, and I can even think back to my own experience of when I started disengaging from school, right? I'm not a teacher. I've always worked adjacent to schools. I'm an educator. I've always worked adjacent to schools because I experienced the harm, right, of what it meant to be in a classroom with a racist teacher, with a shitty administration, with rules that didn't see me or protect me. And so even as we are working to correct, to rebuild, right, to revitalize this education system. We know that, again, when education is doing what it needs to do, it's a liberatory process, and that these schools are liberated zones. And that's what we are proud to be doing, particularly for all of our, as David John says, all of our babies, because they each deserve a crack at this future that we're creating and that you all have laid the groundwork for. Thank you.
Thank you.
You stole what I was going to say. I was just going to amen everything that everybody just said. You know, it's our mandate at IS for our data to represent everyone in the K-12 system. And what I'm hearing are two things. One, not everybody is, our message isn't reaching everybody, number one, and number two, that the problem is our data may not be representing everyone. And so at IES and NCS in particular, we want to make sure we form partnerships like this one to hear the questions that you all would like us to put before our students. Now, it's not entirely up to us, but we can definitely carry the water of a commission like this with the power that this commission has, and make sure that we're in the rooms and we're asking the right people the right questions to make sure that on the back end you all are receiving the data that you all need to do the work that you all want to do.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's give our panel a round of applause.
Thank you all so much. We're going to take a picture, so don't do what you're about to do. You stay right here.
Good on time? Okay, let me just take.
Data and STEM and technology by bringing up now Dr. Nafisa Owens, who's the Assistant Director of STEM Education and Workforce for the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, for a few thoughts.
So thank you so much. I really enjoyed the panel, and can't just express enough how many of the comments that were made resonated so much with the work that we're doing, the thoughts that we're thinking. And so maybe I'll tell you a little bit about that so I can share what's on my mind, and you can also see the vision ahead here as well. So I love being in an office of technology, and yet this technology is not working for me at the second. So, my name, Dr. Nafisa Owens, and again, I am serving as the Assistant Director for STEM Education and Workforce at the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And OSTP's mission in particular is to provide advice to the President and to the Executive Office on matters related to science and technology, and particularly to strengthen and advance American science and technology. And so, you know, over the past 2 years, President Biden has been working to advance racial equity and to ensure this promise that all of us are able to, you know, take advantage of the opportunities across this country. Our mission at OSTP is aligned with that, in that we do aim specifically to ensure equity, inclusion, and integrity in all aspects of science and technology as well. In addition to being the assistant director, I am also the daughter of a man who left the Deep South, Greenville, Alabama, without a high school degree, and later went to earn his GED and then his bachelor's degree. And he and my mother did not end up finishing college because of her medical issues at the time, but they both instilled within me and my sister the importance of education and all the possibilities that it can bring. My sister is a Howard grad, and she focused in on social work as her line of profession. Myself, Xavier grad, and then went on to receive my doctorate in molecular biology, And, we have seen the importance of education, and here at the White House, we are a big fan of the word possibilities. The possibilities that education brings, the possibilities that this nation brings, and how our president loves to use that word to describe this great nation, and also the possibilities that this office that I work with. Yes. Sure.
Well, no, you're going to do it. So our chair, so as you know, there's a lot going on in the world today, and Anita has been in and out of the Oval. But our chair, Kenyatta, is going to introduce our next guest really quickly, and then we'll go back to our regularly scheduled program.
Thank you. Let me just make sure. Okay. So thank you all again. You at the White House, and stuff is happening, and things are moving. And so I have too much to say about our next speaker, so I'll be incredibly brief in saying that Anita Dunn is probably, in my opinion, best person in government and politics in this nation. We are so lucky that she is serving our country and our president as a senior advisor, and wanted to give her the opportunity to say whatever she would like to say. So Anita Dunn.
Okay, the short person has arrived, yes. Hi, I'm not going to take much time, and I appreciate so much you're letting me kind of jump into the middle of your remarks, which really do sum up what how this president views the opportunities here, right? And I want to thank Malcolm, who is a dear friend and who was one of the president's earliest supporters, except for the man sitting next to him, by the way, who really earns that title. And just briefly say that, this president feels the mission of this commission as strongly as anybody will ever feel it. His abiding belief in possibilities, but also his abiding belief in making government work for everyone, in making government finally have a perspective that is not just about the people who already have power, but about making sure everybody gets a fair shot here. And understanding that everybody getting a fair shot is not just saying, okay, you're all on your own. Okay, because that's one way of looking at it, but that's not Joe Biden's way of looking at this. I think you all know that the underpinning of everything he has done since he has become president is to try to reshift the power structure as it exists in this country to make sure that everybody is included this time. And he feels this very strongly. So as you look at some of the accomplishments of this administration, things that he's proud of, and you realize, really, in the scheme of things, the extent to which we still have this unfinished business when it comes to equity, when it comes to justice, and when it comes to opportunity. But I do want to brag just a little on this administration, if it's okay, on some of the accomplishments, because they are very real. And they didn't just happen. They happened because President Biden made this a priority for the administration. So the lowest Black unemployment rate on record in this country, and the highest Black employment rate since November 2000, which some of you are young enough not to have been working then. The highest Black labor participation rate since 2008. So since 2008, the participation rate in the economy hasn't been as high as it is now under this administration. That the child poverty rate, reducing it primarily through the child tax credit, but with some of the other things, and we're going to fight like hell. He is going to fight like hell to get that child tax credit back, okay? Yeah. The fastest creation of Black-owned small businesses in over 25 years. And that is, as we all know, a critical thing for people to have a piece of the success of this economy. And this morning, as we all saw, GDP up by 4.9%. But that is small comfort, you know, if you're not part of that growth, right? Reversing literally decades of disinvestment in infrastructure in communities of color. And this is something that if you look at the Infrastructure Act, if you look at the CHIPS and Science Act, if you look at the Inflation Reduction Act, and certainly if you look at the American Rescue Plan, what you see throughout is not just this, we hope it'll kind of get to everybody equally, an absolute mandate to go make sure that these government funds are used to address some of the inequities that exist out there, whether it's communities that were cut in half in the 60s and 70s by superhighways being built through them, whether it is places that do not have broadband internet yet, whether it is making sure that transportation projects in underserved communities are there and funded and that people have a way to get around. All of those things that, you know, on the face of it, this, that, whatever, but when you add it all up, represents a sea change in how people are expending federal dollars and what they are prioritizing. The other thing that the president has done that I think is so critically important is that he set a goal of increasing by 50% the amount of federal contracting dollars that go to small disadvantaged businesses by 2025, and disadvantaged meaning you're not already part of the game, right? Okay, yeah. You know, it's, and all of this speaks to taking an inside game and opening it up to everybody. So that it's not just the same businesses getting the contract, so that the, you know, and we all know it is hard to figure out even how to access some of this stuff, right? And it has been a priority of his since the first program, the American Rescue Plan, passed, to continually, and I can say this, I've been in the room, ask his advisors, how are we making sure people can get these benefits? How are we making sure they know about these benefits? How are we making sure businesses know how to do this? What kind of help are we giving people? So these are critical things for him. They're not afterthoughts. They're not add-ons. They're an integral part of the program of this administration. So I'm going to close by talking a minute about education, because the pandemic certainly exposed what we already know, which is that the divide in this country on education is economic, right? If you were, as so many people in this Washington, D.C. area are, in the suburbs, you were staying at home, maybe you had your tutors coming, you had your little pod, you had people who could assist you. We all saw that, we all read those stories, right? And then you've got the kids whose parents had to go to work, right? They had to go to work. They didn't have the luxury of working on Zoom because of the jobs they had. And you had the kids who didn't have the broadband at home and who had to go find public places to get broadband or simply fall behind. The kids who didn't have the tutors. And Secretary Cardona, who is literally one of the biggest superstars of education I will ever meet in my life, is really dedicated to bridging that divide and also making sure that the kids who fell behind get the most help. And that is, again, something that doesn't always happen on its own, right? So I would just say the work you're going to do is critically important because this administration values it. It values it, but we don't just take a commission report, put it on the shelf and say, well, thank you so much, let's take a picture. We use it. So thank you so much for participating here. Thank you all for doing what you do. And Malcolm, thank you so much for letting me speak for 5 minutes here. So thank you. I'm sorry. And now you can get back to your regularly scheduled programming. Thank you. Thank you all.
Not a problem. I have been at the White House here for over 2 years now, and this is not my first rodeo here either, and so I know how to jump and flex. But yes, and we were, just talking about the pandemic. And so I'll just mention, I mean, we all know the issues that we have seen during the pandemic. And I will just say a plug to the parents during that time where if they had children with special needs or special education requirements, the significant impact that the pandemic had on those families in particular. But just to say, during the pandemic, we've seen, and Department of Ed was speaking to the data and the math scores from middle schoolers in particular that had dropped to the lowest points in decades, particularly in the very communities and the ones that we see and the ones that we serve. And so, there's the pandemic, but we have to say it didn't start and end right at the pandemic. Some of these trends we've been seeing for some time. The pandemic exacerbated what we were, the impact there. And the other thing I'll say is that, the pandemic has also deeply impacted how all of us, but particularly how Blacks and women and caregivers and people with disabilities participate in the workforce, the STEM workforce. And as someone who identifies with all four of those identities, and for anyone else who has intersections of identities there too, those challenges were even more compelling or compounding. So there is some data, there is something that we should be happy to hear about. And again, not all the data is bad data, but there are reasons that the future of STEM in America, it is promising, and that is we are hiring, as we've talked about, more individuals who are going and taking advantage of STEM jobs, good paying STEM jobs, and securing advanced degrees as well. And this is one of the things that the Biden-Harris administration has been working on about the broadband access and making sure that regardless of the community that you are in, you have access to the resources and the information and the education that will move things ahead. The challenges that we're facing right now, the opportunities that we have, that's why particularly at OSTP we're excited because we are working on crafting a new 5-year strategic plan for STEM education, working with federal agencies right now in that development, and it's going to be focusing not just on education, which is historically what this strategic plan has been, but it's also really looking very deeply into the workforce development, into the workforce, into how we support and ensure safe and inclusive learning and working environments, how we ensure research and innovation capacity, and the entrepreneurship has been noted. So this is something that we're really excited about to ensure that we are cultivating and nurturing STEM talent right now more than ever. Just to also say, as we are doing this work, we are all through this work looking at diversity, inclusion, equity, and accessibility. We're making sure that these efforts are seen as multi-agency efforts and eventually multi-sector. And we're also making sure that the impact is at a systems level, ensuring the transparency and accountability of this work. This administration has demonstrated a commitment to equity through a number of executive orders which have previously been mentioned, and we are also making sure to actively implement CHIPS in Science through this work in particular that we're doing as we expand STEM education and research opportunities while fostering these environments for learning and working. And so I just want to again express my gratitude for having the opportunity to speak with you today. I hope to be able to share other resources that I may not have the time to give today, but happy to share them with the Commission in the future, but also to open this dialogue because again, we are in the midst of the development of a new strategic plan, but also welcome and encourage the supportive relationship that we can have moving forward in the implementation of that plan as well, so that every American, every Black American can take full advantage of these opportunities. So thank you for your time.
And thank you so much, Dr. Owens, and we appreciate your flexibility as well. As we transition to our next panel, I just wanted to say a few words. Secretary Cardona will be joining us in a bit. And I also wanted to flag, if you didn't know, that Secretary Cardona actually chairs all of the White House initiatives, including the White House Initiative for Black Americans. In reference to our Presidential Advisory Commission, we all operate under the auspices of him and his leadership and the Department of Education. And so he is very excited to be joining you all shortly. And just wanted to give you a heads up for the rest of the afternoon. We still have lots of surprises in store. So with that, in the interest of time, because it is real, Dr. DeAndre, are you in the room so we can get started on our Unlocking Post-Secondary and Career Success for Black Students panel? Thank you.
I'm staying. I'm staying. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it is after lunch, and this is that part of the day that gets a little tough, so hang in there with me. I promise you this will be a very interesting dialogue. I want to thank Alexis and the White House Initiative for having me to help facilitate this conversation. But as Alexis mentioned, my name is DeAndre Jones. From listening to all of the programming today, I realized that there was a theme going on, and I heard the city of Philadelphia mentioned so many times. And I'm happy to say I am also a native of Philadelphia, so I will continue this. And Commissioner, excuse me, I worked at the Community College of Philadelphia when you were a part of the Board of Trustees, so it is good to see you. But in the interest of time, I will begin this conversation as we will be having a panel to discuss unlocking post-secondary and career success. And when we're talking about success, right, we're not talking about access right now. We're talking about completion and getting to those credentials of value, right? Those that lead to high-wage family sustaining wages, right? So we want to make sure that we're very clear that we're not talking about just getting students to these institutions and to these opportunities, but make sure they get there and they can be successful, complete, and then go on beyond post-secondary education. So to get things started, I'm just going to ask the panelists if they could please introduce themselves. We can go one by one and talk a little bit about the work that you lead and how it's relevant to the conversation today.
Hi, everyone. Ashley Harrington. I'm a senior advisor at the Department of Education in the Office of the Undersecretary. This office manages everything related to higher education and post-secondary education. I particularly work a lot on student loan issues. So obviously, I think that is directly connected to how we are successful in life. We know that Black folks are the ones who are most burdened by student debt. We have to borrow the most. We struggle the most in repayment. And so we have done a lot over the past couple of years to radically change and improve the student loan system, and we're working to continue to do that. And everything that we do disproportionately impacts Black borrowers because we are the ones who have the debt. And so I'm looking forward to being able to share more with you today.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jordan Shelby West. I use the pronouns she, her, and hers, and I'm the Associate Vice Provost for Diversity, Equity, and Community Engagement at the George Washington University, just 5 blocks away from here. Thank you for the invitation to join in the work that's already been done today. In addition to my role serving as a Chief Diversity Officer, a Senior Diversity Officer in higher education, I have the privilege of serving as a faculty member in Women, Gender, and Sexuality Studies, teaching courses on Black feminist theory specifically. And then in addition to that, I've served on several governing boards specifically about race. So from a racialized lens, how do we think about equity, but really justice and liberation at the center of Black lives? And then I travel nationally as a consultant, so advising typically other university leaders, board of trustees, presidents, on thinking about an equity lens, an equity-minded framework in their leadership capacity, and also creating climate assessment surveys. So doing some of the data work, so I appreciated that conversation, but the data work on telling our stories, because we know for those who don't live in our bodies, sometimes we need to prove our existence, and data helps us do that in white spaces.
Good afternoon. My name is Sekou Biddle, Vice President at UNCF. For the last 11 years, I've led our work on K-12 advocacy, and in particular, helping African-American community understand, value the need to go to college, the path, ways to go to college, and then through our student professional development programs, how to help support young people during their time in college to be prepared for early career success. So you mentioned earlier that includes things like the credentials, but also the critical skills, knowledge, expertise that will lead to early career success. And as we know, for our young people in college today, they're not, and I'm being honest here, I'm a parent of a student in college and a recent college graduate. None of them went to college simply to go to college and say, I have a degree. Like, they almost are all there for the purpose to be prepared to be successful professionals in whatever field of endeavor they choose. And so the credential matters a lot, but so do a lot of the other critical skills and knowledges that oftentimes we're not intentional enough in post-secondary education to make sure they get. So looking forward to being part of the conversation today.
And I'm extremely thankful that we have such a diverse group of panelists here, because Sekou, you talked about the K-12 advocacy. Dr. West, you talked about the higher ed side. I neglected to mention that I also do work for the Department of Education, and I work in the Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education. So our portfolio spans the K-12 and higher ed sector, and we administer the Perkins funds, about $1.4 billion annually. That's the B that Dr. Courtney talked about earlier. But I'm just glad that we're going to be able to talk about the whole aspect of the spectrum when it comes to unlocking career success for students. So the first question that I'm going to ask is going to be, how can institutions enhance academic support programs specifically tailored to the needs of Black students, ensuring their success in post-secondary education? And Dr. West, I'm going to ask you if you can answer that first.
Sure. So I would start from an intersectional framework. I know that term was invited into the space earlier today, but I want to make sure that as we sit here, we understand that it was defined and coined by a Black woman, Kimberly Crenshaw. And when she coined that term in the court of law defending a Black woman, what she wanted us to understand was that living solely as a Black person is not, one, a monolith, but it's also different when you are both Black and woman, Black and disabled, Black and queer, Black and fill in the blank with another historically marginalized identity. And when I think about the ways in which we can improve academic programs and support, I require my team to understand, who are we actually serving? Whose interests do we have in mind? And when we say solely Black, sometimes we're also limiting who Black people are. We're assuming that all Black people come from the same story, same narrative, and then inevitably need the same things. And so how are we thinking about equity even when we're serving Black people? So we oftentimes talk about equity in comparison to a majority, like white folks or able-bodied people or cisgender men. But we need to think about how we are serving folks from an equitable and really justice-centered lens, and how that looks and feels different for Black women compared to Black men and Black trans people. And then you add other identities and that looks even more different. And so I want us to be complex and complicate things up front by saying, how are we actually creating programs with all these folks in mind, and all these folks even within the umbrella of being Black? I also want us to understand that most of the people serving Black folks through these academic programs are in fact marginalized themselves. It is not a surprise that I sit on here as a senior diversity officer and hold the identities that I hold. I'm exhausted. We also just watched 2 Black women presidents die. And one, they kept the program going as she left us on stage. And we haven't stopped to talk about that in the ways we're stopping to talk about a lot of other issues happening in this world, in this country. And so I want us to understand the exhaustion that is being placed on the bodies of people to carry people who are also exhausted, and how we are serving them. And so we often say, let's throw more money in, let's increase Posse and other McNair-based scholarships, and those are all great. And those are all equity-based programs. But I want us to imagine a justice-centered space. Like, what would institutions of higher education look and feel like for Black folks if they were grounded in liberation, justice, and empathy? not equity, actually. Equity says we know there's a problem and we're going to try to fix it enough so that you can make it through. Whereas justice and liberation says, I never want you to ever see this problem again and anybody after you. So when we think of these Pell Grant spaces and we think of posse, we're understanding there's a systemic issue. And I want to challenge this group to say, great on equity, but what is systemic? You have the ability to say what is at the root and how do we pull it up and who needs to be at the table to do it. And then our academic support programs actually probably become less significant. Like, you shouldn't need a role like mine. The day I don't have a job is actually great because it means that we have strived and thrived in ways that people no longer need to be saved or people to try to save them or advocate for them at the table. And so I think there's a lot of ways to pour in, but I want us to start actually asking the question of how do we never have to keep pouring in so that we are actually removing barriers that have hurt, harmed people for years, years, and years.
Would you like to respond to that?
I mean, I would just add, so one of the things I think we sometimes quickly hop over is just, like, unless I've missed something, right, it is still really hard to be Black in America. And that's through a lot of things. And sometimes, we administer close to 400 different scholarship and internship programs. And we have a lot of, in particular, corporate partners. And a lot of them are involved in it because they are trying to do something. A lot of it is about them trying to diversify their workforces. And so their answer oftentimes is very transactional in nature, right? They come to us with ideas they have for, can you help us build a pipeline of students with this set of knowledge and skills so that we can eventually hire more Black people into our corporation? And then, but when you get into questions like, well, tell me who these interns are going to go talk to about what it's like to be a Black employee at your organization. And I get like the blank look like, well, what do you mean? Like, well, like that's part of the problem, right? It's not, we can tell a young person, hey, there's an internship available, there's scholarship, like all those things. But we're also having to put out there, listen, the solution to your talent problem isn't to simply just throw dozens of young people into terrible professional environments, hope that they struggle and fight and make it through, and then decide on the back end, oh, that's what I want to spend the next, dozen years of my life doing. And I think we have to be more upfront and honest about that. And we also have to do more to remove the financial barriers that students face, because a lot of the opportunity out there is a function of you've got to solve for financial problems. So students are picking internships or jobs because they've got to figure out their financing model for college. And that limits the scope of opportunity for them, because one of the first things they're looking at is what's the compensation I'm going to get, or what are the costs I have to bear. And we've been fortunate when we've been able to put together some programs that remove travel costs and housing and all of these things. But then we deal with corporate partners like, well, that's really expensive. I'm like, yeah, but you're coming to us wanting to engage first generation college goers, and you want them to have the same experience that all of your other interns are going to have, but you seem to be blissfully unaware that part of the experience they have is something that a lot of your employees do not. So you have to solve for that. And I think we've got to be more thoughtful about the conditions and the supports we're putting in place for young people, because it isn't as simple as, oh, just go do the internship and everything will be fine. Like, no, life hasn't been made easier for them just because we've opened up one or two more opportunities. And I think that's something we have not been forceful enough about. And institutions, like the HBCUs that we support, struggle with this challenge of they're trying to crack the door open for young people, but also they know who these young people are and what they need. And I think we have to ask more of our partners in the corporate community to recognize and be honest about what their part is in solving those problems.
You said something that honestly is going to segue me right into my next question, and that's about dealing with financial barriers, right? Which is one of the primary barriers to post-secondary completion. So Ashley, I'm coming to you now, and I'm talking about this. But could you elaborate a little bit on some strategies to address the financial barriers that often impede access to higher education for Black students, such as tuition assistance or debt relief initiatives?
So I'm going to talk about debt relief.
Absolutely.
So I come from this space of, right, once we get through college, or sometimes we don't even finish, right? We are struggling with a mountain of student loans. And I think as I said, we have done a lot of great things in the past couple of years, from improving public service loan forgiveness to fixing income-driven repayment, to this new affordable income-based repayment plan called Saving on a Valuable Education. So we are removing barriers and we're making the system work better. We've done, practical things like the website is better and applications take less time and you can do things like digitally sign, things like you couldn't do before. But the other piece is, like, the policy is the first step, right? We have to make sure everybody knows about it. I want to make sure that every single Black person who has student loans knows about the available programs for them. They should know about public service loan forgiveness, because we're not only more likely to have debt, we're more likely to work in public service. We give back to our communities. This is the carrying the people on our back that you're talking about, right? These are the jobs that we do. These are the roles that we cover. And if we don't know that in 10 years you can be debt-free, you can get 200, 500K forgiven. If we know that we are struggling to have Black doctors, Black lawyers, Black judges, people in spaces that look like us, we need all of these tables to look like us. And if the student debt is the barrier, but there are programs that work, yes, we have more to do, right? We know we are working right now on broad-based debt relief. It was struck down at the Supreme Court, but there are programs right now that we have that can make a tremendous difference in the lives of people that look like us. There are so many people out there who don't know they could have a $0 payment right now. Student loans just started this month, right? It's for the first time in 3.5 years, people are having to make payments. But more folks than ever are eligible for a $0 payment. And that still counts towards forgiveness programs, and people don't know about it. And so part of the reason why I'm here today, and thank you to Alexis for inviting me, is to make sure that folks in this room know and they can help share, because these are things that people are dealing with literally every single day, and people have to make very real decisions about, can I cover rent, can I cover food, or do I pay for this student loan, and what happens if I don't pay for this student loan, and why am I 65 and I still have student loans? That's real, right? And so these programs can help do something about that. And so I think the debt relief and the student loan programs that we're doing right now mean that the higher education that we are able to access actually means it's a real opportunity for us.
First, to a perspective here. So one of the things that oftentimes happens at institutions when I'm traveling as a consultant, I notice they have no plan for how they are going to give out their money. And so they get money from the government. The government hasn't necessarily set up stipulations for how that money gets utilized, the tracking. They just have to say, we used it, we gave it, this many students did this. And so I think there could be conditions on receiving certain funding as institutions that direct the money towards certain spaces. Now, SCOTUS decision may impact how that really plays out in real time in the coming years, but we oftentimes give money and then don't expect that people are doing this work already. I get asked all the time in my role, could you give me some data so I can apply for this NIH grant so I can say we're helping Black people? And I'm like, no. And so I'm like, no, tell me how you are. Because to me, you're the one who is the PI on this project. You're the one who I need to trust will be caring for the Black people you're doing research on, not with, but on. And so I want us to be more thoughtful about how we even disperse and then regulate and then assess and then think about, from a critical lens, the utilization of money from the government to institutions. The other piece I want to say is that there are no loan institutions. So we typically start with saying, did you take out a loan, and was it a private or was it public? How did it go? If you Google no loan institutions of higher education, there is a list. Now, they all have different conditions. You have your Princeton University, and I had the privilege of working there when we created this, but it is a no-loan institution because they have committed in their endowment a bank account for every student. Now, arguably, their endowment is astronomical because of the people who have come from Princeton University, but I've read the bios of this room, and many of you come from very similar, if not the same spaces. And so how are we setting expectations back into our institutions that we could be no loan? Or what could it look like? Instead of saying it's not possible because that's Princeton, how do we say, actually, how do we reimagine this to exist on college campuses and set the expectation that people should go to college and not have to pay back in the way that we know people are doing? And so I would encourage this room to benchmark and learn about the no-loan institution structures that exist. Again, beyond that Princeton model, there are many other tiers that exist that most people never know about. Never know that they could go to college in some cases and not have that loan component.
I think the no loan piece is really important, and we just put out a best practices guide in response to the SCOTUS decision on affirmative action, and we talk about no loan programs and financial aid strategies that can help increase diversity. I think that's really important. And so there are a lot of institutions, like you said, that can do that, and there are some that are not. So we also got to continue pushing for the investment at the federal and state level of more government funding into our institutions, into our communities that can actually serve people who look like us. And so continue to push for things like free community college, for more support for our HBCUs, for more support for community colleges, the institutions that have best served us. And so there is a lot still needing to be done in terms of the way we think about higher education as an investment and an investment in people of color.
I think one forgotten about group when we think about student loan debt and debt relief are not the individuals who went to college and successfully completed, but we all know people who made an attempt and they're stuck with student loan debt and they barely earned 1 or 2 years worth of college credits, right? So it's important that they are aware of what the debt relief initiatives are as well, because they have to pay it back too, right? I have a brother, did 3 years, did great at college, decided he wanted to leave, but now he's stuck with 3 years worth of college debt that he has to pay back. So it is important that everyone knows, not just those who successfully completed, but those who made an attempt and ultimately may one day want to go back, because that will be a barrier for them to, access student loans to complete their education. But I think it's important that we think about those individuals too. Yes. Okay. That's fine.
Okay, so we are going to open up to commissioners. Commissioner Cabe, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the issue of student loan is a more expansive conversation. There are many first-generation completers who reach the pinnacle in their career, yet they're still bogged down with student loan debt because typically they still have to take on the debt of their children. They're still offering economic support to their families, yet they don't qualify because of income issues. So I think as we reimagine this issue around supporting economic development and giving people an opportunity to break those generational cycles, right? Because these are cycles that persist in families for years. We need to think more creatively about what qualifies and how income and what income that's not taxable looks like for people who are the person in their family that's carrying everything for everyone else. And I think that's a very real situation for many Black people who have completed, may have even met success, yet they are still the only person in their family that's lending that economic support. So thank you for the conversation.
And before you all respond, we also have Commissioner Ingram.
Hi, thank you all very much. You all, it's very eye-opening to me, and I am a proponent of post-secondary education for anybody who wants it and everybody who can get it. But the reality is, it's super expensive, super expensive. For me, going to my HBCU, I just put my daughter through an HBCU. She's now in medical school, which is astronomical, off the charts, ridiculous, something that her father cannot afford. And so now she's going into debt to do that. So if she does not finish, then she's going to be saddled with something that is going to be around her for a long time. My question to you is, as a commission, we're going to be kind of grappling with how we present solutions to the president, the administration, about this issue of post-secondary education. And I heard you all mention some solutions. The first time I ever heard the Princeton no loan endowment, I've never heard that before, and I've been in education all my life. What do we tell our parents about taking their young people to these schools? In one instance, they're first generation, we should be really proud, but two, they can't afford certain things. There's a financial impediment there. What do we tell our parents in this juncture when you got a bright kid and the kid is gonna apply for a scholarship, but not totally? They're going to Howard University, it costs $55,000, and they got $35,000 in student loans. By all accounts, this kid did a great job, but you're still $20,000 short. What does that look like for us? Do we tell parents, hey, take your kid to the community college? Do we tell parents go into debt? Do we go to programs like UNCF? What does that look like from your vantage point?
Well, I mean, one of the challenges, it looks like all those things. And I think we have to be really, really honest with people. And we have to help parents realize they've got to have earlier and more honest, open discussions about post-secondary and costs sooner rather than later. It also looks like, and I tell this even to my friends right now, we've got to help parents understand you've got to apply to a diverse set of institutions, because there are things that are not obvious to parents. So for instance, things that are not obvious to most parents are when you get back, hey, you got in, here's your award, you can negotiate. But the number of parents who look at me sideways, like, what do you mean you can negotiate? It's like, you can call the school back and say, hey, you offered us X, institution over here offered us X plus 2. We would rather go here, but you have to make it work for us. But parents, in particular, a lot of first-generation college goers, people who are not involved in post-secondary, would have no idea that there's an opening for a negotiation there. But I think the other thing we have to have parents talk to their children about, and I've had this conversation with my own children and with my friends these days, that in addition to like what the institution is going to offer you and what's available with with grants and Pell, and we should increase Pell because it doesn't make sense that college increased costs has gone like this and Pell has been like this. But we also have to look at private opportunities that are available, and then we have to have parents and students think really critically about like the cost benefit of, because it's hard to make a case in a lot of instances that somebody accruing $20,000 a year more in debt to go to one institution over another, that there's really a payback on the back end. And there are in some cases, but we need to be advising families to think that through. I mean, I always tell my friends, it's sort of like when you can buy a car, you can buy a Toyota or you can buy a Ferrari. Both will get you from A to B. It has a lot to do with your budget, which direction you should be looking at. And I think because the cost of college has been increasing so quickly, it's almost in a generation or two, the financing dynamics have changed. Like what we could do when I went to college doesn't exist anymore. Like the opportunity to, you have saved a quarter, you borrow a quarter, you work study a quarter, like you can't do enough work study in a year to cover a quarter of the cost of going to college. So I think we've got to make the financial conversation more upfront and apparent to students, because they should be going, but their decision-making matrix has got to be altered to account for the financial realities. Because like you said, I've got a son going to med school next year too, and the decisions they actually make from high school to the 4-year degree will then have impact on the rest of their life. Because if you're carrying a lot of debt, then it becomes more challenging to consider the next thing you want to do. And that might be, whether it's graduate school, or it might even be what's actually the best professional job opportunity for you that may pay you less today, but it provides better opportunity overall. Well, if you're carrying $100,000+ in debt, the best opportunity for you may be less important than which one is going to pay more so you can start paying this debt down. I think the financial part we have to make much more apparent for young people and their parents as they're making college-going decisions.
I also think we need to put some of the responsibility, not necessarily on parents, but on the K-12 systems, right? We think about that preparation and getting students that career, the whole post-secondary advising and navigation part, like that should be embedded in curriculums, right? They shouldn't have to go home and hope that their parent, who may not have had experiences with them, help guide them through these experiences after high school. So I think the K-12 systems and the states can put a little bit more emphasis on embedding that into curriculum.
Can I just say quickly too, there's a few programs that I'm seeing in communities, like opening up bank accounts and having kids for the first time learn what it means to deposit, what it means to save. Like, don't underestimate promotion of those programs in communities and the correlation between understanding money in general later on. I also think about the responsibility of financial literacy in general. Like, where do we create spaces? Some folks talked about Saturday school earlier. Like, where are we doing our Saturday schools on financial literacy? Bettina Love, not sure if any of you know her name. She's a K-12 scholar. She talks often about abolitionist teaching. And so she's looking at reparations so that college is accessible, meaning free for Black folks in particular. But what she also says is we need to stop thinking about people as unable. And she even says, I don't say first gen, I say first let in. Because it's not that we've not been educated, it's not that we've not understood money, it's that we've not been given the resources to accumulate, to acquire, to build. And so I think some of it is even like the semantics we use has to be unlearned so that we're actually thinking of growth as a positive for Black people, not working from a deficit. Like, how are we thinking about capital and wealth within our communities? I agree with the K through 12. I work with college counselors all the time who come to my institution, which is one of the most expensive in the world, about $90,000 a year. And they're like, what about my Black student or low-income student? How do they get here? And sometimes I have to say, maybe this isn't the right place for them. And so how are institutions also being honest? Because I have so many students who come to me about their second semester, second year in tears. I thought I had a scholarship. I said, it said for 1 year. So we got you in for a year, but we didn't get you in for 4. And so how are we as a community pouring into our students, our babies who are getting accepted into colleges and saying, let me make sure you know what you said yes to. Let me make sure you know what you're doing before you sign off on this. So I actually think about a wraparound structure, and I often think that we point to one place to be responsible and the others feel relieved from the responsibility. But I'm like, I give you a $90,000 bill each year. I can't be free of accountability and responsibility when I've said yes to you and I knew you couldn't afford it. So how are we all taking accountability to the final or completion in terms of success, degree completion for students? And the last thing I'll say, master's level and PhD, doctoral level education is oftentimes free. We just opt to pay for it. So people are like, oh, sure, I'll come, I signed the paper, but there's a scholarship, or nobody asked, or you didn't go to the interview day that got you a full ride. And so some of it is that we need to be providing education. Unfortunately, law and medical don't always have this. But in other spaces at the graduate level, it's free. And we just don't tell people because we'd rather you pay.
Next we have, and thank you for those responses, next we have Commissioner Johnson and then Commissioner Smith.
As we look at making recommendations as to things that should be done, it's important to know what's already been considered. So I'm wondering whether there has been within the Department of Education any type of recommendation to the President for an executive order ending the discriminatory practice of legacy admissions to schools.
There is programs in the state of Delaware that families can invest in, and it's all about education. And you can take your child 2 years old or 4, and you can start investing in those programs. And time your child reaches college, they got enough money to almost pay 80% of that school debt. Then I was talking to Malcolm. There's another investment program in the federal government guy, and if you get those two, if you say have it, or you go to your politicians and say put this in place, or your government say put the Department of Education say put this in place, a lot of this money can be set off by these two programs.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways that we can make programs work together, and I also think this goes back to making sure folks know. I think there are a lot of different ways that people who have been let in for generations, right, have been able to navigate systems and programs, and we got to make sure we're able to do the same. Like if there's programs and resources there but we don't know about them, we don't access them, we don't know how they work together, then we got to do more about that. On the legacy admissions piece, in the recent best practices guide that we put out, we talked specifically about thinking about programs like legacy admission and how that can harm diversity and access at your school. And so making sure that institutions are thinking about all of their policies holistically and how that is or is not contributing to them creating a diverse student body and specifically being able to enroll students of color, low-income students. And so we absolutely talk about legacy admissions in that report.
One more thing, please. We have a problem with judges, getting black judges and black lawyers. So we went to the Supreme Court, the justice, we had a meeting with them. And we are selling a program saying, if you got a child that's in 6th grade or 5th grade that's very smart, why not send a law school into a public school and let them begin to work with this child, and when this child get to a 4-year college, they can go, it's free. When they go to law school,
desperately, but while they're in the law school, their degree, their law license are already ready to go. When they walk out with their law license. And they do 2 years inside the state in one of the departments and stuff. And that's what we're trying to push for you guys who got people going to law school. We're trying to push in Delaware.
Yeah, and I would just to build on that. I mean, something that we're seeing, and I think is going to be a part of how do we push down the cost for a four-year degree is, so Delaware State's a good example, Tougaloo College is another one, where we're seeing institutions, HBCUs in particular, start to run early college high schools on their campuses. And, you know, effectively the opportunity that's created there is a student can go through high school, finish high school with 2 years worth of credits or an associate's degree, and then effectively in the fall enroll in college full time, but they start, at that point, they're starting college full time as a junior. And I mean, once again, as a tuition paying parent right now, I have done the math on 2 years of college costs way less than 4 years of college. Right? And I think we have to be more creative about how do we help more young people and families who know, like who have some reasonable expectation at a relatively early age that college is part of what they want to do. Because the other part, you know, into like the dirty little secrets people don't want to let out, I mean, there's a lot of awareness in post-secondary that a lot of what's happening the first 2 years of college, many young people who are going to college don't need to do it there. You can tell by GPA and test scores that a lot of that general ed stuff they're fine with. And in fact, they will have done something equivalent in high school anyway. And so we've got to start working and systemically figuring out where can students be getting through the first year or two of college at high school where they're not paying anything for it, so that the time they have to spend in college is reduced. They can still get the credential. And, you know, we're now beginning to talk to institutions about, like, if you could have students who started in the fall as juniors and could graduate in 2 years, that also means conceivably young people could be spending 4 years full-time on a college campus and walking off the campus with a bachelor's and a master's degree for what would have cost them 4 years to get a bachelor's degree. I mean, they're just, we have to help families crack the code on ways to get further ahead at lower cost. But once again, it becomes more transparency and honesty about what it is colleges are charging families for, because some of the stuff that families are being asked to pay for, their students don't need, and so they're spending a lot of time on a campus at a really high rate for things they already knew could have mastered or just frankly didn't have to happen. And I think we've got to be thinking about how do we help more institutions, help more young people do that sooner, unless someone's got a solution for how we bend the cost curve of what colleges want to charge families. And that seems to be part of the challenge today.
Well, I received the signal to wrap this up. So I want to say thank you to my panelists for engaging in this conversation. And if I could leave anything with the commission, which I know you all know this, but we all know education is that vehicle to social economic mobility, and it's a very reliable vehicle. And we just have to get this right for the collective success of our race in the future. So I just want to say thank you, and I will turn the mic over to Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. And you all said because we're going to take a picture. But let me just say to the commission members, we are now going to take a 15-minute break to give people a chance to just get up, stretch your legs, remember who you are, and then we're going to start the commissioners' roundtable at 3:45 when we come back. What I would ask, because staff is going to be taking some very detailed notes. You don't have to be verbose, and actually we don't have time to be super verbose, but I would like to hear from people, what are moments that are really sticking with you? What are some things that you want to dive into a little bit more deeply? But I do want to have a time to go around and have a bit of reflection to make sure we're holding on to some of this great information that was shared. So we'll be back at 3:45. And last little point of privilege, because I don't want to get in trouble when I leave. I want to acknowledge my husband, Dr. Kenyatta, is here with us as well. All right, good. Now I can go home safely. Okay, good. Thank you so much for your patience and understanding. No, commissioners, don't stand. Please stay. Just stay. God bless you. Say it again. You ready for them? Yeah. All right, thank you. So if you're around the perimeter, please follow Daisha. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your patience, and I know that folks, present company included, have guests, and so thank you for understanding the protocol and allowing us to advance the program. So at this point, as was referenced before, I want to begin the process of some reflections, and thank you again for your flexibility through this day. As I said, we are at the real and live White House, and so things happen, and we have to be flexible and be ye always ready, as they say if you grew up in the church I grew up in. So with that being said, I really did want to just start with reflections. Folks from the staff are going to be taking detailed notes on what is really sticking to you, what topics do you wish we had more time to focus on, et cetera. So if we can, I'm sure he won't mind me calling on him, but I'm actually going to start with Commissioner Evans with your thoughts and reflections.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank you for your leadership today through all of the challenges, and Alexis and the team. I have found this to be very informative. I think one of the panelists said it earlier, I'm doing as much listening and learning as I am leading, and it's good to be with this esteemed group of folks. A couple of things that struck me in today's conversation: the continued focus we've got to have on systemic issues in education. It is very clear. Everyone we've spoken to today has made that clear to us. I've taken notes on ideas. I think we got a lot of ideas, and I know that we will ultimately make recommendations to this White House, and so I've been taking scrupulous notes. You know, when the last conversation about higher education, what I wrote down is we need a new deal in higher education in America. That is clear. We need a new deal about what it means to access higher education in this country, get a degree, get a job, and have the opportunity to pursue the American dream. And so what that deal looks like and what it used to look like is very different, I think, for folks that are coming out of college today. So those are just a few of my early notes. I think all of the conversations have been good. The data conversation was particularly good. And then the last thing I will say, Mr. Chairman, is around the economic opportunity. I certainly hope we will continue to be able to expand the economic opportunity, because when it comes to the racial wealth gap, and we heard this today, I think 228 years is what Ms. Kelly told us. The racial wealth gap, I think, continues to be the leading challenge for black people in America, because if we close it, we will solve a lot of the problems I think we've heard here today.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Scott, I'm fired up and ready to go, so I want to hear more from you on what's sticking with you, what stood out to you.
One of the things I think about is that we have to revamp the grant monies. It is very important that we make it plain and simpler. What happened is that we get grant monies. We just went through something in Richland County when, as the federal government gave $10 million to rural community, the county in their wisdom turned the county into rural, and everyone in the city got it, and the people who are actually working in the rural area did not get any. So I think we need to look at that and make it more simpler and plainer, that make sure that the money reach where it's supposed to reach and make it good for everyone. I really enjoyed the sessions today, all of it. I just think that we need to really think about, I have a little education, and I really appreciate all the educators who talked today, and I really appreciate y'all. And it's important, but we got 99.9 people out there still not educated. So we still got to reach out, and we reach out in squares. I say squares, like take care of your community, and we got to do more of that. But the grant money is very important to me, because they say it's rural, and then the 2Bs get it, the state and the county get it, and they turn it into, and before you know it, then I develop something else in the town, in the town itself, you know. So that was very important to me, to the community. 32 years ago, I started doing something with the seniors, and every year, twice a year, I have this with information, all kind of information. Everybody think you're old so that people can scam you out of something. So we make sure that our seniors know about that. Even our young people, bank, they did a check wash on me and took out money out of the bank, check wash. I wrote a check to AT&T, and they took it and made it $5,000. Luckily, it went through, but the bank gave it back to me. So we got to be very mindful of things like that. So that's what my mission is, to really help and to really do something and really help President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reelected. That's my mission.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Nesbitt.
Good afternoon, everyone. I see why the composition of the commission is the way it is. Coming from the private sector, I have a different perspective than some of the folks in here. And I started off thinking that there have been rooms constituted like this, not under the auspices of the executive branch, of course, where we as a community have been debating these same problems using these exact same words for 60, 70 years. So, you know, I would be suggesting things, a few, you know, boil the ocean solutions, but a lot of really small wins that I think we can get. For a couple reasons, I think it's obvious that the new four-letter word in Washington is bipartisan. Education is a states' rights issue, so, you know, we may come up with solutions, and, you know, in some states they're just dead in the water. So that would inform my perspective. Another thing that I think would be really helpful for us is to know of past successes and failures from this Presidential Advisory Committee. So what has been tried before that succeeded, to give us an idea of some of the solutions. And then there's like one little thing I thought about, and if it exists already, forgive me for not knowing, but when I was applying to college, I'm a first-generation American, so I didn't have parents to guide me. I was trying to find scholarships and couldn't, or couldn't find many. Luckily, I found one to the school I went to, and I took care of it, but I'm talking about all these private scholarships. One little idea I had is, like, why isn't there a national database put together by the government? And if it's possible, say, that donations aren't tax deductible to that scholarship unless they're registered in that database. So there's one database, central database, where all students can go, it's searchable, it's state of the art, and it's all in one place. We make that easy. Again, if it exists, forgive me, but those are kind of the solutions I'd be suggesting. Small things that can really make huge impacts as opposed to some of these big lofty things that we're never going to go anywhere.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Commissioner Wiley, I'm sorry. Now we have Commissioner Wiley. Sorry, Commissioner Nesbitt, thank you.
Hi, I'm Benny Wiley. Well, first of all, like everyone else, I've really enjoyed the conversations today. I've learned a lot. I'm not an educator. Like Clarence, I come out of business. But through my work, I have worked with literally hundreds of Black professionals around issues of how they are advancing within the corporate landscape. And so I hear a lot of kind of similarities in things that we've done to help advance our professionals and things that we might need to be doing within our schools as well. We talked about mentorship. That's certainly a key component. People really believing in you. I think we talked about that in the first session around board certification and training teachers where they really believe in someone's capabilities, creating safe environments where people can belong. I don't have any particular examples of things I think we should do. I have to admit my head is spinning a little bit with everything that we've heard. And I'm struggling with how are we going to take all of this and how are we going to prioritize it and how are we going to create a vision of what we want things to look like and what we need to do to try to get there. So I'm looking forward to working with everybody on that process.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Speaker Tate.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. Just to build off of what was already said, it has been very productive just to hear the work that's been done and hear the panelists. A couple of my thoughts that I have, first off, is I really enjoyed specifically the first panel, in talking about what goals have already been out there, what organizations, because I know one of our charges is to look at different partnerships. Having 1 million teachers of color by 2030. And I think that's something tactically, as you know, it's a large goal, but something that if there are ways to identify more of that as we continue to go along. And the second is, and I think Commissioner Nesbitt kind of hit on it as well too, what's already been done up to this point, and I think even taking it a little bit further, as we're all working together, is there an opportunity for a repository for data, or what in terms of how we're level setting and how we all have the same information? Because as we're beginning to craft what we begin to do, I think having all of the same information available to all of us, I think will be valuable as we continue to go through this process and build on, how we achieve what's been charged before us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Like everyone else, I've enjoyed all the presentations. There were things that made me extremely happy, like hearing about the Research Center, the first ever, the Transportation Center, and some of the ideas for financing education. But at the same time, those things made me sad because I never knew about them. And I follow this stuff pretty closely. And so that means a lot of folks out there just don't know. And so one of the things I would hope we'd be able to do is find a depository where we can publicize all the things that this administration has done so that people know. I mean, it's great to do things, but if no one knows it's out there, it's going to limit it will benefit a limited number of people. So that would be my hope coming out of this, is we find a way to talk about all the things in a central location where people can go and research it. The next thing, as you might imagine, one of my reasons for being here, I really do think I hope we can get to a point where the president will do an executive order ending legacy admissions. Because I think that is, everyone talks about, we're past race, and you can't benefit from race every year when you're admitting to school because your great-great-great-great-grandfather went to Harvard and say race is not a factor. Well, it's a factor that's benefiting you every year. So I would hope we'd be able to push something down the road where he will do an executive order ending that. If they want to challenge it, go challenge it. It's hard to defend, though.
We have a lot of feelings about that here. In this room, we have a lot of feelings about that. Commissioner Blunt.
So Commissioner Johnson and I both were talking about what did we come here to do individually? Like, what did we want to see happen? And I appreciate the work when it comes to legacy. I think that should be done. I think what was on my mind the most was work around mental health and elevating the importance of my profession, social work, and knowing that it could, and historically has been, a game changer for our community, whether it be settlement houses or even the caseworkers that did the work that others did not want to do, but even on a larger scale, influencing policy. So I wanted to make sure that social work was represented. That's what I came here to do. But after today, I was like, ooh, I think I might want to do that, There was one panel that really sparked my interest, and it was the panel where Dr. Burton talked about the digital, let me get it right, the future of digital economy. And I think about my nieces and nephews that are influencers making very good money, that are doing business digitally. And they are millennials and Generation Z. I think our work is missing the voice of generations that need to be a part of this discussion, because we're looking at this from a different place, and this is really going to affect them. So, that's what I'm really thinking about. How are we going to make sure that whatever recommendations we have really resonate with those that are going to be feeling it, living it, and hopefully benefiting from it? That's number one. The second thing, I wanted to just, charge this commission to be culturally humble, that we say that we are not a monolith, but I think sometimes when we approach this work, we forget that. So I just want to make sure that we do have in mind communities that our own community doesn't take into consideration. So that's where I am.
Be culturally humble. I wrote that down. That's a great point. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Ingram.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the time, and thank you for the honor of being here. So I hearken back to a moment when I stepped onto my HBCU 30 years ago. And when I stepped in here today, I had the same feeling, that there's hope. There's people who know, and there's people who care. And so I'm grateful to all of you to share this space, to lean into this work that are going to help people who look like me and you build a better life, build a better community, block by block, brick by brick, and school by school. I am struck by the abundance of educational talk that we had today, because I certainly respect education as the cornerstone of who we are, that has helped us to become what we are today, and that will help our children, grandchildren, and others into the future. And so I don't think we can talk enough about education, because it is the here and now, It is how we have built ourselves up from the past, and it is where our children will go in the future. With that said, we have to deal squarely with systemic racism. We are building an education system from something my sister Becky talks about all the time, for a school system that it was never meant to benefit people who look like us. And we have to restructure that, reconstitute it, and make sure that we have our voices not only in the room, not only a seat at the table, but built into the fabric of whatever that system is going to look like. 2, I heard one of the other commissioners say it is a state's right for politics. That is absolutely correct. And so while we build and look forward to 1 million teachers of color, 30,000 school leaders, we also need to talk about needing 25,000 more school board members. Because those school board members must understand and look like and use the levers of power for every single student in every single zip code. And so if we know that, then we have to not only build a system within that, but tell people the importance of those people in power, those people in local power, from school boards to mayors to governors and the like. 3, funding. From our pre-K through 20 system. It is not a higher ed problem. It is not a K-12 problem. It is not an early child. It is all of our problem. And so we need to make sure and ensure that those people who are charged with politicking and making sure that locales get the money that they deserve, that we figure out ways that are the most equitable and that we can lift up our communities. And so there's so much to say because we got so much to deal with. And there is no panacea, there is no silver bullet. But by reference of us being here today, I think we're gonna make a difference in what we do. And education is that North Star. It is the North Star. It's the North Star to business, to healthcare, to everything else. Because by virtue of us being here and being properly educated and being dutifully educated and using that education, then we can serve our students best if we deal with the system. And there are not a group of bad teachers. They're not a group of bad schools. There's a bad system in which those schools and teachers and students have been placed in. And let us retain and recruit teachers. And I say that intentionally because we cannot cast aside the work that these teachers and educators and professors are doing today and say that we need a new group of people to take their place without giving respect and honor and due to the work that they're doing today with our kids. So thank y'all so much.
Church. Commissioner Smith.
Thank everybody. Chairman, thank you. Thank everybody who listened to me and say, he's Joe Biden's man. Okay. 1955, Lois Redden was a part of the Brown versus the Board of Education. And Lois Redden was my mentor. He picked me up, followed me and stuff. He worked next to Attorney Marshall and stuff. And it was other names. And after the Lois, it was a guy named William Hicks Allenson, who was an advocate for kids in Delaware. Then it became Theodore Blunt, who was an advocate for special need kids. Then J.P. Sri, who picked up the advocate for the next generation. Then it was a guy from Philadelphia called Sam Evans, who started the Family of Leaders. And all this was around education. Then it was me. We all had one thing in common: the poor, the underprivileged, the kids that teachers push away, the kids that couldn't eat at home, the kids that couldn't take a bath, the special need, the handicapped, and all of these kids that for years white and black people turned their nose up to or wanted to put them in jail. I'm an advocate for them because I was a troubled child. Joe used to run up to me, the president used to run up to me and say, Mouse, Did, Mouse, did you continue education? Mouse, did you continue education? That was his number one thing. But what made me feel good when I see dollars trickling down to the projects, seeing dollars trickle down to poor black communities and stuff, seeing teachers, everybody, and mental health people able to tell a child to pull up your pants, get a haircut, let me show you how to dress. We are our keeper. God put us on earth to be our brother's keepers and our sister's keepers. We must not, in this conversation, leave the poor out, the poor black child out. We must be an advocate to turn them around, to reprogram them, and to bring them on a part where they can survive and make out the same way we have. Like, again, I say thank you, but my concept and my eye, like an eagle, is always going to be on the poor and troubled black child. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Peace.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I thank all of you for joining me here today. I think we're going to become fast friends. You know, I was very impressed today. I am an African-American woman, a black woman, who has epilepsy and surviving breast cancer. I had a brain injury 25 years ago and had to learn to read, write, and speak again. And there are many children living in our cities, in our towns, who've had the same experience. I also had a mother who had schizophrenia growing up. But, you know, I'm going to talk about Sadie and Emma. They were my great-grandmother and my great-grandaunt who were born enslaved. They instilled in something in my mother's side of the family that you had to make sure that the young were educated as much as possible, even if it was the first and second grade, or if it was the doctoral degree that one of my cousins has. And I think that I'm here today to join with you because throughout my career, I wanted to use my life experiences to make sure that if it was happening to me, it was happening to someone else. That was the reason while I was at the New York State Banking Department, I tried to put some teeth into the CRA regs. After I was brain injured and I got back to work, I discovered that my house was almost in foreclosure, and it was because there were some predatory lenders. So that's how New York City and New York State had a banking development district program to put their money into banks to get them into underprivileged areas. I'm going to challenge every commissioner. As we move forward to move people into the middle class, I want to hear from all of you what your life experiences were, what your challenges were, because those are the same challenges we still have today. And those are the challenges that some of our young people are going to have, but they have the addition of COVID. And the dynamic has changed quite a bit since COVID. No one has mentioned that today, but I'm going to mention it. Some of them didn't have the communication skills. And it is changing. It is changing, but I want to hear from all of you what you think, because as we move people into the middle class, we have to use our life experiences to make the life experiences for our future to be much better, because we've been challenged by our chair. What is it, 2032? So we have to make sure at 2032 that some of the issues that we are experiencing today are not on the table anymore.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a point of personal privilege. Thank you for sharing your recovery and your story and for being here with us.
Thank you. No, I am a person of faith, and I believe that someone told me once that who was not a believer. I am grounded at the Allen Cathedral in Queens, but the person told me, you know, it was the doctor who did it. And I said, yes, but who led me to the doctor? Mm-hmm. Who guided the doctor's hands? Who made it possible for every treatment, all the surgeries I've had? Who made it possible for me to survive those surgeries? I've been blessed. I want to make sure that every child has that, not have those injuries, not have that problem, but has the blessing.
Well, you're going to make a big difference, and you already have, so thank you. Commissioner Mitchell.
Yeah, very inspirational. I think before we open the doors of the church, we should do a collection here.
As long as I don't have to sing.
Yeah. But truly, this has been inspiring. The collection of talent that is here has just been amazing. The impression I received from just about every speaker is that we could have filled up the day just with their section alone. And I would love to be able to have some of the resources that they just skimmed over or just didn't even touch so that we can do the committee's work. For example, the student loans, what she mentioned there, and then afterwards what she told me, there are so many programs that could be taken advantage of, and we have to find strategies such that the people who probably are in most need of some of those programs are the least likely to go online and be able to access them. So we need to develop strategies to reach them as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Lassiter.
Mr. Chairman, I want to open with a quote by Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. I come out of the black church tradition. King is quoted as following: "We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope." What I heard today was a lot of hope. I heard a lot of panel discussions that were high level with a lot of points of entry, and you kept going back to that word, actionable. What was missing for me, and I think that we can tackle it as a commission moving forward, is looking at racial trauma on college campuses and the racial fatigue and the racial trauma that students of color, specifically on predominantly white institutions, experience, whether it's microaggression or outright hate in the classrooms, but also in communities as well. Secondly, the conversations that we can also have when we're talking about education, and when we hear the words of Commissioner Ingram, I don't want us to underscore this aspect that everything that we do, there's a common thread of education and intersectionality. The availability of culturally competent social workers on campuses, be they HBCUs or PWIs. And then lastly, we heard about the black male teacher pipeline. I think that we have an opportunity here to really push this administration further, and I say further because they have been on the front lines, this administration, with really looking at the school to prison pipeline with a paradigm shift of looking at community to school to prison pipeline against the backdrop of not just individuals dropping out, but being pushed out because the curriculum does not show who they are and their full black humanity.
Thank you so much. And before we go to Commissioner Thompson, I would just, say as well, the working group that you're going to be leading around civil rights, I've absolutely not only see a place, but an imperative that mental health be a part of that working group, because to my mind, and I know the President shares this belief, healthcare is a human right. And mental health care and the parity and the availability of that care is critical. And as the good gentleman from South Carolina often says, accessible to all. And if it's not accessible and it's not affordable and people can't access it, then you know what, it's just a nice thing that we talked about, but not a thing that is mattering in people's real lives. So thank you for those comments. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. 13 years ago, I was in this very room at this very meeting as a staffer for then Vice President Joe Biden, sitting in that back bench back there. So to be sitting here today with this group of people, this group of individuals talking about these issues really hits home for me, with Joe Biden being President of the United States now. And I want to focus on best practices. What are the initiatives, what are the programs that currently exist across the country that are working locally that we can lift and shift to other communities across the country? I was really moved by the earlier conversation about expanding the middle class and what that means. And not only expanding the middle class, but keeping people in the middle class. When one or two things go wrong, it's not devastating. So I really want to focus on those issues and how we can make sure that financial literacy is a constant, that understanding the rules of banking, understanding the rules of the FDIC, understanding the loopholes that other folks may understand, that we have that same access. So thank you so much for this opportunity. It's good to be here, and I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Losta.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I am compelled to say that my focus today, and what I didn't hear, is competing priorities. We all agree that education, access and education, we agree about the significance of education. Education truly is the cornerstone for economic viability. But what I am not hearing is us talking about the competing priorities in our students' lives. We are seeing a resurgence in the enrollment. At my institution, I'm up 13%, over 13% in enrollment just from this past year to this year. We are an HBCU and an HSI, a 2-year HBCU and HSI in San Antonio, Texas, with the authority to offer a bachelor's degree in cybersecurity because we've been a center of excellence in cyber defense since 2011. But one of the things that we deal with, and I dare say it is happening on many other HBCUs, is the issue of persistence and retention. We're getting the students in, but are we keeping them there, the throughput to graduation? Because they're dealing with many other competing priorities. I've heard about mental health. We've gone from 1 personal counselor to now 3 personal counselors. They're not dealing with enrollment issues, they're not dealing with courses, they're dealing with just the fragility of our students and the issues that they're dealing with. But I'm also having to focus on homelessness. I'm having to focus on food insecurity. I have a pantry for grab and go, for hunger for that day. We have financial literacy, dealing with how do we juggle the limited resources that we have. And it's not just for the student, it's for their home lives. And so when you're thinking that they're going to come to our academies and stay strictly focused on academics, we're not being realistic about the competing priorities in their lives. I'm now up to 21% of the students are parent students, and I dare say that exists in all of our other institutions. And so we need to be thinking about what are those support systems and that support role that we can provide them with, undergird them with, to make sure that once they enter our institutions that they can persist and complete through to graduation, because education is but one of the competing priorities in their lives, and they're juggling every day. So that's what I'd like to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Commissioner Loston. Commissioner Pringle.
So I, too, want to add my voice in thanking you Representative, for planning and running a very powerful and impactful meeting, and for your support of that, Alexis. So I want to let you know that I have 9 pages of notes.
You seem like a teacher.
I am. I am. And I share that because I want you to know how powerful the speakers were, and the thoughts that they spurred on. So for me to reflect that back to you very quickly is going to be a challenge for me. But let me say a couple of things. I'm going to try not to repeat, because I agree with all that's been said. There is one thing I do need to repeat, and that's what Commissioner Blunt talked about, and I want to expand a little bit on. It is really, really important. So you've asked us what's missing, where the gaps in terms of what you present. We need to Alexis, yes, those beautiful children reminded us of our why and the excellence in our public schools. Let's just say that. And we need to hear from them. We need to hear from them. We can't just create what we think they need to be a part of this So we need to think about who that is and who needs to be talking to us. So their voice and expertise can inform our work. These are some of the things I heard, but not enough of. The development of leaders. So as we think about our work, how are we specifically thinking about the development and support of leaders? So whatever we seed is being led into the future. I got to lift up my brother Ivory, the dogma of the school reform movement. I'm going to be harping on that. You're going to be just hearing me say that all the time, because for 30 years, we tried something. Some were trying it because they were trying to make money. Others were trying it and using kids that look like us to promote it because they actually thought they needed to do something different, and they had good intentions. I'm not sure the balance of that, but Fed said something that I always say, that our public school system, we have to remember that it is the foundation of this democracy. We have to reclaim it as a public good, but we can't stop there. We have to transform it into something it was never designed to be, a racially and socially just and equitable system that prepares every student, everyone. And so when I think about the dogma of the school reform movement, for those who were doing it for good reasons, or so they thought, they had a lot of time to experiment in what they did. And here we are. And here we are. I'm sitting on a second commission. Here we are. So we can no longer steep our work in the current reality. We've got to imagine what that desired future is. And one more thing. We can't build from two, because if we build from two, then we're going to always be brought back in. You know, I'm a science teacher, so it always is that pull back, that inertia, right? That's bringing us back to where we are, and we're going to steep our work in trying to fix what is. We can't fix what is. We've got to transform it. So I want to, and I heard pieces of that in what was said, and I wanted to lift that up and challenge us to be that forward-looking commission. And I'll end here, because I hardly ever get a microphone, and I don't quote a banned author. Every day now I do that to remind us. And so the one I'm going to quote today wrote a book called Teaching to Transgress. Bell Hooks, banned author Bell Hooks. So as I think about the work that we're doing together, her words are just kept resonating in my head. Education is the practice of freedom.
Well, I'm golly. I want to thank you, thank you so much for that, and also blame you for giving me even more to think about after a day that has been incredibly generative. But Commissioner Holmes.
Thank you, Chairman. I know one thing, I'm going to be greatly appreciative of everybody around this table. I think I'm going to learn a lot during the period that we're going to be working together. The one thing that kind of stuck with me today through the presentations was I heard a lot about, you know, I'm out of government and not-for-profit sector. I really pay attention to what's going on block by block in the streets. And I think I've heard a lot about what we're attempting to try to do in a structure that tends to always exist as it relates to sharing opportunities or talking about opportunities for Black people, but the implementation and the execution that is required for people to actually feel that they've been successful in something has always been stifled by the same structure. So what I'm actually hoping we can do with this commission is find a way to actually execute some things that touch people and change people's lives, particularly in the Black community.
Actionable, actionable, actionable. Commissioner Cape.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Kenyatta, and I'm just so grateful to have been here today to hear from the experts and to be among this group of leaders. And I'm going to just open with what I've been speaking about for the past 2 years in the state of Delaware, and it's been focused on our schools, our children, and our future. And leaning in on the data from the Children's Defense Fund and talking and looking at the work of Miriam Wright Elderman, and this is one of my favorite quotes. It says, "It's a time for greatness, not for greed. It's a time for idealism, not ideology. It is a time not just for compassionate words, but compassionate actions." And it's always been my understanding when we lift up the most vulnerable and marginalized members of our community, we lift up our entire community, because when the tide rises, everyone is lifted. And as a child who grew up as a ward of the state of New York and attended 9 different schools in 12 years and overcame my own learning disability, I understand how my lived experiences tie into this work. And so as we sit here today, there were 4 key areas of conversations that continue to resonate with me. And I'll talk one about our schools being the economic hub, and I continue to say that because I speak from my own personal experience. Education changed my life. Having access to opportunities with high expectations and supports changed my life. So when we think about the correlation between mental health and chronic absenteeism, and how that impacts not just students but staff, right? And how that impacts our outcomes when we talk about data, we have to think about those pipelines, right? We've talked about the pipelines to work, the pipelines to prison, the pipelines to college. All of this stuff is tied in. Then we kind of move over to this issue of student loan debt and being addressed in a multi-pronged approach, because it goes back to what Commissioner Pringle said. We're trying to work within structures that weren't designed to give us the outcomes of this present time. And what I've been saying in education is we have 19th century models that are designed to do what they were supposed to do in the 21st century, where we've been dealing with issues that have been designed for the Industrial Revolution, the first Industrial Revolution. We're in the 4th Industrial Revolution in terms of the digital age. Yet sometimes it's not just about adjustments or revisions, it's about dismantling things and rebuilding them, right? And so as we have this opportunity post-COVID, it's sort of catapulted education into the 21st century. Now we're poised. We're really poised to reimagine, right? Reimagine what education should be, but in that work of dismantling, it has to be co-designed. It's inevitable. And people sitting at the table, and what I've said to my staff as a superintendent, as the only Black female superintendent in the state of Delaware, is that students have to be at those tables, parents have to be at those tables, the business community has to be at those tables, the faith-based community has to be at those tables, legislators, community-based organizations. This is about a collective moral imperative. It's about our future of our nation. And we've got to stop leaving young people's voice out of this conversation, right? Right, Commissioner Pringle? We've got to stop doing things to them in education and start including them in their education. And it goes back to what one of the experts said, and I think it was Dr. Burton, when she talked about influencers and accelerators and technologists and entrepreneurship being a key lever for equalization. How do we pull that into K-12 education and present different pathways and opportunities to our young people? But we have to start with this recovery from this pandemic if we continue to overlook the impact that this pandemic has had on the social emotional well-being of adults and kids, we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot and stop looking for outcomes until we deal with some of these issues that people are presenting. And so the last thing that I will end with is this research from the Children's Defense Fund. When they talk about each day in America, 2 mothers die from complication in childbirth. 5 children are killed by abuse or neglect. 8 children or teens die by suicide. 9 children or teens are killed with a gun. And the research and the data just goes on and on. 2,906 high school students drop out, or are they pushed out, right? So we've got an opportunity here to take some compassionate actions, to recreate and reimagine what our nation can be if we use these key levers in the intersection of our expertise in this room and bring in the voices of others to really change the trajectory of Blacks here in America. And so I thank you for this opportunity.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Commissioner Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to everyone, and especially the staff from the Department of Education. 3 things kind of jumped out at me, although everything was good. But first, when we were hearing about the lack of teachers of color, we're hearing similar numbers back in Tennessee, and I grew up, both my parents were educators, my grandmother was an educator, but my mom did not encourage me to become an educator because she said, I want you to be rich. And I think that's probably part of what's happening out there. But how do we provide those role models for the next generation? How do we encourage people to go into the field? I think it's important, and we've talked about the importance of education throughout the day. Secondly, we had 3 different panelists talk about the importance of intersectionality, of marginalized groups within the African American community who themselves continue to face various forms of oppression, specifically those from the LGBTQ community. I think we need to address that. There's continued discrimination in the workplace, continued violence, especially against Black trans women, and we need to address that through education. And then thirdly, I didn't write down who said it, but one of the commissioners over here mentioned the recent Supreme Court decision on affirmative action. And as we've noted, our education system is state or local based, not federally based. And and I want us to look forward, but we are navigating an era where affirmative action is under assault and maybe in retreat, and trying to figure out how we can make recommendations to address this new reality. Because if we're going to get people into education, if we're going to provide them a pipeline to success rather than a pipeline to prison, we're going to have to figure out how to navigate those waters. So those are my thoughts for today, and again, thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Baskerville.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Executive Director Holmes and her tremendous staff that thought this out and brought us all together. Chairman Kenyatta and all of my colleagues who are here, the brothers and sisters who presented today, White House staff, and all assembled, I thank you so very much for the tremendous thought and wealth of information that you imparted together to all of us. I'm humbled and delighted to be a part of this group, and when I was privileged to ask to join the group, I thought first about what I could bring to this group. Like all of my colleagues around this table and those who've spoken and those who are working in the White House and other places, we engage in and we give our time freely to so many things. But for me, it was another commission, and it was a high commission, a commission where I thought I could make an impact. And I thought, so I bring a couple of things to the table. I'm presently the president and CEO of the National Association for Equal Opportunity in Higher Ed, and that's the voice for blacks in higher ed, the membership, the only membership and advocacy association of all 106 historically black colleges and universities, and now about 100 predominantly black institutions. I've served as their executive director now for 19 years, but before that I was their pro bono counsel for 20 years. And so I have vast experience there at the higher education level, and I thought about the 4 areas of interest that Chairman Kenyatta said they're thinking about: civil rights in education system. So through NAFIO, I've litigated in 20 states in civil rights. I was at the, where was I? I was at the NAACP as a counsel to the NAACP, where I litigated pre-K 20. I was at the College Board, where I litigated and legislated PK 1220. And so I thought, okay, that sounded good. And when Chairman Kenyatta said civil rights, I said, okay, I could do that. And then I thought about, you talked about the higher education system, student loan debts. You talked about the establishment of pathways, establishment of careers and so forth, careers to success, diversifying the trade union. And then you said, NEA President Becky Pringle's going to chair that. And I said, I've got to be on that because I know they're going to be productive. President Pringle's going to run that. So I said, I can do that. Then the other one, the third area, I think, and I'm paraphrasing, was higher education. No, it wasn't. It was, had to do, expanding and building the black middle class. I said expanding and building the black middle class. And I thought about, I think it was Ashley Harrington. She talked about education, liberation, and justice. Education is a liberation and justice system. And then Commissioner Pringle just talked about, I think she quoted, you said it was bell hooks? And you said that education is the practice of freedom. The reason I've spent 40 years in this space is because education, liberation, and justice. And when I talk about HBCUs, they are the quintessential education, liberation, and justice institutions, and they bring us freedom. But expanding and building the black middle class, to me, seems to be the critical component, the thread that goes across all of these. When I think about it, if you don't have access to capital, you don't have access to cash. And we don't have a black wealth class, at least according to my dearly departed economist brother, Bill Spriggs. He said, America has no black wealth class. And so what we do have is a system where 3 entities, Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, determine who gets access to credit. From the time you go to get your first checkbook, banking book, and if you listen to former Chairwoman Waters' committee, you find out that it's not just black folks that are kicked out of access to credit, can't build wealth, can't take out loans because of errors in the systems adopted by Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion that impact black folks and low-income folks, but the majority of white folks are undervalued. So I recently became pro bono counsel to the first publicly traded black credit and lending corporation. Equifax is publicly traded. Cleveland Gary is the founder, and it's come up with a system, a proprietary system of credit scoring and a number of other things that will open up this area. So I said, I don't know where I'm going to go, but I'm delighted to be here. And I'm going to try to find out after tomorrow if there's a way that maybe some of these groups can come together with the thread of wealth building, with the thread of tearing down the barriers. We have no wealth class, and maybe at the end of the discussion, we'll have a part of a roadmap to get one by 2030 or whatever. Let's go a little closer than that. But anyway, I don't know where, but I'll be happy to serve anywhere. I'm going to think more about it tonight. And I'm just delighted to be with all of you, my brothers and sisters, and I see we're aligned in spirit, even though we're richly diverse, and so that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for your for your words. I'm going to close us out with some thoughts and with a word and a frame that we don't often talk about enough in government, and which I see reflected in these commissioners. You all love black people. And I will tell you, you know, and I say this and it sounds like a small deal, it's a big deal. A lot of people don't love black people. We are tolerated, we're talked about, some instances demonized, but what I've heard today from all the conversations with those young people being such a grounding force of this, that all of this is about love. And when Commissioner President Pringle mentioned bell hooks, you mentioned bell hooks, and then I got to pull out bell hooks. But bell hooks said, those of us who have already chosen to embrace a love ethic, allowing it to govern and inform how we think and act, know that when we let our light shine, we draw to us and are drawn to other bearers of light. We are not alone. And I hope for this commission that we bring a love ethic to the work that we are doing. I would also say, taking a lot of notes and hearing and regurgitating a lot of incredibly thoughtful things that have already been said, I'll reiterate what I said at the beginning. Black folks exist in the future. And the question before us is, how do we ensure that that future is bright? And how do we ensure that this commission does not become, you know, a nice honorific, but actually is a place where we workshop, share big, bold ideas that do allow us to reimagine the ways in which opportunity is made available and accessible to people in our communities. I think people deserve that. And I'm excited that this is happening under the auspice of an administration that also doesn't just tolerate black folks, but really puts their money where their mouth is. President said he's going to have an administration that looks like the country. Boy, does it not look like the country. Just being here in the executive office building, I'm sure you have seen people that look like your community, not like, you know, some other previous administrations. Additionally, we look at some of the incredible things that have already been done. And I always say, particularly when something's done administratively, and I know Speaker Tate and other legislators here, Representative Mitchell, will understand. I always say, that's nice, but how do we make sure that doesn't change if a different administration comes? How do we actually solidify our gains? As a Philadelphia Eagles fan, we're having a pretty good season. That's right. How do we solidify our gains? And so I would also just open that to the commission as you're thinking through what working groups you want to be on, thinking through the recommendations. Even if there is something that is being done, how do we make sure that continues to be done? And even if there's something that doesn't exist, how do we, to the points that have been made repeatedly, imagine it in the future, be forward looking, have a new deal for higher educations, reimagine some of these systems. And it was said earlier that data is the language of systems, and the data is speaking to us very clear, to those who are ready to hear it, that some major things need to change in the lived reality of black people in this country. And when we're done and we have our final meeting just like this is our first, it's not only our goal, it is going to be our reality that we leave this task, this opportunity to serve, being able to say that there are things that black folks in this country can see, touch, and feel because we chose to serve in this capacity. And so I want to thank you all for choosing to serve in this way. It's not your first rodeo, but you could have said no. And so it's not lost on me, and I'm going to speak for other folks more broadly to say I'm sure it's not lost on folks in this administration that you chose to do this. I'm appreciative to each of you. I would ask, by a way of housekeeping, as you're thinking about what working groups you're going to be on, I'm gonna pass around a document that we're not going to delve into today as the hour is late. but it would be great that you come tomorrow having thought a little bit more about which working group makes sense. There's a fifth one that you'll see on here that I, again, explained a little bit, but that we'll talk about tomorrow in some more detail. But with that, we're just going to go briefly at ease. There's going to be a little shuffling around for some other things, and then we'll get to our final work of the day. So with that, let's go at ease.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Would you be able to just recount who the co-chairs are for each of the committees?
This is on that document that I'm about to pass around. Okay.
Great.
So let's go at ease if we can, and then we'll come back in a second. No. Wait. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Okay. Our interpreter is back. We are back in order. And so now at this point in our agenda, we're going to welcome back to the podium the Executive Director for the White House Initiative on Black Americans, Executive Director Alexis Holmes.
Good afternoon again. Very quickly, as we were chatting about, well, not chatting about, as we were discussing the importance of youth voice, we have a youth leader here. And so I would like to very quickly introduce you. That's okay.
I'd like to more slowly introduce you.
Yes. Yes. So we will pause momentarily, and then we will bring Lourdes Robinson to the stage, and she is our DC Youth Mayor, and she is going to say a few words, and she will then introduce Secretary Cardona, and we will continue on with our evening. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, since we have a little break, there's so much resources in this room, new contacts. Will we be able to get everyone's phone number, address, email address? Right now,
because the credentials of this group are vast and they are deep, and we certainly want to benefit from your wisdom, knowledge, and expertise, to the extent that you're willing to share it. Because we do have some time, are there any other sort of housekeeping questions? Okay. Well, we're just still holding. Talk to your neighbor, and we'll be back very soon. Okay, everybody, we are back. So as was previously mentioned, we are now going to hear from the DC Youth Mayor, Mayor Lourdes Robinson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lourdes Robinson, and I serve as District of Columbia's Youth Mayor.
Yeah.
From elementary school, I knew attending college was my goal. My parents ingrained in me the importance of education. Sentences started with, "Be the best in school to get into a good college," or "College prepares you for a good career." College was not an option for my four parents, as they were blue-collared workers. For several Black families, the only way to pass generational wealth was to purchase a house and leave it for the next generation to build upon. Understanding this history and being a senior in high school, I continuously ponder about my future. As I submit college applications, the discussion of paying for college begins. In conversing with my family about college, daily living expenses limited the savings available to pay for the education that could transform the next generation. College tuition has outstripped my family's modest income. However, this is true for many Black families. Students eager to attend university or develop trade skills are unable to or subjected to student loans, causing financial burdens in hopes of furthering their education and/or workforce skills. This Commission on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity for Black Americans can make this possible for this fifth-generation African American and others to generate family wealth without the burden of excessive student loans. Instead, we can reinvest in our communities because education isn't just what's in the books or the classrooms. It's the financial literacy, it's parent involvement, and the community. Thank you. Now, I have the honor of introducing Secretary Cardona. Dr. Miguel A. Cardona became the 12th U.S. Secretary of Education after a distinguished career as an elementary school teacher, principal, district administrator, and Connecticut Education Commissioner. He is a firm believer that being an educator isn't just a job, it's an extension of your life's purpose. Secretary Cardona's focus throughout his career on raising the bar for equity and excellence for all learners guides his leadership of the agency in service of the nation's 65 million students and families. He oversaw efforts to safely reopen schools for in-person learning, going from only 46% of schools open when President Biden took office to nearly 100% open just 9 months later, while distributing historic federal education funding for K-12 schools and colleges. Across all these priorities, Secretary Cardona has highlighted the urgency of seizing the moment through intentional collaboration and the opportunity we have not only to recover from the pandemic, but to reimagine a more equitable education system that works better for all. He and his wife, Marissa, are proud parents of one student in public high school and another in college. May I introduce U.S. Secretary of Education, Dr. Miguel A. Cardona. Yes.
How we doing? How was your day at work today? Pretty good? Great to be here. Great to be here. Let's give it up for our DC Youth Mayor, Lourdes Robinson. What an impressive young leader. She's a senior in high school. Can you imagine? Pretty soon we'll see you on the ballot for DC Mayor, I'm sure. Really, really happy to be with you all today. I want to just thank you for your commitment to this important shared work that we have together. Looking around the room, I see some faces that I know, leaders I'm proud to call friends, and others who I hope to get to know better in the upcoming year. I want to congratulate you on this prestigious appointment. The Department of Education is the proud home of the White House Initiative on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity for Black Americans. I love that title. I love that title. I want to acknowledge and ask you to help me give it up for the Executive Director, Alexis Holmes, and her team. I've had the pleasure of working with Alexis, and I tell you, You know, when we talk about celebrating black excellence in this country, there's nobody I want next to me more than you. Thank you. As Secretary of Education, I'm honored to serve as chair of this initiative. I'm also deeply honored to work with President Biden and Vice President Harris, two leaders who understand that representation matters. Look around this room. You're here because you embody excellence. You embody leadership. You embody innovation. We have lifelong educators and experts in pedagogy, like my friend Becky. Good to see you, Becky. We have groundbreaking leaders in philanthropy and business. We have national advocates for black students and families. Who better than you to be a voice for America's communities of color? Who better than you to identify barriers to progress and work with us to help break them? Who better than you to help this administration deliver on the promise of equal opportunity for all? Who better than you? The work of this commission comes at a critical moment for both our black and brown students and our educational system at large. Here's something that I believe in my heart and I know in my bones, that talent, creativity, innovation, excellence, they're alive in every community across our country. And yet, access to educational opportunity remains far too tied to race, place, and income. The inequities are real and felt in so many ways. Inadequate resources, low expectations, the school-to-prison pipeline, segregation as stubbornly persistent in our schools as it is in housing and infrastructure. It's kind of like sort of like an educational redlining. And what we're seeing is that things once done in the shade are now being done in the sunlight across our country. You're here because you believe, as I do, that the status quo cannot stand. That we must be unapologetic in our efforts to combat injustice. Our country is more diverse than ever. The world is more competitive than ever. And nurturing 100% of our talent matters more than ever. If overcoming these challenges weren't hard enough, we have forces working against us. I don't have to tell you that. We've got politicians, opportunists, demagogues out there banning books, whitewashing our history, demonizing students who are different, stoking fear and turning people against public education, the great equalizer. We're seeing racist attitudes and policies being embedded in our laws and institutions under, oftentimes, the thin veil of so-called race blindness, meeting injustice and inequity with ignorance and gaslighting. We even see it in our Supreme Court decisions, like the rulings striking down affirmative action and overturning President Biden's debt relief plan. Let me remind you, folks, this plan would have had 42% of our black borrowers have their debt go down to zero, but it was turned down. It was intentionally aiming at addressing the racial wealth gaps that we have in our country. All this is happening while black students already face higher obstacles to higher education, as we heard from Lourdes a little while ago. And when white families have 8 times the wealth of black families in this country. We cannot sit on the sidelines. We need to raise the bar for our students. Our nation's future depends on it. At the Department of Education, we've made historic investments, from the American Rescue Plan's $130 billion in support for public schools to the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act's unprecedented $2 billion of investment in positive school climates and student mental health services. We're working to help states and schools raise the bar for academic excellence, improving learning conditions by revolutionizing student mental health and recruiting and empowering more educators of colors. It's easier to be what you can see in our schools. We, under this administration, launched the first ever grant for Grow Your Own programs aimed at making sure our schools are as beautifully diverse as our students. That's under President Biden, Vice President Harris's watch. And we are preparing students for success in our global world with multilingual learning and reimagined pathways to college and career. Thanks to President Biden's bold investments in renewable energy, infrastructure, semiconductors, and more, there are so many opportunities that await our students if we can summon the collective will to prepare them. That's why we're expanding access to cutting-edge career technical education programs and investing in career-connected learning that give our students more options, not less. We're also revolutionizing how college is financed in this country. We've forgiven, in the 2.5 years, we've forgiven $127 billion in debt for nearly 3.6 million borrowers, and we have no intention of slowing down. That's more than any other administration combined in the first 2.5 years of this administration. And our new SAVE plan, it's called our SAVE Student Loan Repayment Plan, is the most affordable in history, slashing undergraduate payments in half so that young people can climb the economic ladder without being weighed down by unaffordable debt. I'm tired of hearing stories of 12-year-olds saying, I can't go to college, I can't afford college, my parents can't afford college, and by 12 years old saying, that's not for me. We got the SAVE plan that's going to make it more affordable, more within reach. This is going to help generations to come. And we're investing in historically black colleges and universities at a clip unseen by any other administration. To date, we've provided over $7 billion for our historically black colleges and universities. And you know what's equally important? They have a seat at the table, an authentic seat at the table, not just for photo ops. They have a seat at the table, and we're listening to what they're saying as we think about the policies that we do when we move forward, while breaking down barriers to federal contracts and research grants so they can compete. That's what we're hearing from them. We need infrastructure. We need to be able to compete for these contracts. We're listening, and we're making moves there. President Biden's commitment to equity has ignited a whole-of-government effort, and your contributions on this commission will be invaluable over the next year. This work begins today, and it starts with your swearing in. Not what you're here for. Beyond her historic role as the nation's first black woman vice president, Kamala Harris is someone who understands that representation matters, that underserved communities will remain underserved until they have a voice, that people must have a seat at the table if we're going to achieve lasting change. I've been fortunate to have the opportunity to travel with the Vice President to some college campuses on the Fight for Our Freedom college tour. Let me tell you, she gets it, and she understands the power of student voice. And she wants to make sure that myself and other cabinet members are pushed to reach the potential of our country. So I am immensely proud to serve as Secretary of Education in the Biden-Harris administration and to chair the White House initiative on advancing educational equity, excellence, and economic opportunity for Black Americans. And with that, it is my great honor to introduce our Vice President, Kamala Harris.
Well, let me just first thank the Secretary, because you've been on my college tour with me. And, you know, if you get Miguel Cardona in the right frame of mind, he'll talk to you about KRS-One and all that. Some people understand what I'm talking about. But thank you. In front of all the leaders here, I do want to recognize you for the heart and soul and hard work and brilliance that you put into this so very important position of being Secretary of Education. He really does walk his talk in every way, both in terms of what he does in the country, but also the conversations that we have, be it in the Oval Office or in the halls of this building. So can we please applaud and thank the Secretary of Education? I'd like to address the group, but before I do want to discuss briefly what happened last night in Lewiston, Maine. I talked about this earlier today, but it became another community torn apart by gun violence. Tragically, right now in our country, the #1 killer of children in America is gun violence. Not car accidents, not some form of cancer, gun violence. When you look at the data then and the statistics, and we know it anecdotally, we know it in the stories that we hear, Black Americans are 10 times more likely to be affected by and die as a result of gun violence. When we think about it in terms of the trauma that it creates in the community, often undiagnosed and untreated. So first of all, I want to just address what happened in Lewiston last night and say that, of course, the President, Doug, all of us are praying for those families who have lost a loved one and praying for the quick and speedy recovery of those who were injured and for the community in terms of its ability to heal. And there is still work being done on that case, of course, but I do believe it is important for us to speak truth as well as express our compassion and our prayers about the need for this to stop and for us to implement what we know is just reasonable and smart to at least get close to bringing an end to this. And so I'll then transition into the work of this group of extraordinary leaders by first of all just thanking each of you. You already have assumed a role of leadership in extraordinary ways and taken on responsibilities at great sacrifice to think about and address the needs of the community, and you have now yet again stepped up, as is your nature, to be members of what I am about to swear in as a new commission. So I start by thanking you. And it's interesting because the transition about the gun violence issue into the issues that you will address include, of course, what we must do to nurture the capacity of our young people, understanding not only what God has given them in terms of unyielding, unknown potential, but that must be coupled then with opportunities for them to actually realize their potential. It must be coupled with knowing who they are and what they can do, but addressing and being clear-eyed about the obstacles to them reaching that capacity. And so when I think about this issue of the tour that I've been doing, we call it the Fight for Our Freedoms Tour, one of the things that I've been doing, and it's been for college-age young people. So it's been in universities and colleges, community colleges, and trade schools. And I've now met with, my staff tells me, probably tens of thousands of young people. And Mayor, I want to thank you for your role of leadership as a young leader. And I will almost every time ask the young leaders who show up, by the tens of thousands they have, please raise your hand if at any time between kindergarten and 12th grade you had to endure an active shooter drill. And it is something that is hair-raising when you watch the majority of those hands go up. And I will often say to the older adults who are here in the media, take a look at this, because I don't think by way of public policy or public priorities, we have fully understood and acknowledged what our young people are going through and the challenges that they face, including obstacles to their path for opportunity. So I say all that to say I thank each of you for lifting up the voices of our young leaders and nurturing and creating opportunities for all of them to be who we know they are. And we are counting on them. And in that way, we are counting on each of you. Mr. Chair, Representative Kenyatta, I want to thank you for your leadership always and everything you do, but in addition to this commission, and our executive director, Alexis Holmes, where is she? There you are. Thank you for your work. So this commission will then do the work that is motivated by understanding the talent of our young people and their capacity, and doing the work then of advising the president, advising me, advising our administration on how we can enhance the path toward their success, how we can identify the obstacles on that path, and how we can widen the path in terms of the opportunities that are available to tap into who they are and the potential for who they can be. The work of this commission is part of a larger equity agenda that President Biden and I have had since day one. You know, it's an interesting thing in some parts of our country, like Florida, where they would try to say DEI is a bad thing. They're trying to turn it into a pejorative. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are the forces we're fighting against, by the way, when we are motivated by an understanding that on the issue of equity, for example, it's a simple point. We believe in equality, and that if everyone got an equal amount, that they'd be able to compete equally. But the underlying assumption is a flawed assumption, which is everyone starts out on the same base. Equity, and our drive for that to be one of our guiding principles, is to understand not everyone starts out on the same base, but should have equal opportunity to compete based on their talent and their gifts. So the work of this commission is an extension of a profound priority for the Biden-Harris administration, to be guided by equity, guided by creating opportunity, opportunity for access to a quality education, opportunity for access to capital and to the ability to generate and grow wealth, and of course, opportunity for all those baseline issues that are about just overall health and well-being and the dignity to which all people are entitled. So the work of your commission is extraordinarily, extraordinarily important to what we are doing and intend to do for our country. And I'll close by then saying this. You know, the work that we have done of everything from, and I will say as a proud HBCU graduate, of getting over $7 billion to our HBCUs, the work that we are still trying to do around reducing student loan debt and increasing Pell Grant awards, which we have done. This is all good work, and these are just but a couple of examples, but there is more work to do. And so we are counting on you to help advise us as we take the next steps, which we intend to take with the ambition that should be associated with any of our work, understanding the great potential of our young leaders to take us to the next place as a country, and understanding that our investment in them is our investment in ourselves and our future. So with that, I am now prepared to swear this commission in. And I would like to then ask you each to stand, if you are able. And I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. And then I'm going to ask you to repeat after me, except that I'm going to first start by saying I and then ask you to state your name. Okay. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any hesitation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter. So help me God. Congratulations, commissioners. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Okay. Let me just thank the chair.